darkness can never can
Who's going to Brazil?
行きます行きます。我回答。我回答。
And that is game and series heading over to DCG.
我会到，我会到。多謝你，多謝你。
Offside the whole time. The team Secret Wales, they're going to collapse onto Evie here.
It's good, but it's not enough as well.
Mario get that first kill. Up in the air goes Evie.
大家好，我是凯文，我會在巴西等你們，不見不散。
Hiện tại là LCP bên ở thời điểm hiện tại thì đã thay đổi cũng như là củng cố rất là nhiều thành viên khác nhau đến từ rất là nhiều chỗ khác nhau nên là rất là khó đánh giá mọi người, và người lớn lớn nhất thì có lẽ là CFO. Hiện tại thì chưa thi đấu cũng như là chưa có làm quen gọi là bắt lửa nhiều nên là cũng rất là khó đánh giá. Với việc qua game và mình không làm đội trưởng nữa thì mình cảm thấy khá là thoải mái và nhẹ nhõm, như cá nhân mình phải giữ những thứ mình đã làm trước kia khi mà làm đội trưởng để mình còn được làm đội trưởng cho chính bản thân của mình.
Mình thấy là anh huấn luyện viên mới rất là vui tính và vui vẻ với lại nhiệt huyết trong công việc. Ban đầu thì tụi mình rất là khó khăn trong khoảng giao tiếp, nhưng mà dần dần thì tụi mình cũng đã tìm hướng giải quyết để nói chuyện với nhau nhiều hơn. Nên là bây giờ cho tới hiện tại thì bọn mình đã rất dễ dàng để làm việc với nhau. Mình muốn nói với Taki với mình rằng là đã rời đi thì hãy chìm trong thất bại, người ở lại thì luôn có chiến thắng.
新しく加入したケインだったりだとか、シトラスたくさんコールする選手なので、そういったコールがそれぞれで噛み合っていけばどんどん強いチームになっていくんじゃないかなと思います。
そうだな、なんか久しぶりに会ったアリアはすごい冷たい選手のように見えたんですけど、全然そんなことはなくて、僕が体調悪い時にはエビ体調大丈夫？心配してくれたり変わってませんでした。
他的打法应该比较偏向支援队友的类型，而我是在线上自己做压制。会有啊，想起很多的回忆啊，就也希望他可以跟我一起进步吧。只是说非常期待啊，希望你真的会付出。
没有到那么好，感觉我们的默契还需要配合一阵子，然后沟通的方面也要加强。
我觉得我们算是一个新的队伍嘛，因为其实我们像是 Shadow、汹涌跟厄尔骑士加入，那我们目前也是在处理一些沟通上的问题，然后也很努力在教汹涌一些简单的中文。大家可以期待一下我们的沟通就比去年更烂了。
队伍状况的话，目前可能还处于比较不安定的状况。对粉丝说的话就谢谢你们支持，然后我们会努力的。 CFO，因为我们这一队都是跟 CFO 有一些渊源嘛，就是可能是淘汰掉了或者就是不被选上的这样。我是不被选上的。
2v2 side selection showdown. Here's how the game works. There's a ban phase before the match begins. All champions are available. Each champion can only be picked once per team for the entire split. Teams must now strategize their picks carefully, setting the stage for dynamic and diverse 2v2 matchups. The match ends when any of these conditions are met. When a team is first to 2 kills or is first to destroy the enemy turret. Sudden death kicks in after 7 minutes and the winner is decided by the first kill. One fight decides it all. Win the showdown and first selection.
It's hard to find, look at the time. All of my winning is stacking the passion of living the prime. I do not mind it, giving them L's right on their tail. The question is if you gon' pass or fail. I need a ring that blings and shines, full of them diamonds, leaving you blinded. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub.
It's close enough to feel, but far enough to fade. The steps I take to close this space. What I believe, the more I get a world away. The whispers I hear keep me in place. The steps I take to close this space.
And I swear I wanted it that way, till I saw a way out with you. And I don't know why, but I know it's true. I want a way out with you. Does the reason have to be the proof? Guess I don't know both, but I'm sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough to fake it. Sure enough, sure
And welcome back to the LCP. It is finals week. It is knockout stages, Pike.
It's day 2. We got a good series on our hand, but we wanted to take a little bit of extra time, Logan, because we had so much go on last night. I'm still feeling a little bit hoarse after that 5-game banger. Will we see it again? I don't know, but we have to talk about it.
I'm quietly confident of another best of 5 tonight.
Please don't.
But because last night's best of 5 was so good, as you say, we do need to discuss what happened. Team Secret Wales, they stomped the first 2 games.
They really did. Like, it was an absolute demolish. Like, they looked so good, so clean. But then it was all on Relove DCG. They just flipped the script in those last 2, and it was phenomenal. But the 5th game, it was always defining. But it was so nice to get to a Silver Scrapes.
Silver Scrapes is always a pleasure here in any League of Legends esports. We all know and love it. But the way that Relove DCG were able to bring it back, that Zeri Yumi in that bot side decimated the Ashe Seraphine combination. They just didn't have an answer.
We're going to see it again. Yeah. It's going to happen again. Like, it's a guarantee. They just saw both these 2 teams, and we're going to get into them in just a second. They both saw last night. They know Zeri Yumi is a force to be reckoned with. I'm a little bit scared, but maybe it's time we check in with our new teams for tonight's games.
I'm looking forward to it. So tonight we have Ground Zero Gaming from the PCS, the honorary Osh team, my friend Pike here. We have Ijung in that top side, Husha in the jungle, Jimmy in that mid lane, Shun in the bot side, and Orca supporting.
Look, what a fantastic team, right? Like you said, I would probably give them 25% of O's. They are a PCS team right now, true and true, but this team's look so good. They've had a bit of an up and down split, but now that we're in the finals week, they've got to find their own, and they're ready to bring some fighting force to it.
Absolutely, and against them, we find the LJL's SHG looking in fine form coming into these playoffs. They're the ones who knocked Garm out. They took a game from Team Secret Wales as well. So they have the hands to compete with the best. Evie in that top side, Van, One in the jungle, Arya mid lane, Marble in the bot side, and Vista the support. The most player of the matched player from SHG.
Look, and well earned at the same time. They're all looking so good. We're looking at Evie as well. I think this is one top laner we've all got concerns about. And let's have a look at the head-to-head, because that's who we are keeping our eyes on in this series. It is going to be Evie versus Ijung. It's a David and Goliath story if ever we've seen it, Logan.
Definitely. Evie has been able to gatekeep Ijung out of these sort of matches with a history. They've beat them now, I think, for the past sort of 2 to 3 years. They've always been that brick wall that GZ has just not been able to overcome, that Frank Esports has not been able to overcome. And tonight is the night. Ground Zero looks so strong, and I think SHG, they're going to be up against it to try and prevent them.
Look, and we can see by the champion pools too, like they are quite similar. It's more like your tanks, it's a bit more like bruisers. They like to be a little bit more for the team facilitator, but that doesn't negate that their solo laning is so strong. And you talked about the gatekeeping, you talked about these two players, and Ijung's never really found their way in. It's always been Evie holding that line. Hodor, if you might even say, just holding the door back and saying, you are not welcome, because every series that we just referenced was actually, they just won. It always went to the final game of those series, and it still came out with Evie on top. So it's one of these matchups that you have to give respect to, because Ijung is wanting to fight for this win. This is their time to shine. Let's see if they can do it.
And frankly, I think Ijung can do it. He currently, in my opinion, is the better solo laner. But Evie, in my opinion, is the better team top laner. He plays for the team, and he's just able to zone and block and gatekeep. But Ijung has a way with angles, able to get deep in those backlines and take out the ADs of the opposing team. So he is a threat to be reckoned with.
Yeah, look, and I'm pretty keen to see what they're actually going to be doing and what the picks are going to look like, right? It's a best-of-5 series again. We have to see what these teams are going to bring out. If we do go 5 games, the champion pools, they get a little bit lower again. So I'm a little bit nervous to see what we're going to see. I think the diversity's not just there yet, at least maybe not for a first stand level.
Yeah, definitely need some deeper champion pools, and I would love to see them reach deep into those pockets and pull out those picks that we haven't seen for a while, but they might have been known for previously, where they've been able to eke out those advantages over the opposing teams there, Pike. And one top laner that I just love, that I really do want to see, Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai's being
so out of the meta. It's not even coming back. Keep her out of here. She's fine. She's back in the void. It's all good. No, but it's all, we saw some other ones as well. We saw like the Aurora coming back, which is a little bit more. We thought it was going to be in the mid lane. It has come back into the top meta as well. So we did see it really dominate into like those jacks or those bruises. That could have just been a little bit of over aggression that was sort of coming out, but still, I'm excited to see a little bit of a mix-up. I want to see more Gwens. I want to see a bit more of these fighters getting in these sort of skirmishes, because it has been these very tanky metas like the Cassantes, the Scions. I want to see them sort of progress into how can they facilitate a little bit more. It's why I'm glad Mbess is back top, not so much in the jungle.
And I think, speaking of Cassante, that Evie is a phenomenal Cassante player as well. He performs, he knows how to position, he knows when to pull the trigger on those all-outs. So I really do think that he's going to be able to put up a spectacular performance tonight, especially into the likes of Rumble, who is that traditional counter pick for Cassante in that top side.
Look, but at the same time, we've seen Rumble banned out almost every single game this week. It just makes sense. The champion's so good in these fights. You don't really want to go up against it really in those 5v5. So you're right. I think taking out the Rumble, or if we do see it, Cassante's definitely an option. It's what's going to work in the team facilitator role, which is what our top laners have been mostly doing, is they're the disruptor, but they're also the starter. They like to get these fights going and trying to see where it leads to, because we're always going to be seeing fights around Rift Herald. Maybe not so much Scuttle Crabs. I'll backtrack a little bit on that, but if we do, I'm a genius. If we don't, you know what? It's fine as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, last night we saw it happen. The Rift Herald, 100% win rate. The team that got the Rift Herald won the game. And that's how Team Secret Whales put that one to bed, you know? So maybe they'll take a page out of their books and do it here tonight as well.
I wouldn't even, yeah, you're right. It is 100% win rate technically. Like, we'll do the air quotation marks for that. But it's still like, it's more about what it can bring to the team. It does lead to being used at an objective fight where they just summon the Rift Herald, or they just want to take an early tower, trying to get a little bit more gold injection into the team. So it's how do they use the Rift Herald for these fights is the big component you have to be worried about. So that's where I'm looking at these team fights around Rift Herald. But at the same time, we've seen most Barons just easily taken. They've taken great fights, and then the Baron's just been off the back of that, just like, we can send 3 members for this. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be moving towards Barons in these games now that it is at 20 minutes. It's back to that initial time. So that's where my focus is we're seeing these games end quite quickly because you get a Baron, you can just push to their base.
Absolutely, and so many free Barons, as you did point out, so many uncontested, unchallenged Barons last night. And it looks like we might be getting, hopefully, that again here. SHG, they are a master of that Baron play, drag you in, and then they will bounce you away, they'll win the fight, you commit your resources, and you no longer have them. But we will find out right after the Riot fist bump tonight.
Who's going to Brazil?
行きます行きます我回答我回答
That is game and series heading over to DCG.
我会到我会到多謝你多謝你
Offside the whole time. The Team Secret Whales, they're going to collapse onto Evie here.
It's good, but it's not enough.
Mario get that first kill. Up in the air goes Evie.
大家好，我是凯文，我会在巴西等你们，不见不散。
Welcome back. We are now up from our break. It's going to be a great best of 5 series tonight. We've covered it off. It's SHG versus GZ, and whoever loses tonight is gone. They are done, they are dusted, they are out, Pike.
Dunzo, and that is a frightful thing, especially in finals week. This is a very dangerous series. This is make or break, and that is a huge testament for where these players' mentality could actually be. Like, this is where you're like, that's where you start to shake. This is where you're like, if we don't do it, this is where we've got to shine.
Absolutely. This game matters the most here tonight. SHG, they were able to overcome GARM. They were able to take a game from Team Secret Whales, and Ground Zero themselves, though, they knocked out CFO, Pike.
Look, and this is just a testament to how good all of these teams right now in the finals week is. Every single member, every single team has risen the bar. They are setting the standard for every other team that is in the LCP, saying if you do not match where we are at, you are not going to these world tournaments. And that's what I love about LCP too, is it is not the same teams. It's not a CFO stomp anymore. It's a Secret Whale stomp. It's also a GZ stomp. It's everyone's stomp. It's just crazy.
It's Dinosaur Land. We're stomping everyone everywhere, but the players they're stomping on right now as Jimmy and Arya, the superstar mid laners of their respective teams, do that respectful little fist bump. And this is just another thing that I love about the LCP here. We actually had some games on Valentine's Day, and the coaches, they brought roses out to one another.
Yeah.
It's all fun and games here until it's knockouts, because as we said, whoever loses here tonight, they are gone, they are done, they are dusted, their playoffs run is over, and whoever succeeds, they go up to face DCG tomorrow night.
Yes, no, that's going to be a good series no matter which team it is, but just going to respect Marble not going the right direction towards the desk. That's fine, you know, sometimes you got to shake it up a little bit. That's getting into the minds of GZ right there. But no, I'm loving this. We're seeing all the players, they're coming out, they're looking fierce. Now, we've got a little bit of surprise for tonight too. There is going to be a slightly different format starting up tonight's games.
It is a special little treat. We do have the 2v2 first selection back here tonight, Mike, because both of these teams, they lost in their round 2 matchups, so then they're going to have to compete with one another in these 2v2s, which we absolutely love. We know here in the LCP what they're all about to get that first selection.
Yeah.
So if you win, you get the right of first choice.
Yes.
You either choose red side or blue side, or first pick, second pick.
I love that.
And then your opponents get the counter pick, so to speak.
Which is great to see, right? And I think it's a nice way to sort of round it. It's a bit of a different format too. Everyone else, they sort of know where they're at. They know where they're going.
Yeah.
Here, we're taking it a little bit differently. We want to see the 2v2s again because these are always just a lot of fun. Because I do believe it still holds to Fearless format. We can't play the same champions once again. So now we're going to see it. We do see it is going to be Shun and Orca. It's a staple bot lane. Whether they play a bot lane standard comp is a very different story, but I'm here for it.
To me, these ones matter far more than the regular split, right? Because there's so much on the line. So we've got a jungler and support here, Van1 and Vista for SHG. They're going to link up and do their best into the bot lane of their opponents here. It's interesting how they're going to work that synergy out, but as you said, it is still like a fearless banning system for these 2v2s as well. Any champ that has already been played cannot be played here tonight. Then they get their 2 bans and then their 2 picks. So things like Darius has already been removed or banned. We're not going to see a Darius here tonight either, especially with the likes of only 1 AD.
All I want, if I'm looking at this, we're looking at Rengar Ivern. That is the dream. That's the combo. That's all we need. If we get that, you know what? Cast is done. I'll be out the door right away. I'll just be like, this is it. This is all we needed. But no, again, and what's something we have to note is we're so used to seeing Vista just trying to kill this bot lane. So I feel like they're trying to emulate that once again, being like, oh, we don't need to put our AD carry in. This is fine. Like, this is all good. I'm just going to kill them anyway. So I'm loving this little bit of a change up. It throws a bit of a different dynamic because junglers aren't used to doing the laning phase. They don't know about that sort of stuff. So whether how that plays into the mindset of this 2v2 is going to be a big factor.
Knows how to gank them, doesn't know how to play into them, if that makes sense. But we do see some of these cheeky little bands coming through. We have that Pantheon and the Rumble coming out of Ground Zero. But counter to that, they decided that they want to ban Shun. They did not want to give that Varus over to that hands of the very capable AD. And Heimerdinger, who's just able to pop those turrets down, get that poke, and just chip away at you before you dive in. And it makes it such an unfair matchup. Volibear.
Cheeky Volibear, get the bear out there onto the bridge.
We have seen Volibear be very effective. The snowball, the flash, the dive under the turrets and gets the kill before the turret gets him.
What is going on? Volibear with an Elise? I like it. The CC lockdown with that cocoon is going to be awesome, but whether you can get through a Tahm Kench and a Caitlyn is a whole nother story.
If that gets to level 6, Tahm is just going to protect Caitlyn for days. Like, good luck getting through that ultimate there. But as you said, Elise Volley, they have so much CC, it's going to be hard to avoid.
It's just damage too. Elise, a lot of people don't know, Elise was used in the support role for a long time, purely because the burst damage was just insane. They've picked up a Caitlyn. If this Elise plays it right, bursting that Caitlyn's not going to be a problem. And with a Volibear being able to hold the Tahm Kench back, it's going to open up a whole kettle of fish. And maybe the Swamp Frog might enjoy that kettle of fish, but we just don't know yet. And they are doing the Chef Tahm as well. I love it. But we're on the bridge.
Don't bears eat fish for dinner?
Well, it depends on the bear.
Yeah, I mean...
This is a polar bear. Do they eat fish?
I'm pretty sure they eat everything. They're an apex predator, mate.
Well,
we'll find out.
Look, you know what, chat? Go find out for us. Like, this is a good test for everyone. What do polar bears eat? If they eat fish, it's technically a frog. This is the burst, right? It's the electrocute too. It's a lot of damage. See if it gets anything more, as Orca is already so low. But they're looking at this bear. The flash is forward. They do secure one Shun. It's a trade 1-for-1, in fact. But this is Shun on the... Wait, hold on. Caitlyn, hold the phone. It is Vista, though. The spider is doing damage.
Vista was able to dodge that Piltover Peacemaker so well in that brush that it mitigated a significant amount of damage.
Oh, the flash cocoon missed. It was so close, but so far.
So, like, we're trying to, like, break it down and analyze this 2v2, and they're like, no, we must keep fighting. But as we all know here in the LCP, first to 2 kills wins, or if you get that turret, you win, or if you are the last person standing in that ring of fire, you win. So these guys, it's one apiece at the moment, and we see that GZ, they're bringing it back together. Shun unwilling to recall, which you can do here because they want to shove that wave in, they want to get that prio, that XP, and that gold.
Yeah, that's the big part here. It's like, it's not worth going back if you don't have anything really worth buying. So it should be a bit of an interesting one. A little bit of a bounty already, which doesn't really mean anything here, but it's going to be interesting what they're going to pick up, and it's an Executioner. So they're actually looking to get the anti-heal and sort of negate all of that in-depth, like just they're stopping the dive with this. So I kind of like this idea. They've changed it. Don't even worry about it. They're looking at a Dirk instead, and they're like, yeah, let's just go lethality. Let's just burst them.
Absolutely. Van 1, they're doing a cheeky little dance on those minions, being like, no, we're not pushing this wave into you. We know your game.
It's not a true ARAM if you're not dancing at the start of the ARAM with your opponent.
Yeah, they didn't even dance at the start, so does like a dance halfway through even count?
Well, yeah, probably not. But at the same time, you got to burn your flash. You're not allowed to hit the Nexus. It's a whole other thing.
Yeah, there's rules to ARAM beyond the rules, if you know. Oh,
they're looking for something Cocoon does hit, but nice knock-up is going to keep them at bay. Orca doing a great job just negating any follow-up.
Really fantastic prediction there on where they were actually going to be as well. Obviously, you could read the play, but then he had to predict where they were going to move toward and just picked it perfectly, getting onto both of them. Still did get that flash out of Shun, though, so quite vulnerable for when SHG do decide to go in. And we see Elise take that recall, wants to heal up, come back out onto the Rift in their best possible form. And GZ, they read this and they're going to recall in kind.
Best thing about this is that sometimes it's not just about reading the play, it's about reading the player. So this is what they were doing. They're saying, we know you're going for this. If you're trying to throw cocoons, if you're trying to go up into that spider form, makes sense. He's like, I'll back you up. Like, I've got this. And instantly read it, said, nah, I'm going to reset that. Let's go for gold. So really nice play. Orc did a good job, but now cocoons do land. But the cleanse comes in handy.
Absolutely, but that is both Summoners Burnt for Shun. Extremely fragile right now. If they are able to find another cocoon, even that stun from that Volibear, they'll be able to combo it up, and it will be up to Orca to prevent any of that follow-up damage. Vista playing so aggressively here, trying to get that snowball onto that Caitlyn here, Pike.
The best part here as well is, yes, you're going to be, almost, but if you are getting close and like you're feeling a little bit of that heat with no sums, you do have Tahm Kench, can gobble you up and keep you alive just a little bit longer. So I think once this Tahm is at that level 6 mark, we should see a little bit more safety, maybe a little bit more aggression even coming out. So I have to see what that's going to look like. Regardless, they are getting a really nice push here, getting some of those tower plates. They're just melting through, straight in, jumping it. They're just looking for the tower. If they could do it, this just might be enough, and it's just going to go down. It's an easy secure for SHG.
He flashed away and danced before it was even down. They knew exactly what they were doing.
Classic. The second that Caitlyn left the lane, they said, we can go. That's the beauty of the Volibear. You can jump on that tower, negate all of its damage. SHG secured second pick. I believe it was red side, if I saw it correct.
And that second pick is so valued here in the LCP. It has that 55% win rate, which is unique to our region. And what else is unique to our region is just how strong most of these teams are that will be challenging to compete in First Stand in Brazil. It's no longer a one-team region. It's not just CFO here anymore. Tonight, we get to watch SHG, the team that knocked out Garm versus GZ, the team that knocked out CFO.
Yeah, it's a whole nother kettle of fish. Again, there's so much fish going on. I don't know if it's smelly or if I'm just excited for the gameplay. Regardless, we're swimming in open water, and I'm a little bit scared of sharks.
Well, maybe they'll pick up pike, you know? Pike could go fishing, get some of those hooks.
Pikes are notoriously known for freshwater, fun fact for everyone. But you know what? Let's not get into the science of fish, fishology once again. We started with spicy food, now apparently we're doing fish tonight. What the next couple nights are going to be, you just have to watch and find out, Chad, because that is the only way we're going to get there. But still, I'm excited. Is there anything you'd like to see in this early game? Like the first pick, the first draft, what is like a pick that you'd like to see?
I want to see Ijang on comfort. Ijang can run a game all on his own. I've mentioned it before and I'll mention it again. Get him on that Ambessa and he will win his lane and he will win his team fights. I really want to see him secure that Ambessa. But these guys, they're in the playoffs for a reason. The SHG know, they saw the VODs, they watched the games, they know how good Ijang can be on that Ambessa, and they were either going to ban it away or they're going to counterpick it against him as well.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. I think Ambessa has always been such a strong champion currently in this meta too. The way to get into the backline, it's such a sought-after way to play the game. We've talked about globals. We've talked about how do you actually impact the map rather than just the game. And that's what Ambessa can really do. So I'm excited to see what it is. I'd like to finally see it. We probably won't. Orianna Nocturne would just be phenomenal for one game, guys. Just one game.
I'd love it if they did bring that together tonight as well with no VCS team here to represent, because it's such, like, Nocturne is such a VCS stable, and obviously Orianna works so well with that ball delivery system, but the picks and bans are coming through. So far, no Ori or Nocturne, so it could be possible here, Pike, but J4 banned away. Bard, such a strong support, an excellent early ban. But counter to that, the Ambessa, which I did want to see on Ijang, and Jin's out.
Look, makes sense. Really staple bans. I don't think we're going to see anything too flashy or too different heading out into this draft. It makes a lot of sense. You want to be taking out those priority picks. Taking out the J4 is a bit of an interesting one. And there's the Nocturne. Sadly, we're not going to get what I wanted to see. That's fine. We might get it later on. It's a best of 5, Logan. Don't forget. But we are going to see those staple picks. Rumble hasn't been banned.
That is true.
Let's just remember this. Nico hasn't been banned. Didn't have the performance we wanted to see it on last night, but it's still a strong pick in the right hands.
There it is.
There it is.
The Nico ban. But that means Orianna hasn't been banned. That means Malphite hasn't been banned. Some of the strongest champs. Varus hasn't been banned. Azir is up. Talia is up right now. Like, this is going to be an insane game one. And, you know, there's the Varus. Shun is going to take that Varus for himself, get that prio on that AD. But SHG, they did opt for second pick. They knew that they'd give something strong over so that they could pick up 2 equally as strong champs for 2 of their lanes, Pike.
Yeah, and this is where you have a smart game plan. Coaches have done their research. They know they're going to look for these high priority picks. The Varus just makes so much sense. It is one of the strongest AD carries in the game. But we did see it up against the likes of the Sivir, where you do have that spell shield, so we're most likely going to see that again. I'd actually just love to see a Zerayumi once again. Let's just throw it out first game. Get it done and dusted. Let it win the game. Just get the ball rolling. That'll be fine. But the Rumble's picked. They're looking at it, insta locked in. It's been banned so much. And now the Pantheon too. Wow, this is a big team fight.
That is global pressure incarnate with that Pantheon. But I do find it very interesting that SHG, they wanted to give Evie that priority. They said, yes, get our top laner, whatever tank he wants, ASAP, before GZ can ban to protect whatever Ijang wants to bring to bear. So now Evie with that prio secures that Rumble, gets that equalizer, that AP damage threat. But I mean, GZ, they've just picked up Orianna as well.
Like you can pick up something like the Vi too. Like that's super available. They were hovering it for a second as well. You got Xin already taken out, so that's another one. But yeah, the Vi makes so much sense. It's a ball delivery system just with an easy point and click. It's going to be phenomenal. They have to lock in the Vi here.
I have to say, I'm already really liking the Ground Zero draft. They've got Varus for that long-range poke. Most likely going to be lethality, not the on-hit that you would love to see.
God damn it.
I know, because he can hide behind the Vi, who's going to be delivering that command shockwave that Orianna is able to deliver. So now I almost feel like SHG, they're going to have to be like, oh, how do we handle this composition, right? They do have the Rumble for the equalizer, and they're going to use that to... Kali is a good answer.
I love it.
Into that mid lane of Orianna. But they're going to have the priority with Pantheon. They're going to be able to make those plays, those engages on their terms.
Well, the big thing is Akali is so dominant in lane. Like, yes, Orianna has the range, but Akali can move around the map, has so much execution, can get to the back line so comfortably. There's going to be a lot of priority here for Arya to do something in this series. Whether it's sort of affiliated with Van 1, whether we see the equalizer this team fights, because it feels like SHG just want to dominate. That's really what I'm seeing here, because now they're going to start banning top laners as well on that side. Cassante, we talked about this beforehand, into the Rumble, pretty good. Depends what they're going to look for, but you could get another ball delivery system if you wanted to. You mentioned it before, Malphite. Makes a lot of sense.
We are going into those bans, but yeah, Malphite, another excellent delivery system. Obviously, Vi means they've got their jungler, so GZ, we're still looking for their support, and we're still looking for their top laner. But obviously, with SHG having locked in their top jungle and mid, the bans are going to come out towards the AD and support of SHG, and that's the Sivir you were talking about, Pike.
Yeah, it just makes so much sense. Like, Varus isn't necessarily one of the strongest in regards to farming, so taking away the Sivir that can just over farm you regardless makes a lot of sense. There's the Cassante, talked about that too. We're basically just reading this draft perfectly. It's not too bad, but I feel like there's a couple of other AD carries you want to start looking at, but supports are pretty impactful too. You don't want anything that's going to be able to get on top. Right now, you could probably pick up something like the Misfortune Rel is definitely viable, where you will get a lot more of that impact into these team fights, especially with an equalizer on top. You need something to bring the fight together and then drop everything. You're dropping the hammer, which is that equalizer. So you want something that's going to pull them in. Maybe a Nautilus could be kind of good too. It really depends what they're sort of looking for in regards to a front line, because right now, SHG doesn't have one.
MFRL is such a classic combination, but I'm looking at that Vi, I'm looking at that ball delivery system, and I have to think that they want to go for a much more mobile AD carry, something that is able to get away. Xayah is one of the few ADs that can ult and avoid that Vi engage, so she could be a possibility, but she's also so short-ranged, it's going to be a hard matchup into that Varus, as Alistair picked up for SHG.
Well, that's why GZ did the smart thing and banned out Rakan. Take the Rakan away. The Xayah Rakan isn't as good. Xayah, yes, still fairly good, okay, in that solo lane. It has the safety of the Featherstorm, but without a Rakan, it's not in the meta. It's not strong enough. It won't have the same performance. So great read from GC, and now they're looking at the Nautilus.
As you called, you were hoping to see that Nautilus, that front line of that CC engage, and they have so much. Can you imagine that Chains of Corruption, Vi, Nautilus with the depth charge? There's so much CC that SHG, they're going to have to be really, really careful. They're going to have to run those cleansers as well to get their ADs out of that CC situation. They're going to have to put up that wall and be like, you can throw your CC out, but you're not going to be able to follow it up with that engage. We do see that Nah hovered here for Ground Zero Gaming, which will be quite interesting whether that plays well into the Rumble. Obviously having that sort of ranged matchup advantage, but Rumble has a bit of range in those spells too. It will be, I want to say, normally top lanes, they're kind of slower, but I reckon this one could be quite explosive.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Nah's a good pick here, and there's the Misfortune. I did sort of call it. It makes a lot of sense, because if you are trying to commit everything onto the team, you got to look down. But let's talk about that Nah for a second. I think it is something worth noting. Nah into the Rumble is not something you would usually see. It's more about the team fights. At the end of the day, these guys are just going to be farming it out. I think there will be situations where they will look to scrap, but that's more just about getting dominance and getting those early tempo leads so they can move to Scuttle Crabs, Rift Heralds, the Grubs. That's where that's really going to be shining the most. But at the same time, both these drafts are looking so good. It's game one. Every draft in game one always looks phenomenal. But where are you putting the goal? Who's going to win this game out just from these drafts alone?
So I'm looking at SHG. They've got a much more traditional draft, right? They've got two strong frontliners with that Pantheon and Alistair. Rumble, not a true tank, but a massive damage threat. Whereas Ground Zero, I'm looking at theirs and I'm like, where is your frontliners? Where is your tanks? Nah, obviously when he's mini Nah, he can't frontline, he can't tank. He has to time it really exceptionally well to get that Mega Nah before those fights. So it's a bit harder for them to be able to sort of front to back. They're going to have to go for those imaginative sort of flanks, those picks, rather than that 5v5 in the mid lane.
Oh, look, I'm actually thinking that Ground Zero's got a really strong 5v5. I think they're actually going to be looking really good. I'm going to do a counterpoint to that, because you do get a lot of that CC, right? Maybe it's not so much the 5v5, but it's how do you lock one person down, turn it into a 4v5. Exactly. And I think that's where they're going to be looking, and just looking to get these good picks, get these really strong engagements. Because, again, Mini Nah is not the worst thing in the world when you have an Alistair who's just going to be walking up. You can poke them down a little bit, throw a couple boomerangs, see what happens, see what lands, and then once you're Mega Nah, boom, pull the trigger. Go, go, go. Orianna's going to back you up, and we're in win game one, Logan. Let's kick it off.
And Ijung is actually quite good at timing those Mega Gnars as well. We have seen him before. He's able to time his Mega Gnar sort of transformation as he TPs into those fights. One auto and he's in, and he is full capacity, full use there. But we do see Ijung, he roamed down. He just wanted to prevent that sort of early ward coming out of Evi. As we do see here in the LCP 2026 Split 1, SHG, they won 2 versus 1, right? So they won that series. They won the series in the PCS 24 both times against Frank Esports, and that's Ijung on those teams. So tonight, it's not only sort of team versus team, but it's Ijung versus Evi. It's David versus Goliath. Can he overcome his past to help his team succeed and get up to that DCG match?
It's the redemption arc if ever I've seen it, and I'm here for it because at the end of the day, one of these teams is moving forward. One of these teams is saying goodbye to Split 1. So it's going to be heat. There's a lot of heat in this game. Maybe we're starting to start that fish fry up, but who knows? But a couple little scuffles across the map. Nothing really of note. It's always going to be a little bit slow, especially with these matchups. Both AD carries really want that almost level 3, but also level 6 power spike. Want to get a couple items on there. We do see the comment on the Varus, so yes, you're going to get your lethality, Varus. It's fine. I'm not upset about it, but still, it's looking pretty good so far. GZ's getting a little bit of control, just trying to maintain what they can on the map early to just sort of get a little bit of gold in their pocket.
Yeah, GZ, they've already got priority in every single lane. So it is a shame that there's not an objective up right now, that there are no scuttle crabs on the Rift, but they have that priority, they have that early push and pressure, which is really good to see from them. Obviously, in that mid lane matchup, Orianna is going to get that advantage early. It's that ranged into melee matchup. Whereas on the bot side, it's both. So it's really just the positioning, the poke and the prod that GZ have brought to bear against SHG that bought them that priority. We do take a quick look at the junglers as they're getting started, and they're on opposite sides of that rift. We have Van1 in his top side, but we have Husha on their bot side. And I really think tonight it's going to come down to the story of the junglers. It's going to be their proactivity, their initiative, those engages, especially from Van1. But if GZ read the play, they could be heads up and be able to respond in time.
Yeah, and I think Scuttle's going to be traded. It makes sense. Again, we're looking at those timers about who's going to be able to get those early level 6. Because again, both junglers' ultimates are going to be massive for these team fights, or at least massive for starting something. Cease and Assist, the Grand Skyfall, both have big potential. We're going to have to see where they're going to put that priority, though, which is the big question I would put on my lips. So, Logan, tell me where that priority is going to be.
That priority, I feel like we've seen it so many times before. If you can crush your opponent's bot lane, if you can keep them down, get yours ahead, they're just able to take over the game. It's in the name, AD carry. You put the gold into their pockets and they will carry that game. So I just feel like they have to do it on the bot side. But there's a scuffle here, and Orca going low.
Yeah, look, I don't think Orca's too worried about that. You're a Nautilus. At the end of the day, they've got the wrong skin on those. Subterranean's the one you want to be using in these games. It's just a little bit cleaner. Look, I'm a bit of a skin snob, okay?
I'm a fan of the Crystallis Dominus skin,
yeah, it's great. No, well, that's not the Crystal Dominus.
No, that one isn't.
No, that's the Shanghai one.
Yeah, but he has the Crystal Dominus, the Nautilus. I'm
saying, well, okay, fair enough. That's a different story. But no, again, what I'm thinking, when it comes to sort of tempo, where these sort of junglers might want to be looking, and I agree, bot lane, that's where everyone wants to fight. That's just easy pickings half the time. I think it is going to be mid lane for GZ. You have the ball delivery system. I think that is an easy combo you can land to take Arya out of this game, because Arya has carried games before. Take them out and they will start to fall behind. They will struggle a little bit more. They have come back though. We do know this. Arya is maybe sometimes down, but never out.
Yeah, and Arya has that 100% win rate on that Akali here in the playoffs as well. So the one time they played it, they won on it. So they're putting their best foot forward here. Like we were talking about in side selection, they went second pick so they could get Evi that Rumble, so they could get Arya that Akali later on as well. They've put their best foot forward. They want to win game one and get that snowball rolling. They want to build that momentum. As we do see a vision war sort of start to break out here, they want priority around this Drake that has just now spawned the supports they're roaming, and it looks like a mid fight might break out.
Oh, but Orca getting a beautiful peak range hook to get out of dodge, and that could have been a death right there. It was just looking too good. Now the Dragon should be a little bit freer to take. An early Infernal is not a bad thing to have in your pocket.
No, definitely I mean, any Drake is a good thing to have in your pocket. It prevents your opponent from starting that stacking. It gives you those percentage buffs as well, whether it's the healing, the move speed, or a little bit more poke and damage, which will let you trade a little more effectively into your opponents who don't have it. So it's almost, it starts to become that unfair matchup, especially if you can build in, you can stack. But ground zero, they secure the first Drake of the game for themselves. The gold currently dead even, and all is quiet on the Rift.
It was a quiet night on game 1, and all the children were going to sleep. No, they weren't.
No.
They were getting ready for 5 games of absolute domination coming out of GC.
They're sneaking around in the bushes, they're putting the wards down, they're getting ready, they've got eyes on you.
They're playing solo queue, and their mum's like, go to bed. They're like, no, LCP's on, mum. They're like, all right, we better put it on the big TV.
Yeah, come on down. No joke, my wife and I, we will watch the LCP on the big screen downstairs.
I do it,
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah,
I know, we cast it now, though, so we can't watch it. We can't watch ourselves. It's craziness.
We do see GZ though, they're still maintaining this priority across the Rift. They still have Pro in that top, in that mid, in that bot side. So it feels like SHG...
Ooh, aggression, there's the shockwave coming in. Arya does miss that little shuriken, but still, execution was used, so ultimate's traded. But here we do see Vi, but nice of Arya to get out of dodge just a little bit early, because if you're not careful, cease and desist, you're not going anywhere.
Definitely, very heads up there from Arya to be able to sort of back away, prevent that collapse that Husha was looking to bring. Does have that ultimate, as does Van One, has that Grand Skyfall, able to just pull the trigger whenever they want and turn these team fights in their favor. There's no gold lead established anywhere yet. And it is 1 minute before the first grubs hit the Rift. So we'll expect to see this vision control contest again. But here we see again, as I was talking about before we sort of had that scuffle, GZ, they have the priority in every single lane. They're going to be the ones who are able to get the vision control down. They're going to be able to go to these objectives first and zone SHG away. But I feel like SHG are in their comfort zone. They do like those sort of slower games. I've said it before, they like those death by 1,000 cut style wins. They chip away at you, they get a pick here, they get a pick there.
Good little hook does go in, but again, Orca just doing what we like to see from our supports, rotating a little bit. Yes, you don't get your missions or your goals as fast as you can, but at the same time, maybe it's not about that. In these sorts of scenarios, you want your support rotating around, getting to these other little objectives. Void grubs are up in 15 seconds. Makes sense, but I think they probably will start to look to head back down. Varus is very comfortable right now. CS is very even in these bot lanes. Marble and Shun are just chilling.
Absolutely, and the way they want to do it, right? They just want to farm gold, they want to get their first item before they get into their big first fight, which I would expect in around 2.5 minutes around this second Drake. I want to call that as like the first big potential fight. But as we've said, GZ, they're just maintaining this wave state, this pressure, this priority as they need it. Right now, they're letting SHG push into them a little bit, but then they're going to bounce the wave just in time so they can rotate away to this dragon. And it's that strategy, it's that tempo that we talk about so often in so many games. As Van One is here on the grubs, GZ were able to get one. So Husha grabbed a grub and backed away, and he's just happy with that. Doesn't have to fight.
Yeah, look, it's not giving over the whole objective. Now, it doesn't mean as much from last season as well, but still, in this situation, they got now 1 apiece. It's not the end of the world. Again, it's a much slower game than that we're seeing. A lot more control, I would actually say. Both teams might have a game plan with these comps saying, if we just relax, instead of last night where it's like, let's get a kill a minute and just go send everything we can. This one's like, guys, we can take a deep breath. It's game 1. We're in for a long night. Let's just take it easy. We know our power scaling. We know when we hit a ceiling. Let's just play for that.
You know what rhymes with easy?
What?
Jeezy peasy.
Does GZ say Jeezy peasy? But now we're looking for a little bit of fight. We said it was going to be at the drag, but no, it's actually changing up. Chains of Corruption do go out. Vista is in this back line. The bullet time is pretty good, but flashes keep Jimmy alive. Shun is going to be caught out. No, the perfect execution is just too much, and Arya gets that first blood. Orca does get hit with that final spear, and an easy 2 kills for SHG.
GZPZ, SHG said, not for me. They take the fight as the top lane is there just scuffling. Evie clearing that wave with that equalizer. But you're right, it wasn't even around the Drake, which is still another 45 seconds ago, but it was around the Drake pit. And I have to go to that replay. Surely a Scuttle Crab was involved because that vision is down there. Maybe tonight is the Scuttle Crab game.
Maybe maybe I am a soothsayer. maybe my name Pike actually does mean gypsy. Like, because I might be reading a crystal ball and seeing, there's the scuttle crab gone. There was a fight around it, we called it, but look at this fight. It was beautifully executed. SHG just had great control. The bullet time here was well placed. It forced so many flashes.
It definitely forced at least one. Husha was able to walk out of it and just take absolutely no damage from it. But it was one of those ults where people were like, oh, zoning ult. No, this was an effective zoning ult. It forced Husha away and out of the fight. It turned the numbers back in the advantage of SHG, and they were able to put that to full use, right? They got the kill over to Van 1. Arya got the first blood, nets that extra 100 gold for himself in that mid lane. He's up in CS, he's up in gold, and he just secured himself that Hextech Gunblade. He's going to be a menace if he can maintain this advantage.
Yeah, and the big difference there as well for Jimmy is they're looking at that Rod of Ages, which they're not even close to right now because they did sort of stifle in that fight. They didn't go down, but now we're seeing a little bit more. Shroud is used, but no ball delivery system. Unfortunately, Dodgeball was not on the money today. Orca, again, tanking up 3 members. But you're right, I want to talk about that Misfortune ulti once again because it was actually so big. You're right, it was zoning, but it actually split the team up. So it was zoning in the fact that they weren't able to bring it back together. GZ had to move in different directions to avoid so much of that damage, and that really solidified at SHG to just lock down the rest of these teams. So I have to say, that was a big moment. There's another fight in this mid lane, getting those shuriken flips, but is it going to be enough as they're just getting them low and saying, we'll take the drag instead? 1-for-1 drags right now at 12 minutes.
That's it. It was all about priority. I don't think that mid lane scuffle that we just saw was going to be a kill. It was just to scare them away. It was just to get that priority that SHG needed to secure that Hextech Drake. As we now know, it will be a Mountain Soul. Ooh. So that is going to make whichever team gets it that little bit harder to kill. It prevents so much of that physical damage that teams are able to bring to bear. So that'll sort of help neutralize your AD carries a little bit here and keep those fights going a bit longer. So I would say it's a highly valued Drake, but then again, what Drake isn't?
Yeah, this is when on-hit Varus is usually pretty good, I'd say.
You'll get it, where it's only night 2
No, I
4.
won't. I'll never get it. They never want to do it. That's just how I play it in ARAMs because it's more fun. But no, still, again, we're looking at not too much going on, a little bit of a CS difference, but again, those 2 kills being picked up has definitely given a little bit more of a snowball as they are getting that slight momentum for SHG across the map. Again, the gold lead is still very similar. Very, very similar. 300 gold difference, which usually at this point in the other series that we've been a part of, it was definitely a lot bigger than that. So it's nice to see 2 composed teams playing a little bit smarter and just wanting to play out where they're at. Because Varus, they're all getting items on the board. You can see Misfortune's just picked up that Bloodthirster too, so that's going to be a huge chunk of damage, and that little bit of extra lifesteal means they can stay in these fights just that bit longer. But now, ooh, spotted on a ward though. You wouldn't think it, but it has happened.
Really good ward, and that vision control is something that has proven so important here. Oh, as we get an engage from him, it was a bit late. That felt like an odd engage. I feel like he had to move into position and he just wasn't able to get there quick enough. So commits that ultimate and now a resource that is not available for future fights if they should break out. I mean, that grub is still up there. Maybe he should have walked. No, he instead took the recall, went back to base. Neither side values the completion of these grubs, but they are valuing the completion of their role quests. Both teams now have 4 out of 5. And as you called out earlier as well, Pike, both supports have been roaming so much and that has affected their role quest experience. Neither of them have completed it yet.
Look, and that's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's just a little bit of gold, a little bit of just a couple wards, you know, all that sort of fun stuff. But still, what was actually big is, yeah, I think they were waiting for a fight, which this is the fight instead. Now they're looking at Orca. They have gone into too deeper water. The pod was not available, and they have just been blown up. Van 1, 2-0-1, feeling real strong with that Sundered Sky.
You would, and didn't even need the ult for that fight. Orca just too deep in 3 members of SHG. They're able to close that one out. A little bit of pocket, a bit of change in the Van 1 there. Just able to accelerate that jungler over Husha. Husha farming very well though. Yes. Is up in that CS getting those buffs, so definitely not down and out. And I mean, it's too early to call anyone down and out in this game. And Husha is being very proactive, is looking for these roams, looking for these ganks. Like we said in the top side, went through those bushes, unfortunately spotted out on that ward, and is back here on the bot side, hoping Arya walks forward. But Arya, that game sense, sniffs something is happening and backs away, because sometimes your teammates can give it away. They might posture forward a little too aggressively, and so you have to be careful around that as well. But GZ, again, they are still maintaining great wave control, priority in these waves. And you have to, if you want to move to these objectives, which the third Drake of the game, another minute and a half.
And coming up is we got the Rift Herald, I believe, has already just been summoned. It is going to be sitting there. So Void Grubs weren't even completed. Rift Herald might be another fight. It's another crab on the map that we like to see fought over a little bit more. But obviously, vision control's looking pretty good. SHG trying to just maintain some sort of stance, but Van One's just walking over every single ward possible because that vision is deep.
Yeah, look, GZ, they've got excellent ward placement here as they look to go in on Van One.
Nice little engage. Van One has to, there's the cease and desist, but it's underneath the tower. The CC's good too. There's a lot of trading back and forwards. Orca not able just to get to the fight. There's the equalizer too. I feel like that was a little bit wasted though, unfortunately, because you do have the Grand Skyfall, but there was no real follow-up. So that's, just felt a little bit lackluster. But now Jimmy In's getting jumped on. There's the Shockwave, depth charge on the back. Van One is back here. Maybe they're looking for the second follow-up fight, as now they're looking to turn this one around. There's the TP going in. Shun wants to join here. Chains of Corruption are good. Is it going to be enough damage? As Van One is low, no longer welcome in this world. And that's a first kill for GZ.
I can't help but feel that that's a little bit of miscommunication there. I feel like they committed their ultimates and their teleports, and they wanted something. Aria just going in on Jimmy when there was already at least 2 members of Ground Zero in the area, and they were rotating up. And unfortunately, Van One paid the price, and because they lose that fight, they lose their jungler. It now GZ gives them the priority, the pressure they need to close out this Rift Herald completely for free and uncontested on that vision. So unfortunate timing, I think a little miscommunication there, and GZ, they come out the better for it. Still though, SHG maintaining that gold lead. It is admittedly only around 500 or 600, but it's still something. It is a little advantage, and that third Drake is on the Rift now. So it will be interesting to see who wants to pull the trigger and go for that. That Mountain Soul, that Mountain Drake even, is still good for mitigating a little bit of that damage.
Yeah, look, at the same time, sometimes the first 2 dragons aren't really worth all that much. If you can get a good dragon, you can stack all 4 of them. 4 mountain drags getting to that soul is massive. Your shields are huge. Nautilus will be untouchable. Same with Gnar. So this could have been GZ's plan all along, saying like, it's fine to give a dragon or 2. It's not the end of the world. We grabbed 1. Maybe let's stack them up just a bit more. So now we're seeing another fight. Jimmy has to flash. 5-prong is good, but the perfect execution is just too good. Aria is feeling good tonight.
Aria is running Jimmy into the ground. We saw it earlier, and it was an overstep because there was too many of GZ in the area. But Aria did go in on Jimmy and got him below 30% so fast.
Yeah.
And then just here, he runs it back, he does it again. And SHG, they're looking really proactive right now. They're trying to make these plays. I think they're trying to press their advantage as they also secure this Mountain Drake here. They now have 2. They've started the stacking. They get that little extra armor, that little extra MR. They're just that little bit harder to chip down. But that's where the Infernal Drake comes in handy. It's a good counter to that protection.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah,
Like it.
it's pretty solid.
Yeah, but Husha, I love what he's doing. He's jungling aggressively. He is punishing Van One every possible chance he can get.
It's just straight over. Look, that's a 100-0 play right there. Straight back in, no fear. And that's what it takes in this series too. You cannot fear your opponent.
You look them in the eyes and you pull the trigger and you go in and you go, I'm better than you. And that's the energy, the confidence that these players need to get to first stand.
That's right.
Because if you lose here tonight, you're out, you're done. You don't get another chance. But if you win, you go up to see Relove DCG in tomorrow night's lower bracket run. And the winner of that one finds themselves in the grand final against Team Secret Wales. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We have some vision control here tonight as GZ's Shun ahead on the gold.
Yeah, no, I'd love to see that. But it's also, what's crazy is Aria is a close second, so this mid laner is just rivaling that. Especially the farm is looking just so good between everyone in this game. It's definitely one of the closest games we've seen, at least this week. And it's nice to see 2 teams that have sort of fought and clawed their way here with a bit of a rougher split to start with. And now they're saying, we can contest, we're ready to fight, we're ready to go. And it's now about who can pull the trigger faster. We've already talked about that too.
Yep, But we know these teams can handle it. We said it before, right? GZ knocked CFO out. SHG knocked GARM out. They've taken games from teams that everyone's like, oh, they're the unbeatable team. No, these guys have beaten them. Admittedly not in series, but they have in games. And if you can beat them in a game, you can beat them in a series. And that's what these guys are going to be looking to do when they get that opportunity. Obviously, first, they have to beat each other. And whoever has the hands tonight, whoever gets those drafts, whoever's able to win those 1v1s in those team fights will come out the victor. Because right now, I don't think it's going to be a gold, you know, sort of win. They're both so even and equal, 20 minutes in, that I don't think it's going to be wallet diff by the end of this game.
No, most of the other games have just been, let's just fight, 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 fight. And now this game is like, no, we don't need to fight. We can just be smart and go away, because it's 20 minutes now, Logan. Baron's up. Both these teams, I think, have just been waiting for that. They're sort of like, oh, I'll just wait 20 minutes, guys. Just get on the Rift. Let's just farm. Let's just see what happens. So Baron is big. Rift Herald is now being spawned.
Yeah, that Rift Herald coming down for GZ. They're going to look to crack this mid-tier 1, break it wide open, get that priority for themselves. But SHG, they are here to respond. They're pushing them away. I don't think they want to lose that turret. And we've spoken about it before, right? SHG, I feel like of all the teams we've seen in the LCP, this split, they're the masters of Baron control.
Ooh, Husha has just gone straight up into the start. Cease and assist is good, straight onto an equalizer, but Rumble a little bit too far out of their comfort, and Husha picking up their first kill.
Yeah, really good proactive move there, getting that topside priority, getting that kill over into the pocket of Husha as well, just to catch him back up. But I mean, he doesn't even need it. He's already 20 CS ahead of Van 1, just out CSing. He's also nearly, I was going to say an item ahead, but he is equally matched with that Sterix Gauge now. So nice play there from Husha, linking up with Ejung. And that's that jungler topside sort of synergy, that duo that you want to see running that Rift. And the stronger they get, the harder it's going to be for SHG to sort of close that Vi out and prevent her from getting in with those cease and desists, as you say.
It's a nice change of pace too, because we saw Husha was trying so hard to give everything they could to Jimmy. Now Jimmy's so far on the back foot, Husha said, I've got to go, bro. It's sort of like the goodbye, like the wave goodbye. Be like, I've got to go help the rest of them. And now they're looking topside, probably going to start looking to play around a little bit more of Shun to give a little bit more leads into these other champions that can get a little bit more going.
And that's what I have to say. I'm surprised there hasn't been more bot side action, right? Yeah. We haven't had too many big fights. We haven't seen too many fights break out on the bot side. It has been, as you called out, all happening sort of in this mid to top side. As we do see SHG, they are posturing here in the mid. They might have caught Orca out.
There's a wall in the way though, so if you don't want to burn your flash, it's probably not worth going for it. But gold has also gone back over to GZ. They are now 500 gold up, so they're flipping that script. And now it comes down to who wants the dragon more. 30 seconds on that one.
That's it, that's it. Obviously, GZ, they value these dragons for themselves as well. They want to prevent SHG from going to Soul Point, because if SHG do secure this one, they will get their third. It will be Soul Point, and it just puts that win con on the table. SHG, they have the numbers. They're in the area, and GZ, read this. They've brought their team members to bear. TPs are available for Evie and Ejung, so they can come down.
There's the Grand Skyfall straight on in. No way. Hope Jimmy is just in the middle of this. Bullet time is perfect. Aria just can absolutely decimate. Now look at Husha up on the top side, looking at Marble, trying to take out this Misfortune. Equalizer is just phenomenal. It does so much damage. Orca is low, being melted by that flamethrower. Husha's trying to get out alive, but they're looking to turn this one around, just saying, get out, my boy. Stay if you can. But a great fight from SHG.
Really well read and played there. I do love that Van 1 pulled that trigger, right? SHG, they were posturing in the area. They knew GZ were just on the other side of that wall, and that Grand Starfall kicked it all off. It was a great play from Husha. Husha went straight in on the back line of Marble, but unfortunately the damage was done. It was too late. They'd already taken out one or two of those members and split that fight up.
And that's exactly it. Look, they split it up a little bit too much. They got caught out, and then they were like, how do we do anything? Van 1's so far on the back line, they had to walk around. And now you see Husha's up in this top side, soloing the AD carry, but great. Shun's flashing, trying to get away from Aria. It was just too disconnected.
There was just no peel, and unfortunately Husha wasn't able to put Marble to rest because Marble was under that turret, played it so well, and then SHG, they just closed it out, and they called out those TPs as soon as that Grand Starfall came in. both TPs from those top laners were pulled. They just got into that fight, and that damage is unmatched. Arya, untouchable. The highest damage was Husha, and it still didn't even come close to the AD mid or top side of SHG. They ran them down.
And it's so funny. We talked so highly about this top lane duo, and I guess it's the history that we were trying to get at. But Arya versus Jimmy is probably the matchup I wanted to talk about, because Arya is exceptional. They know every angle. They know what they're doing. They've played these games before, and they know what to look for. And that's exactly the star-studded play we're seeing from Arya right now. They are 4-0-2. Sadly, the 2's in the wrong spot, but we won't get into that. But now, 3k gold up is huge. And now a grand scuffle again. Bullet time onto Shun. Good night, sweet prince.
That's it. Just locks him down, gets the bullet time. They get the priority for the Baron. Off the back of that previous fight, they were able to take that third Drake. They find themselves on Soul Point now. So another 3.5 minutes. They have that win con on the table. So it's up to SHG here. I called it out. They're the masters of this Baron control. They'll drag you in. You commit your resources, and then they either turn and take you down, or they walk away and they go, we got your resources. And then they pull the trigger again.
Well, look, Husha's trying to say, I'm looking at Arya. That's where all the gold is. But now the equalizer goes down. Beautiful location as it does burn out Orca, melted into oblivion. You are not coming back from that. It's another member down on GZ. Baron might be looking for the flip, but it is just secured. SHG pick up first Baron of the game, and now they're cleaning up the fight. 25 minutes in, Arya is an absolute menace and cleaned up the entirety of GZ. An ace, a clean ace, if anything, Logan. They're trying to, Shun's down here, and he's just chilling. Wow, I'd be going for him. I want that ace now. I didn't realize that Shun should have been in that fight. Why was he not there? He was
Shun
dead.
was in base. I was like, oh no, where's Shun? But
I thought it was an ace.
Exactly. I mean, I thought it was too until I saw the TP to that bot side. But we see it again, as you call down. Husha zoning Arya away, or at least trying to. But this equalizer got so much value in that narrow corridor. You just couldn't get off it quick enough, and it was able to put so much damage down onto the team of GZ that it was a losing fight from the start. It was always a 4v5, and suddenly a 3v5, and Arya just gets that damage down, Pike.
And it's just really rough. This is where Akali's love to be. They can just snowball in the game. They got that early kill. Now, they're in charge. They're ready to run it down. Shurikens be damned. They're going to be flying left, right, center, and just hiding in shrouds, and you will not be able to track them at all. Arya is just feeling good tonight, and it's showing.
And what's interesting, right, is obviously SHG gave the priority over to Evie. They gave that priority over to Van 1. They wanted their top and their jungle to be strong. And GZ, they just never saw the Akali coming. They didn't ban it. They picked the Orianna to secure themselves that strong mid laner. And I think that just played so nicely into what SHG wanted to do. Arya, 5k gold lead on that one player alone. I mean, you hate to see it. It's a 2-level diff as well. Jimmy has just been outclassed here tonight. 6-0, nearly godlike.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a rough one for Jimmy, and you got to wonder how they're going to be able to play this, because we haven't seen that ball delivery really start to shine. It hasn't been used to its effect, and this is why most likely SHG gave over that champion and said, we'll give you this because we have an answer, we have a solution.
Yeah, some teams have done that through the regular split. The Grand Skyfall coming through again, Pike.
Looking for more. They do have a GA to boot, so they're happy to just dive this one out. Orca, you are so dangerous. The equalizers just for good measure to secure that kill. That's your engage gone. Now what can you do?
That's a Baron power play at 4,500 with 30 seconds to go. Ejung was trying to get... Oh,
Shun has to flash that one. You just have to get out of that bullet time. It's so much damage. Now, the cease and assist onto the back line. They might be able to pick up Marble. They get the res actually from the Pantheon, so good night. There might be a Pantheon going down, but no. Husha's on the wrong side of the wall too. Nice pick up by Shun. They got some trades back. GZ, they're down but not out. They've seen this before, and they've won.
Yeah, Evie committed that TP as well. They wanted to keep this fight going. I can't even stop to hand it over. They die so quick.
Arya, well, like, why are they going so far up when Arya's right there? They knew.
I don't know, maybe GG go next. But we do see... we do see SHG, they've lost 2. GZ, they've lost 2. It is a 3v3. But SHG, they do still have that... It's now gone. They had that Baron buff. They secured themselves thousands and thousands of gold here. But Shun was able to pick up some of those kills, has netted a 1.3k gold lead in that sort of solo lane matchup. Is a threat, but Pyke, I think it might be a little too late to be that threat. He needed to be earlier, as we do cut to this replay.
Yeah, this was such a good engage. Like, yeah, it's ballsy, but at the same time, you have the gold to do it. Like, yes, great shockwave actually pulled them back in. We even missed that because it really didn't do anything and we wanted it to do more. But Evie's like, we can keep fighting. Like, why not? Let's just keep committing. But now they overstepped. This was a big engage, got the flashes out, but now they're like, where do we really go? We're waiting for the next wave to come. There's the flash, cease and desist. Dragon's already been taken down in the 2-and-2 picture, but it was just maybe a little bit too much for the side of SHG, and they were able to get a bit of a cleanup on the back end of it, though.
Yeah, over in live, obviously they got the inhibitor turrets, they got the 2 inhibitors, they bought themselves that priority in that bot and mid lane.
Ejung, what is Ejung doing here? In mini-Nar form, by the way. Yes, they had the build up on the bar, but it wasn't enough. Oh, Chase Corruption, but there's the Great Skyfall too. Able to get a little bit more damage. They want to shut down Arya, but it's not going to be enough as there's the big old equalizer, the bullet time too. Orca is gone. They really want Arya here. That is just the principle. That is the king. That is the queen. Take them out. The president is not long for this world if Husha can get the damage off. And there's the 1.120 gold shutdown. Finally. It's hard to kill that president sometimes.
But I feel like that's everything they wanted. They kept Husha away from the base. They let the rest of the team siege in. Now, Husha has come back, does have that GA, a little bit harder to put down and keep out of that fight. But I was talking, like, about the priority that SHG secured for themselves in that bot side and mid side. So they were able to, off the back of the fights, go and pick up that Drake. They now have Soul. They've got the 3 Mountain Drakes plus the Mountain Soul. So they are so tanky, they are so resilient to this damage that GZ want to be able to put down to them. It's just that much harder. And here, the replay.
Yeah, like now it's even harder again to take out Arya, who, yep, there's the cease and desist, cancelled out by the Zhonyas. Chains of Corruption with a 2-and-2 picture. There's a fight brewing. We might have to go back to live because they are looking good. But no, with the bullet time, again, this was just rough to see. They're just wrong place, wrong time.
And this was Arya on the backside of that fight, retreating from Husha again. And here, I have to think Arya decided to go back, but
no,
they're
another
fighting.
Fight. They're looking for more. Equalizer does go down. It's starting to burn, but no, Vista is dead. Shutdown is good. Evie is getting a lot of damage off Ejung, not even close to Meganar. Stopwatch is good. Arya is just melting people wherever they can. Get this guy away from me is what Shun is saying, because it's just too much damage.
What started out as a slow game, Pyke, is now a 26 kill game. They're trying to catch up to that 1 kill per minute here in this late game, and they convert this pressure that they're able to apply so well. This ability for Arya just to get into the backline, shut down Shun, shut down Jimmy, and they're going to pick up this Baron for themselves. This is their second Baron of the game, and I have to imagine, Pyke, they're going to try and convert this into that top side, take the inhibitor turret, take the inhibitor, and maybe even the Nexus here.
Look, I think if you're taking a second Baron and there's already 2 inhibs down, I think you're strong enough. Look, they're waiting. They're saying, oh, hold on, 2 seconds. And now we take the Baron. That's good teamwork right there.
That's control as well. They knew they weren't under threat. They had all the priority. He had all the time in the world to pull the trigger on that whenever he wanted. And now, because all 5 members have that Baron, they can push multiple lanes a little bit more easily if they do want to. Get that split lane pressure going down. As we see so much gold in the pocket of Arya, he's put in the work and he has reaped those rewards here tonight, Pyke. And the siege on top lane, it's begun.
It has. I really wish I got players like that in my solo queue games. That would be phenomenal. But instead, they actually just take it in spite. They'll wait for the 2 second, then they'll just take it before I even spawn. This is just like a totally different game. And you know what? I like it. This is what League of Legends should be.
Definitely. This game started out slow. It started out methodical. And this is that SHG I was talking about that is death by 1,000 cuts.
They're going for it. There's the ball delivery system straight onto Marble if they can shut them down. Big shields are good though. Husha, you need to just lock them down as fast as possible, but you're just getting destroyed. Marble's healing was just too much. The gold diff might be the answer there. Now they're pushing in these big waves, and I think they're looking to clean it up.
Yeah, Husha went really deep, 1v3 there. The rest of his team was still stuck in that base, so I think he was trying to get that hero play onto Marble, but was just unable to apply that pressure consistently here. And SHG, they look to end it here, Pyke.
Look at this, exactly it. They've got that 3rd inhib about to go down. Arya's down on this bot side, very comfortably looking for a flank. Can't even see them on the screen, but you We know that they're there. Good hooks by Orca. Is it going to be enough? But I just don't think it will. They're going to be melted, shredded. Van One picks it up. Now it's all on Ejung, the tank, trying to survive a little bit longer. The bullet time is so good. It burns through. Aria did pick up that kill. The Nexus is open, and game 1 goes over to SHG.
Well done, SHG, taking game 1 of tonight's best of 5 between GZ and SHG. It was clean, it was methodical, and it was well thought out, I want to say. I have to think this was one of the smartest drafts that I have seen because it played so well, so effectively into the strengths that SHG brought to bear. And it all started with that 2v2 where they got themselves that priority.
They're playing TFT.
I mean, I'm playing TFT.
Not right now. You're casting League of Legends, but they're playing Team Tower while there. That's how dare they? It's a travesty. But no, you're right. It was slow. It was methodical. It was a different type of game that we've been used to this week, and maybe even most of this split. It was thought out, prepared, and they said, we know when the win cons come. I even said it at the start of the game as they're looking to slow the pace down and looking for those early picks. You said death by 1,000 cuts. I think there was about 26 cuts there, and that was enough for them.
Absolutely, but 26 is how you get to 1,000, mate. They have to take every single step. And SA, I mean, 26, 27, 28.
Well,
yeah.
It depends how much you want to count, though. Like, I'm not counting to 1,000 from 26.
Something we can count, though, is this damage that they dealt. Look at the work Evie did on that Rumble, but Aria absolutely putting in that work.
Look, and that's the difference of a Rumble. This is why it's been banned out so much. 29k to 15. There's no contention because Rumble has the ability to shred through. You can even see the bar down below. It was so even. It was even just a little bit jutted to and fro, and then straight on down. There was no coming back, and SHG had control. They knew what they had. Their game plan was on point. 2 Barons deep, and it was just easy pickings.
Absolutely, and that Baron is what I want to talk about as well. SHG, in my opinion, they're the best in the LCP at the Baron. They're able to initiate, drag you in, make you commit the resources, and then, like they did in this one, they pulled the trigger, they turned around, they got the equalizer onto multiple members and chipped you down, made it impossible for you to fight, and then they just took that free Baron. The second Baron as well was free for them, and I do want to credit Van One on these Grand Starfalls, just able to initiate and engage, and the stuns, they layered them perfectly, setting Marble up for success, Pike.
Yeah, and this is the difference, right? Aria's everywhere, but you're right, this is a different type of Pantheon that we've seen before. Most of the other ones, they maybe throughout the Grand Starfall, they're not able to get to the fight, or they're maybe slightly mispositioned. Every single one was smart about where it was. The placement was on point, and it meant something. There was even one fight in the top side where we were like, that was a bit wonky, but you could see they were trying to just follow up with something and respond. Outside of that, every single other Grand Starfall was on point.
Definitely great initiations, great engagement and initiative from Ben One there. As we just, I lost for words at this.
It's sort of like, it looked so good until it didn't, you know?
Yeah.
It was like everyone was like doing a good job. This is a great engage still. Like you're in the back line, you're doing damage. Orca's struggling. Equalizer just to confirm the kill. You're just clearing the wave at that point too. And now you're thinking, do we commit?
I do want to call out Husha though. I think Husha was the shining star of GZ tonight. Definitely the proactive playmaker. Very nearly able to sort of 1v1 Marble in that 1v3 matchup that we saw late in that game. And knew his targets. He did try and get onto Marble every single fight. It's just a shame he wasn't able to sort of get there earlier.
The problem with that, though, is there was no team follow-up. Everyone was just a little bit too far behind the A ball. And you can see Husha, you're right, was the star of GZ. They were going forward. They were trying to be proactive. They're trying to make the play. But the rest of the team just couldn't get there because there was a big wall just stopping them. There's a big moo cow going, I won't do a sound. I won't get into that. But they were doing that, right? And they were saying, no, we're going to knock you back. We're going to keep you in your place. And that's the level of control you need in this type of game.
Yeah, and here, Ejung, though, on that Mega Knight, did get that 3-person knock, the stun, to be able to sort of slow down the game and maybe give themselves a shot. But that was our game 1 here, and it was exciting. It was close right up until sort of the 20th, 25th minute, until it wasn't, Pike.
And then it was just snowballed out of control. And it was a big shout out to Aria, who just took that early kill, that one solo kill, and then was like, yep, we can go from here. So you know what? I'm excited for game 2.
Absolutely. And our game 2 will be here right after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Who's going to Brazil?
行きます行きます我回答我回答
And that is game and series heading over to DCG.
我回答多謝你多謝你
Offside the whole time. The Team Secret Whales, they're going to collapse onto Evie here.
It's good, but it's not enough.
Ari will get that first kill. Up in the air goes Evie.
大家好，我是凯文，我会在巴西等你们，不见不散。
And welcome back to the LCP. Pike, that game one was a great start to tonight's best of 5 series.
It was a slow slog, but it was a slog, and that's what we're here for. It was really nice, it was clean, calm, collected, it was straightforward, and then boom, Aria.
Aria. I feel like Aria was the name on everybody's lips for tonight's game. He just ran the rift. Jimmy, unfortunately, didn't feel like he even got a look in against that Akali. But we do know GZ, they have first pick and red side here tonight.
Yes.
So it will be interesting to see where they're going to put that priority, because when you first pick, it's because you want the best champion for the person you want to carry that game.
Correct. And it's interesting that from that GZ roster we just saw in game one, I would probably say Ejung is doing a good job, but just not being able to do a little bit enough, but it's Husha. Husha's probably where the priority is going to be. Get them on a strong carry jungler, let them run the game, control the map.
Yeah, and Husha was, in my opinion, and I think you agree with that sort of bright spark, the shining light of GZ in game one. So they see that their win con, and then GZ, first pick red side, they see their win con could be through the power of Husha in that jungle, linking up with that top and mid lane, and maybe in this game too, we'll see him even link up with that bot side and win those unfair advantage team fights.
Yeah, I think the difference is we need to start seeing a slightly different game coming out of these teams now. I think the first game was very indicator. Both teams didn't really want to pull too much of the trigger at the start. They didn't want to just say, yep, let's go for it. They were like, let's take a step back, guys. There's no need to rush this. Let's see where it goes. So I think now we need to see GZ start to flip that script a little bit. I want to see the narrative change. I want to see them say, all right, let's come out the gates and just punch it as hard as we can.
And that's the thing. We've seen SHG adapt to these playstyles as well. SHG typically likes that Death by 1,000 cuts, that slower start style. But in their Team Secret Whales game, they took it to them. They were the ones who were calling the shots. They were the ones who ran the tempo of that game. So if GZ, if they want to flip that script, SHG, they can answer them.
Yeah, and I'm pretty keen to see how they're going to be able to match that, as Champion Select is so close, maybe dangerously close, but still, at the same time, it's not looking ultimately great. Yes, it's only game one, but GZ, they sort of struggled in that first game. I want to see a little bit of a narrative change, and now we're into the picks and bans, get rid of the J4, the Bard, the Ambessa. Pretty stock standard.
Exact same first 3 bans that were around in game one.
Yep.
I think they just work. They make sense. J4, such a strong jungle. And there's that Gwen you called in game one that you wanted to see.
Yeah, look, I love the good Gwen. The Scissors out there is always doing a good job. It's one of those champions very hard to sort of match and be able to do anything, because if you are a tank, you get shredded. If you're a bruiser, you kind of get shredded too. That's usually what Scissors do. But I prefer like those, the grind where you put the paper in the machine, it goes, but that's just me. There's the Taliyah being banned out too. That's not too bad at the end of the day. It's still very strong. Does open up a couple champions. Silas might be in play too, if they are looking at that as well. We'll have to see where they're going to head. Skywalk definitely has a plan in mind.
I definitely do like the Taliyah ban. We've seen it all split. It's the global meta, and Taliyah has one of those. But other champs that are still up, Rise though, does get banned, that global meta. That Galio, we've seen so many mid laners using that Galio, that hero's entrance, to turn the tides in these team fights. I would really love to see that. Obviously Pantheon Fearless banned away, so we can't see that global compete on this rift here again. But here is GZ. They have that priority pick. It'll be interesting to see where they put it. It is patch 26.3, so Jace has been nerfed after his supreme performances in point 1 and point 2. And here is that Aurora flex that you were talking about earlier tonight as well, Pike.
Yep, and look, give it to Yizhang, put it in the top side. Yes, you could take it mid. It's still very strong and stable there, but if it's not in the right matchup, it can struggle. But that between two worlds is the move. That is the play. It is a fight starter and a fight ender. It does so much damage. It locks them in, and it's a chance for GZ to actually have a good stand in these team fights.
Definitely. It will be interesting, though, to see what they want to respond to it with. They surely, Heavy, always with the thumbs up. That man is always happy. He's always smiling and always ready to flash that thumbs up to us and the fans. You got to love it. But as we were talking about, it depends on what SHG want to respond with here, whether they go for that mid lane, which they've locked in. They've got Ahri for Arya and that Lee Sin in the jungle, Pike.
Van 1 on Lee Sin is going to be a phenomenal showing here right now, Luke, because that is aggression, aggression, aggression. Arya loves to push in the waves, get out with the jungler, and make moves. Like, Aurora can't really do that if they're in the mid lane too, so that is such a great pickup. Nico has been left open this whole time, so that's a good way to negate a lot of that. You can throw out your clones and say, no, you can throw that resonating strike onto my clone, that's fine. But the Pot Blossom, we're going to be doing puns again about it tonight. It just makes sense. You can expect it, but it's such a good, strong and stable support, especially in the hands of Orca.
We're going to have to see Orca pilot this really effectively because last night in the hands of BA, it just didn't hit. When he did land it, it didn't get the results that the team needed. He might have been a little too deep, too far.
Yep.
And I have to say, a Lee Sin and an Ahri, so far, that is an extremely mobile composition that could very well get away from these Pot Blossom engages, even with the flashes, even with the belts mobility that typically those Nikos pick up. But that Crescent Guard coming out of that Xin Zhao as well is going to keep that Lee away.
Yeah, but it's also about circle theory here, Logan. You got to remember circle theory. Aurora, Nico, big circles. Got to be very careful, but now that is a big Cassante that you have to be very worried about because they will be so tanky as the game goes on. Who's going to kill them?
Yeah, quite frankly, Evie on Cassante, to me, it's almost an iconic pairing. Evie knows his job on this Cassante. It is not to win the lane, it's to win the game and through those team fights. As I was calling out before we even got into this game, he knows his all-outs. He knows how to zone and to prevent access for GZ onto the backline of SHG, and I'm looking forward to seeing him pilot that here tonight, especially when Kaiser is taken off the Rift.
Yeah, getting out these 80 carries. Neither side have picked them up just yet. I'm curious to see what top side we're going to be getting out of GZ for Yizhang, because right now the first thing that comes to mind, Renekton. Getting another bit of a bruiser, really good in these team fights, can lane pretty successfully into the Cassante, is a bit of a bully. So it's going to sort of slow down this Cassante steamroll before it starts to get to these team fights, the all-outs, and just throwing people across walls. So that's the big thing that clicks in my mind. There's the Karma being banned, so it's going to stop that Ezreal Karma matchup as well. But we did see Ezreal paired with a couple different stories, and it does work. It does get it done.
Absolutely. There's obviously the best sort of AD support combo, but there's also still really good AD support combos.
Yes.
And in the hands of these professional players, they may as well be the best pairings anyway. I just hope we don't see that sort of Lucian Nami combo, that bait AD support duo that just hasn't been performing very, very well. And I do love this ban coming out of SHG. They're targeting that AD pool of Shun. Shun, the open of the split, it's seared in my memory, was dancing over the walls with this Yunara, and I was like, there is a strong Yunara player. So I think this was an excellent ban by SHG.
Now the big question is what do you pick here? Because Nico, yes, is that really big engage. It's this huge tool. You need something that can capitalize on that, and Kaiser Yunara is sort of the sweet answer there. So now, what do you pick into it? It's a really good question. I wouldn't actually know. Potentially a Sivir could be kind of good. Like, you're just getting the wave clear. You're looking for a fight. Samira might be pretty good if you're looking for something a little bit loose end. But there's a lot of champions you could go for. I played Samira today. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But no, again, now we're looking at the actual picks. We're looking at what Marble wants to be picking up. It is still that bot lane matchup. We could even see a Zeri Yumi here, and the mobility will just be insane on the side of SHG.
You would never be able to touch them if that's a Zeri Yumi, but it looks like they might be going a Felios Thresh, because Thresh has not been banned. So GZ, they may have to pick that Thresh as that sort of counter pick that.
Well, Nico's already been picked.
True, true. And there's that Ezreal that's come through. So Ezreal, Nico bot lane into a Felios doubtlessly a Thresh, because that Lantern gives Aphelios that critical movement that he is so lacking and that escape out of these Pop Blossoms.
Yeah, now Jack's being hovered instead, so they said, look, it's fine, we don't need to pick the 80 carry just yet. We're still going to be able to pick here anyway, so Jack's being locked up. Ezreal, I think, is pretty safe. It's pretty standard. Those barrages are going to be kind of good, but my big question here is, how do you kill this Cassante as an Ezreal? You do not have the DPS. You are an Ezreal. You're going to be poking them down. You're going to be hitting them with those little strikes, but is it enough?
Well, it could be if the positioning of Evi on this Cassante isn't spot on. It's all well and good being unkillable, but if you can't get between those shots and the rest of your team, there's no point. And here we see that Thresh being hovered, potentially being locked in. This classic Aphelios Thresh bot lane. And as a reminder, Marble has put up some fantastic games on this Aphelios. He is scary if he can get online. So it will be up to GZ to keep him down, win these lanes, prevent him getting access in these team fights. And this composition, it doesn't look like it's a very gatekeepy comp, if you will. I feel like Marble, he's gonna get where he wants to go.
Yeah, no, look, I totally agree. I think where they want to get to is late game. That's honestly the truth, is getting 2, 3, 4 items is the big goal here. Is once you get that collector online, you're going to be starting to chunk them out. But I'm looking at the other side. GZ have well drafted too. Like, that's a big point of note. There is a lot they can do. They've got the engage. They've got follow-up. They've got just a little bit of damage that's able to sit back a bit further. Maybe it's nice not to have a Kai'Sa or a Yanara that's going to be dashing forward and right at the front lines. Maybe this Ezreal's designed to sit back and just start hammering them with some damage. So maybe GZ's thought, if we can get the engage and just follow it up a little bit more, it's a different type of gameplay. And I'm here for it. You see so much aggression from SHG. They want to be moving forward. Maybe it's nice GZ is saying, we want you to come forward. We're going to fight you at your own game and sit back and let you take the fight to us.
Yeah, typically I feel like they're going to want to get that sort of priority to position, right? They're going to want to get to that Drake first and force SHG to come into them, poke them out with that range that Shun on that Ezreal is able to provide. And if SHG decide to engage, you've always got Husha on that Xin Zhao with that Crescent Guard, Jax with that Counter-Strike to be able to prevent a lot of the damage, soak it, and then stun them. So there's a lot of tools here that GZ have that can blunt the sharp sword that SHG have brought to bear here tonight in Game 2 of our best of 5 series between SHG and GZ.
And we're ready to go here, Logan. We're primed. We're in the thick of it. Getting out a little bit of vision just to make sure they know who's aware and who's what. Husha, just looking for something, but not going to find anything.
You've always got to look for something, because if you're not, you're looking for nothing. And if you're looking for nothing, you lose the game, Pike.
Well, it's pretty easy to look for nothing if you just close your eyes.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, it's usually called sleeping.
Yeah.
But no, we're in it. We're ready to go. Let's talk about this mid lane matchup. We're looking at Jimmy versus Arya. Arya had such a good game on that Akali in the first one. How do you think Arya on Ari, wow, that's a tongue twister. I'll get through it, is going to go into Jimmy and Aurora?
Well, we'll get to that after this, but I do like that they've both gone electrocute. They've both gone for that aggression, which you would expect out of these guys. They want to win their lane. They want to trade hard. They want to get that priority. But when I feel like there's more skill shots that you can dodge as this Arya on Ari, you'll be able to get away from half of that combo that Jimmy is able to put down. It's much harder, in my opinion, to dodge a lot of what this Arya is going to bring to bear in that mid lane. But obviously, Arya is such a different style to the Akali. Not able to have that sort of, I want to say, instant kill pressure.
Oh, look, I'll sort of throw that a bit of a tailspin there, Logan, because last night we saw an Ari do an instant kill pressure, dashing forward, getting charms, and blowing up these 80 carries. So I feel like there is a time and a space for it. It's all about how it navigates the early game. But I think you're right. I think it's not one of those big champions that's all about the solo kills. It's a facilitator mid laner that loves to fight with the team and is all about landing charms, keeping them at bay, and then dashing forward if it needs to, or dashing out if you need to get out.
Absolutely, and you're so right. Team Secret Wales Dyer got the player of the match, and one of his standout performances was that Ari. Absolutely scary. The re-engages, the disengages.
Horrible.
And we probably expect to see much the same here tonight. Same sort of caliber of players on show here in the LCP tonight. So we've got the mid lane matchup, the Jimmy into Arya again. We've got the... we've got Ari,
okay,
into... And
Aurora.
That's it, thank you.
Yeah.
The star-studded Aurora.
Okay.
But we've also got that top-side matchup again, right?
Yeah.
Yizhang still needs to be able to overcome Evi in that top side.
Yes, absolutely. Topside's it's one of those. It's the David Goliath story in this Topside too. It's all about how can Ijung sort of come back and sort of show a little bit more of what they're capable of doing, because we know they're such a fantastic player. They have the hands, they have the skills. They've shown it time and again over countless series. But it just feels like SHG, and we're going to flip metaphors, is their white whale.
We've been talking about fish, we've been talking about whales. It's just a night for food. But so far, SHG, they're the ones who are eating a little bit better.
Yeah.
They've got the first course. They've said, thank you very much. That tasted great. But I'm wondering if they're going to be able to do this in game 2. Because like we were talking about in those drafts, in those comps that they've put together, we like what GZ has drafted. I also personally like what SHG has drafted, though. Evie on that Cassante, it's the iconic pick. We've seen him do it every single time in the LCP. He's able to bring it to bear. He's able to position it so well. So it's up to Ijung to be able to disrupt him.
Yeah, and we are getting back into games. Sorry about the pause there, ladies and gentlemen. We weren't sure what that was, but you know what? You got to enjoy our ramblings through it regardless. And you're going to get more of those ramblings because if it's a slow one, we get to have more fun with it. But yes, you're right. We're looking at topside. Ijung on this Jax into the Cassante. It's a bit of an interesting matchup. Cassante is definitely favored as the game goes on, but Jax does get a little bit more priority. Once you hit level 3, get the counter strike, you get the leap strike. You can do so much with that, and you can just jump in and out, and do damage. So I'm curious to see how it is, and this is just, again, Aria doing a really good job keeping Jimmy in at bay.
Absolutely, and on the mini-map, we do see, oh my gosh, Aria going for the solo.
We just talked about how Aria is not a solo killer and plays the team. Sorry, Aria does not bind by those rules. It's just not going to happen.
Was that a counter caster curse? We're like,
I think it is.
This doesn't happen.
Every time.
And it just happened.
Yeah.
My goodness.
I need to stop with that.
Also has a serious CS advantage there, Aria does. More than 10 over Jimmy. So right now, great start from Aria, gets that first blood, nets themselves that extra 100 gold first blood bonus. And I mean, you gotta be feeling it. Aria is just trading so well into Jimmy.
Yeah, look, and it's even the level 2, and I feel like it is that level 3. I think they just get the little level up here, but Jimmy is just so low. Like, what can you really do? I don't even think there is going to be that. It's just the flash forward, and then they go for a little bit more. No, it's not even a flash. It's just pure damage, electrocute. What do you do?
Yeah, unfortunately unable to dodge that skill shot coming out of that Ari. Takes the full damage and goes down. And I mean, we see this bot side scuffle break out, that hook onto the clone, and Jimmy is already back to 50% health. Aria unrelenting in the pressure that he's putting forward onto Jimmy. He's gonna have to call Husha to at least show face to force Aria to back off, and that is not what you want to do. You don't want to be committing resources to areas of the map that you're not ready for yet. You don't want to break these jungle clears, as we do see Husha get this ward down, so he knows if he can clear some wards and come from behind, he might be able to get something back onto Aria. But Van 1 reads the play.
Yeah, just trying to get some good deep vision early is kind of nice to see. Xin Zhao does have a pretty good clear, but Lee Sin, we know, is that early game jungler. Loves to make plays early, get around the map, get early objectives on the board because you are a little bit stronger with how much movement you have. But at the same time, Xin Zhao is very consistent. He is good at the start, he's good at the middle, he's good at the end. He will always scale into games quite well. So it's going to be interesting to see how Husha is going to be versing Van 1 as the game goes forward. Because again, we did see the Lee Sin Ari gameplay last night, and it worked. It's just pure aggression, and it just comes up with the goods.
It will be interesting to see when they link up, but I do want to call out again, obviously our observers, they're doing fantastic work, they're highlighting the rest of this map, but in this mid lane, Aria sent Jimmy home again. Jimmy had to recall and walk back to lane, so Aria maintaining this pressure, keeping that CS lead, has a almost 700 gold deficit, but Ijung on the top side, he's already proxying Pyke.
Yeah, look, and that just makes the most sense. You're playing Jax, you're into a Cassante, the damage isn't going to be there. Aria's just still poking out Jimmy, and it's just looking so rough in that sense. But now at the same time, they're looking for those gates. Charm goes sideways, does land the stun. Is it going to be enough damage? But Aria is very happy with this matchup and is not too worried about it at all. But the CS has caught back up, though, just a little bit.
Yeah, 13 only, so it's not, you know, ballooning. Obviously, having to bring Orca around to get that little extra poke, keep Aria humble, keep Aria respectful of the threat of sort of a multi-man gank there in that mid side. But we do get eyes on these junglers. They're just invading their jungles, and this first dragon has spawned. It is on the rift, and we can see that there's currently no vision on this ocean dragon, which we see Jimmy and though just taking a quick recall, pushes the wave in, wants to base, convert that cash into some items, and it's just a little poke fest down on here on that bot side, which is exactly what we expected. They're just chilling down here, Pike.
This is also what Marble's very happy to be sitting in. It's a great hook, threads the needle, does get the dash out. Is going to be enough as the heal is used. Vista is at half health, but it's not the end of the world as Orca is dangerously low, and that kill threat is always going to be present when you have the Infernum gun.
Yeah, and Marble took that Lantern aggressively, being able to move up and get even more damage down onto GZ's bot side, forcing the recall here as Orca cancels it.
My lord. And then that was actually, my lord, beautiful between two worlds to get out of dodge. Just had to use it, but that charm, the resonating strike, that's the combo you want to be seeing early in this game.
Yeah, well done there by Jimmy to hold his nerve and not burn that flash. As GZ get themselves that Scuttle Crab, they're here, they're first to the Drake pit, and they know that they just saw this.
Ooh, he almost dashed into his Crescent Guards there, but the rest of the team is collapsing. Husha charmed up, locked down, and gone once again. As a fight around the Scuttle Crab, we did call the second Scuttles, but now Ejung up in this top side. Evie is able to lock him down, but he's just going to hop over onto a ward.
Yeah, we do see that Evie looks like he'd popped his all out as well. Ejung popped his ultimate too, so they were going hell for leather there. They really wanted to be that sort of better top laner. Unfortunately, Ejung able to escape, Evie getting the better of him there in that situation. But SHG, they're going to secure themselves this first Drake of the game. It's that Ocean Drake, so they get that 2% missing health every 5 seconds. And Pike, as you said, Aria just keeps applying this pressure to Jimmy, and it feels like Aria is in a different league right now.
It really is, honestly. Now, Vista's down here looking to just make something happen. You can see as well, Orca's trying to help alleviate some pressure. They've been in lane before, but Aria has to reset here purely because the mana's just not on. But it's going to give a little bit of breathing room to Jimmy, and so they can sort of stabilize a little bit, maybe get some of those crystals that are on the tower, get a little bit of gold back, maybe reset just a smidge. But now they're looking for another fight. Van 1, Vista are here. They want to get Orca, and wrong place, wrong time, Nico.
It's not what you want to do when you're a support and you're roaming and get caught out. And, you know, Jimmyan is trying to catch back up on that 20 CS deficit. But SHG, they played that really well. They were able to catch Orca out. And Vista, he's pretty good with these hooks here, Pike. He's landing, as you said, some threading that needle just through those minions, even as they're walking hooks. And I mean, you got to respect it. It's something that you wouldn't expect. You're like, oh yeah, there's minions, I'm safe, I'm fine. Not with Vista.
No, Vista will read that like a book, and we've said it before, could be a picture book, might not be, because the amount of times I've seen a Thresh like just flub a hook, it happens every time. So here we go, spotted out. What? That is a blind hook. No way, Jose. That is insane.
That was diabolical. There was no vision. That was pure game sense. Surely to just throw a hook into that pit and catch Orca. Like, how do you counter that, Pike?
That there is purely reading, saying they want to get vision here at this time. I know this. I'm going to predict it, and lands the hook anyway. That is top tier. That is a #1 level play that you do not see anywhere.
Except the LCP.
Well, there you go. I was building you up to that one.
That's it. But we do see SHG. They are invading this jungle. They're trying to steal this blue buff away. They will get it. So unfortunately, you know, they've brought their numbers to bear. They're invading the jungle. They're stealing these resources away from Husha. Husha has done well to maintain a significant CS lead over Van 1, but Van 1 is already making plays. He's helping his solo laners get those advantages up and over their opponents.
Ejung as well. It's another little bit of brawl. The all-out was used. Evie trying to get some knockbacks, but Master at Arms was used as well. So Jax, no ultimates on either side. But it is Evie that does come out just a little bit better because you don't have mana to deal with.
Yeah, you know, I called it out earlier that Ejung, I felt, is that better solo laner, but this is the Evie on the Cassante, and he is showing us why it is so iconic for him. But that crystalline growth on that turret cracked. Jimmyan able to net himself a little bit of that gold, keep himself in contention with this Ahri that is 20 CS ahead of him. It's interesting, it has kind of slowed down. There was like some savagery in those first few minutes. They got those kills, they made those plays, but it's back to business as usual. I feel like SHG, they've kind of slowed the game down again, which is where they thrive. It's where they love it. And we were saying, Pike, GZ, they wanted that aggressive, faster combination to be able to bring it to SHG, and SHG, they've just gone, no, you play at our speed, at our tempo.
Yeah, well, it's just giving themselves a chance to come online. Marble still is not there, slowly working their way up to that collector. But now it's thinking, okay, we've got the lead. We can sit on it. We can just chill with this gold lead that we've got, 1.5k. There's nothing to snuff at 10 minutes. So it's nice to see that they are able just to hold the line and say, we're going to sit here, we're comfortable, let's look at objectives. Because Void Grubs were already collected by GZ before. We didn't see it, so it's another objective going over. But those dragons are starting to stack as 1 minute away. We see the cloud.
Vista fishing for that hook. Shun reads it very nicely, just knows that surely there's something in those bushes because they don't have that vision. But with 50 seconds on the clock, we do see that pretty much every single flash is up. It is only the second Drake. I don't expect too much to be committed for this. SHG, they're rotating around early. They do have that vision here already, especially that control ward. But Husha has been spotted. So SHG, they know that the junglers are in the area, but they're looking for that gank. They're looking for that sort of kill that they can take now to give that advantage over on the Drake.
It's kind of like watching Velociraptors at this point. They're sort of like, as you see one coming in, another one just pops out of nowhere and is actually getting the kill strike as Jimmy and has to flash away. Van 1, that Velociraptor is bloodthirsty.
Goes in, is able to put that damage down, forces them away, but Aria, not willing, was threatening to potentially go for that recall prevention, but instead pushes the wave out, is able to crack that crystalline growth, and right now they're not even going for the tries. Evie's aura farming. Pike,
what do you do?
You can't do. He's just standing there.
This is the hardest thing to ever be as a top laner, is you're sitting there and they're freezing your wave and standing there as they do it. But hooks do land, resonating strike as well. Throws out the Tangle Barbs, but it's not going to land on anything. But now they're looking at this dragon. Has been started up. Husha, very happy to be here, but should be a little bit scared. Van 1 is quite strong. All ultimates available, all flashes up. They're looking for the team fight. The rest of GZ are in the wings. They take it. Pop Blossom is good. It only hits one, but it's onto Vista. Hook goes wide. That's just not going to be enough as the Crescent Guard is used. And they're trying to throw everything, but it's just not sticking. Now they're looking for something as the Mystic shots go wide, and Aria is starting to clean up. They're turning the tides as SHG dashing forward, wanting more, but now it does reset. Dragon secured, but they lost a life.
That was a messy, messy fight.
All out again. Ejun, be careful. You're in a bad place. Very low. Oh, don't worry about it.
It is David versus Goliath, but Goliath has been here before. He knows David's tricks and he is able to answer them. It is up to Ejung to be able to get the better of Evie here tonight, but just Evie on this Cassante, we've said it before, we've said it again, is so, so strong. But that Dusk and Dawn on that Jax is very strong item to pick up. As we do go back to this fight, that Pop Blossom, it only hit one, Pike.
It's not going to be enough. Orca trying to find the rest of the team, the Crescent Guard, to keep them at bay. But still, it was Orca that I believe does get taken out here. Aria sees the Nico off in the wings and has the damage to get it done. This is what we like to see, those skirmishes. Good flashes coming out. Shun saying, I need to stay alive as long as possible.
And this is what I was trying to call out before we went back to that top side. Almost every single flash was used. Almost every single ult was used. The only one that wasn't was Orca's, because Orca was dead.
Yeah.
I almost posit that Orca, had he flashed with that Pop Blossom, could have got more value and it might have turned the fight. Ooh. But my goodness, Pike.
Okay, Van 1 is still going for this. Lantern goes out. This is just dominance. They're trying to stay in their heads. If they can't react, they cannot come to any other fights, because now Shun is forced to stay under these towers. And now blue buff is being contested again. They're just throwing everything, and it's just a testament to how good SHG is actually playing.
Absolutely, and Marble has picked up that Collector, has that completed item advantage over Shun right now, who's going for that classic Ezreal item, that Trinity Force. And you have to think right now, SHG, they've got to be happy, they've got to be content. They were at 1.6 and 3-0, and they were like, we're chilling. But right now, they're up 4-0 at 2.5. They've pushed their gold lead another 1,000. They have every single role quest complete. GZ only currently has 3.
Oh, no way.
Aria.
Sorry, there's a poor caster in me was just like, yo, whoa, that was nuts.
The fan in me was like, oh my God, is this happening? Aria is just pressuring. Arya is bullying tonight.
And this is the Arya we've been waiting for, is that all that does go through. Between two worlds, Jimmy just needs to survive. But Evie's just doing such a good job. There's the TP coming in. Ijang is joining this fight. No ultimate available. It's all about how do you get away at this point. And Evie has nothing up, nothing available.
No.
Flash is gone. The TP play could get them alive, but no, Van1's picking up Husha down on this bot side. And I think K'Sante got out alive.
Pike, my face, I wanted to scream. I'm like, no, he got out. Like, if Ijang had just kept chasing, potentially could have counter-striked and stunned and prevented it. But maybe it was a cooldown thing. These guys are better at this game than I am. So surely they had to have known. But Evie draws 2 to that top side, almost solos out Jimmy and is able to make good his escape. While on the bot side, SHG press their numbers advantage and get a kill.
It was just read so perfectly too. Husha's like, oh, I see you. And then bam, there's a Thresh in the wings and it's just too much. Van1's feeling so good right now. And then they even get out, but they restart the fight. The hook lands, resonating strike, and it's just GG.
And right there was another example of why this Nikos Pop Blossom is so low value into the composition SHG drafted. They're hyper mobile. You look at that Aphelios and you're like, I can get him. That's why Thresh is so strong with him. You lantern him out. And Vista is not missing these lanterns. There was one earlier, sure, but it had no negative effect. These hooks into the blind, these hooks predicting, leading, just getting those picks that help SHG turn these fights in their favor.
Yeah, look, and the gold lead starting to show once again. 5 kills to naught. It is 2.2k gold difference, and all the gold is just beautifully on Arya as well. 7k gold. Very comfortable with those items. Malignant's already picked up. They're looking for anything else they can get. This could be a little bit of a different game that we saw from game 1. It's not so much a slow burn, but it's let's just wait it out and just keep knives, 1,000 cuts. It's more cuts every time, but now Evie's trying to take out Ijang, but just going to back out.
I feel like Evie sees Ijang and goes, oh, like just straight up. He runs in and ults him. Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, immediately. And he's like, I'm the boss of the... Oh, no. Husha. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. He was charmed. I thought he was going to die.
Well, there's a dragon up, so it's like, you got to be there. It's another Mountain Soul again here, Logan, that we are dealing with. Both teams got 1 dragon apiece. So objectives aren't the end of the world. It's just these kills that are so big. And there's just really nothing you can do. Husha got taken down to half health. They've already reset. They're already heading up topside to maybe see if they can look at this Rift Herald, which is what I suspect they're going to go for.
Yeah, really well done there by SHG to get that poke, that prio onto Husha. They knew the timing. They knew they didn't have to kill him. They just had to scare him away. So mission accomplished. He was recalling. And then he went back out to that top side. As you called out, that Rift Herald is up. So it will come down to who wants it more. But I do see GZ, they've got the numbers. They don't have the vision right now, but that's why you get there first. You place that vision control down. You see how your enemies want to walk into you, and you're able to plan and fight around it. So it's just that priority that they value here. Maybe they even just want it so they know if SHG go for it and are able to respond, because Van1 is picking up this blue buff. He's in the area right now too.
Charm's going wide as well. Ijang just trying to stall out as much as possible. As the game goes on, this Jax will get strong. But is it going to be strong enough to be able to hurt a K'Sante? That's the big question. Mathematically, I don't think so.
I'm real bad at maths, so I'm just not even going to take a guess at that one.
6 plus 9.
Oh my god, it's 4.
That's 14, 15 actually. Oh my god, it's 14.
It is 15.
Let's not worry. Quick math is real bad. Let's not worry about it as the fight is starting to break out. Can see good dragon kick is going to land. Barrage does go sideways. Crescent Guard is good, but it's not going to get any sort of respect as they do see Van1. He jumps over. The lantern is perfect. The TP for good measure, and they all get out alive.
Van1 is a magician. He was in the middle of 4, including that clone, obviously, and then suddenly he wasn't. He was on the other side and be like, goodbye. GZ though, yeah, I do like the proactivity. They were collapsing on SHG. They brought the numbers to bear and they forced SHG to run. But SHG, they read the play. They were able to escape. As a TP being committed to this top side, they want this Rift Herald.
There's a lot of TPs already being burnt either side as well. Ijang now jumping over, looking for that little flank. Is it going to be enough though, as Rift Herald is at half health? Van1 already committing quite a bit. Shun, they're sort of collapsing. It's a pincer movement. The Romans started it. Can GZ actually pull it off? But instead they do decide decide to back off. Rift Herald does reset, and that is not what you wanted to do, as now Evie is looking forward. Might be looking for the next bit of the fight. Stuns are good. Thorns are not going to get as much done as possible. And there's the Baron. Timer is gone. Neither team gets the Rift Herald.
So we won't know who wins until the Nexus falls, Pike.
Oh, my lord.
I needed that. But we do say
Wait.
that... What?
Who got Rift Herald last game?
I think it was GC.
Then the stats are off now.
That's it. We've cursed it. We do see that Arcane Barrage go down just to help clear that wave. Marble is in response, though, does have another half an item with that BF sword in tow. But right now, these bot lanes, I want to say they haven't really been impactful sort of lane to lane, but when it comes to those sort of team fights, you take a look at the kill percentage, right? Marble has only assisted 1 of the 5. He's only been involved 20% of the time.
Yeah.
Vista, though, 3 to his name.
Yeah.
60% kill participation, and that's what you want to see out of his support. Shun, though, and Ijang, 0% right now. We got to get involved.
Look, well, there's nothing. GZ haven't had any kills. They're 3k gold behind. They're sort of in a bit of a back burner right now. They're looking for these engages, but how do you engage on a team that can just jump out? And this is it. Van 1's just trying to run this game, and this is what a good Lee Sin will do. Early aggression, looking to make the plays, but it's not even that. It's just been Arya been just doing everything on the map too. Both the jungler and the mid lane on the side of SHG, 2-0-2 apiece.
Yeah, absolutely. They're bringing their strength to bear here in tonight's matchup, as we do see Ijang trading aggressively into Evi, but it's a Cassante. I mean, you're going to have to chip away at that wall 1,000,000 times before you make a dent into it here, Pike. But look at this gold advantage, right? SHG, they're still maintaining this gold lead very, very nicely. Previously, when we called it out, it was 2.2. Now it's 2.6. Baron is up, as you called it, rightfully replaced that Rift Herald because Baron is the biggest, bestest minion of them all. Vista goes fishing.
Nice, sends out the Flay too. The box is in use. Moonlight Vigil does a lot of damage. Flash is burned. And there's the Pop Blossom to say, I need to keep you alive. You got to reset. You got a blue buff. You don't want to give that over for free.
That was a good defensive Pop Blossom there just to disengage that fight, protect Shun that little bit longer and guarantee his escape. These are the kind of plays that we love to see coming out of SHG. The proactivity. Vista is landing these hooks. You see the Thresh, you just have to respect it. And then the fact that Marble can just come from downtown and apply that brutal damage that he's so well known for here. We do see more items coming through as well. Marble having that BF sword and that pickaxe as well. We have to think that that's an Infinity Edge coming online soon. I do like the itemization.
There it is.
There it is.
You called it as you saw it. But no, agreed. That IE is going to give a lot of damage. 50% crit right now. It is a lot more than you think, especially at 23 minutes, sorry. And now it's how to use it. What do you back it up with? Are you going for something a little bit more pure burst, or looking just to hold the line a bit more? Like, at the end of the day, Aphelios is in such a good spot. Marble just needs to relax and farm and just get a little bit more because they've got the gold lead. And second mountain drag is about to go over to SHG. They'll be on Soul Point.
Absolutely. Soul Point is fantastic. And we talk about these win cons all the time as that Arcane Barrage goes down a little bit early. Van 1 just able to comfortably take this for free. Soul Point secured. 2 mountain drakes into a mountain soul with that ocean soul. They're going to have that healing. They're going to have that resilience and that defense. They're going to be a really hard team to take down. And they've got that Cassante. Yeah, he's going to be unkillable.
Well, with all the shields Cassante already has, he's unkillable. Evi's 0-0-0 right now and still unkillable. You've only got 2 items, and what can you do? There is, in really any situation, Ezreal can't hurt this Cassante.
Absolutely. Those Merc Treads giving that MR and that tenacity, so the stuns, that CC does not last as long on him. That Canic Rookern preventing any magic damage coming through from that Aurora and that Nico too. He's a force to be contended with. And we do see that armor reducing item that Van 1 currently has, so he's able to chip down at anything that Jax wants to bring to bear.
I'm just going to take a deep breath because I know there's an all-out coming very soon.
You do that. I'll keep talking then.
Well, no, let's look at mid lane real quick because the itemization there is already so much stronger. The Seeker's arm guard secured for Arya means the safety of being able to go in and stay alive is just that much better. You just don't see that on this Aurora. Aurora, Jimmy, has just sort of been shoved out of this game so early on, and it just sort of put them so far on the back foot. They are 60 CS down. 60 CS is a lot here, Pike, but ultimately it's the kills that have gone over to Aria that's netted a lot of that gold advantage too. That first blood from earlier, they have bounties on them. Aria nearly 400, Van 1 nearly 400. GZ, they've got to come together. They've got to connect and secure these kills. Vista gets a hook on Nahusha, wants to keep this play going. You said they needed to connect, but it's actually Vista landing hooks to connect. And now they're looking maybe for the re-return. Please insect that. That would have been awesome. But no, they play it safe. They play it smart.
Absolutely. Evie commits that TP. So GZ, they've got to be happy with that. They were on a retreat already. So Evie just gives over that TP for, I was going to say nothing, but it's priority on the Baron. He's here now. He's able to play bouncer and keep GZ away. As SHG, masters of the Baron here in the LCP, they kind of get some vision down. They posture around it, try and draw GZ into them, try and get those resources they so want to contest. But Aria, just on this top side, gets that turret for free.
Yeah, it's not a problem at this point, just cleaning up a little bit. It's just a loose end at this point, that tower. And now they can start looking at all the tier 2s. They're working their way towards the base. The Nexus is definitely in sight for SHG. 4K gold lead so far. Dragons are solid. Gold is just feeling too good for Aria. What do you do as GZ? How do you come back, Logan? What's the play?
I feel like they need to take a page out of SHG's book. They need to be proactive. They need to get that vision control down, and they need to spot that lone member, even if it's Evie. Bring 5 members to bear. Like,
now they're just sending everything. Charm does go sideways, but those Spirit Rushes are pretty good. Ejung is low, misses the counter-strike. Here's Van 1. There's a nice Dragon's Rage. Is going to be enough as Husha is here. So is Vista. The whole team. Crescent Guard's good. They're trying to collapse. They're trying to hold on. Pop Blossom lands on 2. This could be the fight they were looking for. GZ are on the board. They picked up a kill. Marble is picking up Husha. Is there going to be enough damage? As the shutdown is even better for Ejung. He gets out on a slither of health. Now look at Shun. He's burning flashes on everyone, and Vista is running tail between his legs.
And that's how GZ get back in the game.
There you go.
There was 2 for 1. It was a... Whoa, Evie nearly goes down there in the face of Jimmy's pressure. But that fight on the bot side, that was something that SHG wanted. That was something they committed so much to. The flashes, the ultimates, and the fight just lasted too long. Even with Vista getting a fantastic flanking angle coming from behind, GZ brought more members to bear before SHG could, and they turned that fight in their favor. As we do see the replay here, breaking out that flash forward, the ultimate forward, the charm critically missing. So those fancy feet from Ejung keeping himself alive that little bit longer, Pike.
Yeah, look, it was just a huge overcommit. That was the real struggle here. They've sent so much. The Crescent Guard giving them just a slither more time. And you see, Vista went in, Pop Blossom lands on 2. The True Shot Barrage hits its mark, and it actually gets a lot of damage off as we do see those items really coming in. Ejung should not be alive here, by the way, because they TP into mid, but then Shun locking down the towers, and now the gold is slowly coming to a little bit more of a stable position. It is a 1k gold difference, not 4.
Yeah, they chipped away at that, took it down by like 1.5, 2,500 gold, but I really did like that Pop Blossom, True Shot Barrage combination, really set Shun up for success there. Still didn't get that kill onto the AD though. They did both go onto Ejung, who was the one that the fight started around. But we are here at what could potentially be Soul for SHG, so they're here to contest. They are ready, and GZ know this. They've got priority. They've started it up here, Pike, and we do see that recall TP coming back in, ready to go.
And Ejung's down on the bot side in the pit, waiting. They know they're out of vision. They can look for a little bit of a counter flank, but they get the hook. Vista is happy with that one. Let's see if it turns into anything. As there's the re-engage. The all-out is just too good. Where did you go, Jimmy? There is no hope if you get all-outed like that. Now it's a 5v4. SHG back in control. It was looking so good for GZ. Charm goes forward. Spirit Rush is nice. Pop Blossom stay alive. They kicked him out. You're not allowed to pop on me at all, and they're still going golden left, right, and center. It's just too much. Evie is able to lock them down. Arya is the threat, and it's just Soul for the side of SHG.
SHG played that spectacularly. They played the long game. They didn't rush in, which is exactly what GZ would want them to do. Arya spotted out Ijung in that pit because Ijung clipped the ward, so they knew exactly where he was. Arya charmed him, kept him out of the fight, while SHG closed in and took out Jimian, getting themselves that 5v4 advantage that you called out. And now they've got the Soul. They've got 5 members alive. While there's only 3 on GZ, they're gonna get this Baron as well because Evie is there to play bodyguard, which he does so well, Pike.
He's in very much control of this game, and even without Evie, there's no Husha to steal the Baron. It's a miracle play if they can, but no, it's not enough. There's the two worlds. Marble's just gonna say, no thank you, you're not allowed to go there. Baron, Soul secured. This is SHG's series to win.
Absolutely. Right here in game 2, they are poised. As we go back to this replay, we get to see how Jimian was just taken out, and it's a Vista hook to kick it off, Pike, into that Evie, who puts himself in the middle of 5 and all outs into the team.
Yeah, like there's nowhere to go. There's no counterplay to that. You need to have a stopwatch to just even hold that line. And look, Evie is just walking up. There is no fear. Again, we talked about that is how you have to play. Charm hits through a clone, in fact, which is phenomenal. Popples into the kick away. He's like, I don't want to be in this. I'm going to send it far and wide. And there's just too many members caught in the middle, and it's just not where they needed to be. Evie is just so tanky. You cannot hurt this Cassante.
Man's iconic on Cassante for a reason. You cannot give Evie a Cassante, in my opinion. Like you can't give Pun that volley bear. There's just these champs that players are just built different on. They are better on them. And Evie, it is Cassante. He's just able to body block. He's able to zone you away, and you cannot get through him.
Look, we saw the damage charts there too. The big thing is, Ezreal actually did so much damage in these fights. Like, Shun was getting it happening. The problem was, it's an Ezreal at this point. They don't have the huge amount of damage. It's just a Shojin, it's a Triforce, it's a Mirror Mana. It doesn't really mean all that much in the face of a Cassante who's tanking it out like crazy.
I mean, he just did the True Shot Barrage to clear the wave to try and slow the advance of SHG. They've got Baron-empowered minions. They are sieging up. That's the bot tier 2. They're rotating over the mid now. They're going to take the tier 2 in the mid lane. This is SHG's game to win. GZ, their backs are against the wall here. They need to put up a show.
But the thing is, when your back's against the wall, that's when the dog comes out. That's when you're willing to fight. You will take things that you might not necessarily go for and really push it to that absolute limit. Because again, if you lose here, you lose this series, you are out. You are gone. You lose in split 1 and you're just going to go next.
That's it, absolutely. This is game 2 of tonight's best of 5 series. So if GZ do go down here, they still have one more game to redeem themselves. But right now, it's not looking good for them. This siege continues. They've cracked a 3rd turret. 30 seconds left on that Baron power play. Over 3,500 gold here, Pike. Ijung looking for a flank.
Oh, look, is that the right play, though? That's the difference, because they are so strong. They're Baron empowered. This is what we talked about. Is this where they need to go? As there it is. There's the flash counter-strike. Is going to be enough as Arya uses over the wall, but now the rest is looking for it. Van 1 goes back in. Is going to be enough damage? Just no, they get stifled. Charm goes wide, but can they get anything more? As Evie is looking for it, wants to tower dive, but no, GZ are holding the line. They're saying you cannot enter, even with a Baron, even with Soul. You cannot get past us.
Evie just so tanky there. He was taking the damage from the turret and at least 3 members of GZ. He's still got more than 80-90% of his health bar. As they
still going for it. Pop Blossom's good, so's the True Shot, but it's not going to be able to do enough damage. Evie's still going. He's just in the back tanking everything. Ejung's trying to join, but it's just not enough. He goes golden, but can he stay alive long enough? He gets the counter-strike. He's jumping, he's slashing, he's dicing, but it's not going to be enough as the lantern keeps him alive. No way.
They got nothing. No one from SHG died. SHG's siege, they got 3 turrets. GZ, they should have won that fight there. They outplayed them even under the turret. But SHG, they had the GA. They had the lantern to pull Van 1 out, and he remains deathless still, Pike.
it hurts my brain. Like, GZ had everything there to win it. It was gold diffed. That's all it was. They had Baron, they had the Soul. Like, how do you get through a Mountain Soul Cassante? Evie was on the backline so comfortable.
He was deep in enemy territory. There was 5 members of GZ wrapped around him, and he still just walked out. He still has his flash pike. Speaking of flashes...
Oh, he's still got flash. Like, oh my God.
Arya does have his flash. We see that Husha and Jimian has theirs. Also Shun, so they're expecting more action to arise, and rightfully so. The Elder is up in 45 seconds. This will be the single fight that makes or breaks this. This is GZ's way back into the game, and this is SHG's way to close it out.
Oh, look, and I'm just looking at items as it's just escalated once again. GA's almost across the board. We see it on Husha. We see it on Marble. Like, how do you now kill this Aphelios, who is so strong? They're not even 100% crit just yet. They picked up the GA because they're like, if I can survive and keep fighting, we do so much damage. But the execution is calling is the big point of difference. You're not healing in this fight. It's going to stop this Jax. It's going to stop Zinzao. They're not going to be able to sustain in these fights anymore. So such a big hook as the box goes out. It's just a little bit too much. E-Junk's there, Pop Blossom on 2, but it's going to be enough as the True Shot Barrage lands. But now Evie uses the TP. They're just a little bit too low on the side of GZ. Evie wants blood. He's chasing Shun down like a rabbit being chased by a fox. But no, using the Between Two Worlds just to survive a little bit longer is insane. Evie's still going. He does not care. What are you doing, Jimmy, and why are you trying to contest this 5,000-year champion? The Elder is up now, Logan. It is time. They want to take this fight. GZ have to make moves right now. The hook lands. It's a little bit too much. The resurrection comes through. GA is cutting clutch, but the whole team's sitting on top of you. Crescent Guard's good. They're looking for it. Arya picked up Jimmy, and who's just so not long for this world. They're trying to hold on. It's just not enough. A double kill for Arya. The True Shot Barrage on the backside is there, and no, it is not their time. GZ taken out once again. The Elder does its job, and it's a beautiful ace and a triple kill for Arya on this Ahri.
What an insane fight. It went for so long. Evie kicked that off. Obviously, Vista engaged onto Ijang with that hook across the wall into the dark, and it went for years. Evie chased Shun away. Evie went after Jimmy, and here's the Nexus.
It's just all she wrote, unfortunately. Now we are heading to Game 3. Series point, SHG. They started the split a little bit funky, but now they're solidifying their stance as one of the top teams here in the LCP.
This is the team that knocked Garm out of playoffs. This is the team that was able to take a game from our #1 seed, Team Secret Whales, and they are here to show you tonight they mean business. Ijang yet to prove capable of overcoming that wall, that Goliath that is Evie here, Pike.
But there's a whole nother set of David versus Goliath here. How does Arya, this Goliath, a whole nother level you might even say, a giant in their own right to take on Jimmy, and Jimmy just has no answer for anything.
You are so right. Arya has just been running Jimmy around this rift here tonight, and it does feel like Jimmy just doesn't have those answers. So we're going to have to see what GZ want to bring to bear to give Jimmy potentially what his comfort picks are so that he can feel better into the face of Arya. But I just don't think Arya has a bad pick. This is still only going to Game 3. There's still so many champions up.
And I talked about Arya as this player. Look at the damage charts, Logan. Again, it was just a slow burn at the start, but still, SHG were just unrelenting with where they were going, what they were doing. They stuck to the plan, and it worked in their favor. 32.6k damage against Jimmy in 16.5. Astronomical.
Look, I may be bad at maths, but I know that's nearly twice as much. That is...
Is it?
It is. That is serious work. And look at Shun. Shun tried so hard.
Yeah.
He put down nearly 30,000 damage, more than Marble on that Aphelios, but just wasn't able to come together at the right times in those team fights to take people out. Ultimately being an 18-kill game in nearly 37 minutes. That's less than 1 kill per half minute there, my friend.
Oh, look, these games are getting pretty spicy, which I do like to see. But no, it is a fish market tonight instead of a spice fest. So still, at the same time, you can't ignore that another stat that I saw there, Evie on this Cassante did more damage than Ijang on this Jax. That's it shouldn't be doing that, to say the least. It shouldn't be doing that. And that solo kill just set the tempo for the game.
Even if you don't have the stats, we saw it in practice. Evie chased Shun down and away. Evie chased Jimmy and nearly solo killed an Aurora.
Yeah, it's crazy.
They shouldn't be able to do that. But every single team fight, SHG were just able to play so well. They drew them out. They were longer games. And Vista, with these hooks, with these lanterns, initiated these fights, protected his AD carries or brought them into the fight. And I mean, Orca did get some good pop blossoms onto 2, sometimes 3, but too many weren't good enough to be able to turn those tides. And when he did land them, he may have even gone a little too deep where his team couldn't follow up.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that, honestly. But at the same time, we do see that that is the job of the Nikos to go a little bit deeper. Even this fight, there was signs of life. GZ was saying we can still look for these. The flash, that's the pop blossom we were talking about. It just didn't result in enough. You pick up one, yes, it's great. But like you said, all those kills went onto the Jax. So you got to try and shed that love just a little bit more. But it just didn't really give the lead that GZ was hoping for as it entered into the mid to late game. And just the dominance that we saw out of this mid-jungle duo on SHG was just enough to turn the tides.
They absolutely worked together spectacularly. And I mean, we talk about the mid-jungle duo and we talked about that bot side, and I know we've talked about Evie, but Evie deserves more. He was frontlining, he was zoning, he was soloing people out. Like, how do you deal with that? I didn't know you could charm through a clone pipe.
You can't. It was pre-clone. It was so well timed. They did it before the clone even left. And then it was just all over because the Dragon Rage kick into the Pop Blossom to get them out of there is just crazy mechanics.
And this fight was spectacular in my opinion.
Yes.
It was such a long drawn out fight. Evie chased the damage away, came back onto the back line of GZ to keep them out of the fight as well. And Jimin was taken out by Arya early because he'd already been lowered by Evie. Evie just felt everywhere. Shun unable to get that damage down and steal that Elder as well.
Oh, and the hook was so close, but it was just not gonna happen for them, unfortunately. And still, GZ put in such a good effort in that game, and you could see they were trying to get something back.
Yes.
But SHG are just looking like a much better team.
Absolutely. SHG here tonight have it together. They've practiced this, they've strategized, they've watched the VODs, and they know how to handle ground zero. And the results are showing up here tonight, Pike.
Well, that means we've got more games to go, though. It's the third game of the night. Could it be the final one? We'll have to wait and see.
They are on match point, and we will find out right after this break, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Hiện tại là LCP bên ở thời điểm hiện tại thì đã thay đổi cũng như là củng cố rất là nhiều thành viên khác nhau đến từ rất là nhiều chỗ khác nhau, nên là rất là khó đánh giá mọi người, và người rất lớn nhất thì có lẽ là CFO. Hiện tại thì chưa thi đấu cũng như là chưa có làm quen gọi là bắt lửa nhiều nên là cũng rất là khó đánh giá.
Với việc qua game và mình không làm đội trưởng nữa thì mình cảm thấy khá là thoải mái và nhẹ nhõm. Như cá nhân mình phải giữ những thứ mình đã làm trước kia khi mà làm đội trưởng để mình còn được làm đội trưởng cho chính bản thân của mình.
Mình thấy là anh huấn luyện viên mới rất là vui tính và vui vẻ với lại nhiệt huyết trong công việc. Ban đầu thì tụi mình rất là khó khăn trong khoảng giao tiếp, nhưng mà dần dần thì tụi mình cũng đã tìm hướng giải quyết để nói chuyện với nhau nhiều hơn. Nên là bây giờ cho tới hiện tại thì bọn mình đã rất dễ dàng để làm việc với nhau. Mình muốn nói với Taki với mình rằng là đã rời đi thì hãy chìm trong thất bại, người ở lại thì luôn có chiến thắng. 新しく加入したケインだったりだとか、シトラスたくさんコールする選手なので、そういったコールがそれぞれで噛み合っていけば、どんどん強いチームになっていくんじゃないかなと思います。
そうだな、なんか久しぶりに会ったアリアはすごい冷たい選手のように見えたんですけど、全然そんなことはなくて、僕が体調悪い時にはエビ体調大丈夫って心配してくれたり変わってませんでした。
他的打法应该比较偏向支援队友的类型，而我是在线上自己做压制 会有啊，想起很多的回忆啊，就也希望他可以跟我一起进步吧。只是说非常期待啊，希望你真的会付出。
没有到那么好，感觉我们的默契还需要配合一阵子，然后沟通的方面也要加强。
我觉得我们算是一个新的队伍嘛，因为其实我们像是 Shadow、汹涌跟2骑士加入，那我们目前也是在处理一些沟通上的问题，然后也很努力在教汹涌一些简单的中文。大家可以期待一下我们的沟通就比去年更烂了。
队伍状况的话，目前可能还处于比较不安定的状况。对粉丝说的话就谢谢你们支持，然后我们会努力的。CFO，因为我们这一队都是跟 CFO 有一些渊源嘛，就是可能是淘汰掉了或者就是不被选上的这样。我是不被选上的。
如果是他先被抓的话，那就很难打了。其实这波一瞬间，我觉得 DCG 要炸了，这里就巴德瞬间死了，其实其他人的位置是走不掉的。但好险是蓝宝这个大下的很好，后续的进场也做得非常好。我觉得居力这里有点太大意了，这个蓝宝是基本上就直接走上来，有点太简单。
蓝宝基本上是一个人主宰了这一波的战场。
是这边真的是哇，全靠蓝宝。
Bên kia thì AV chưa tới, AV vẫn đang lấn ná lại và đây là từ đánh hơn người, chúng ta phải đánh nhanh, chúng ta phải có những bạo vụ trong pha thiếu này. Nhưng Aria khá trâu và một đá bay vụt ra thì hết đàm. Một tình huống thổi lửa tầm nhiệt nhưng đối phương ở khá xa hoàn toàn rồi, dí vào cứu lệ và đây là một tình huống không chạy được, bị bắn chết đến từ bộ đội Energy và thậm chí cánh còn lại chúng ta cũng đang lợi cái đi bắn thoải mái. Sẽ là một pha đại thắng dành cho Energy.
上德这里也转了一个半弹了，但其实还是不够硬。哎，给机会了。
Up 9闪现被打出来，选择要 all in 到底吗？虽然还有一个机遇，在这边被钉在墙上，在一个一阶的划过墙之后，被你这边给钉住。下面还有火烤这边再加进10万名字，全部 all in 顺倒了。那这边位置鸣鸟也被打出弹，复活的僵尸看起来也是要倒下。这一波的团战对于 DCG 来说是打出了一波漂亮的人头多数哦。
Đang quăng tấn công rồng, đó thì họ vẫn tự tin vào khả năng cắn trong Liverpool để cạnh tranh trừng phạt với cả bàn một. Nào vẫn đang quăng câu kéo nhưng Funer bị hất mềm về quan hệ chân rồi, bị cấu máu, bị làm mềm. Aria cũng yếu nhưng Aria không chạy được Eddie bắn thoải mái qua. Marble cũng bị dí, tầm này đỏ đam Marble không lại cả. Bàn một yếu máu, bàn một có lẽ cũng sẽ đi thôi. Người đi trước có lẽ là Vista, một tình huống bắn chính xác và sau đó thì là một cái cướp táo. Quả là kill dành cho vị trí của anh chàng Eddie.
Và khi cần thì đã có Eddie tỏa sáng, đó chính là tiền đột. Một tình huống mà Hito ta đạp xuống rất nhanh từ cái nhịp bộ của giao tranh, nhưng sau đó chúng ta vẫn có Eddie. Evi đang cố chạy để chập pentakill. Pentakill hay không đây? Và sẽ chính xác pentakill để có dành cho xạ thủ của Bucky vào
đây rồi.
Who's going to Brazil?
一句话，我会到，我会到。
And that is game and series heading over to DCG.
我会到，我会到。多謝你，多謝你。
Offside the whole time. The Team Secret Whales, they're going to collapse onto Evie here.
The maiden's good, but it's not enough.
Ariel get that first kill. Up in the air goes Evie.
大家好，我是凯文，我会在巴西等你们，不见不散。
And welcome back to the LCP. We find ourselves already in Game 3 of tonight's Best of 5 series. SHG, they're on match point. GZ, they have everything to lose here, Pike.
They need to find some kind of answer, maybe one answer, just to get us to another game potentially. We want to see 4th game, maybe 5th game if we can. But the way SHG is playing, we might not be going there. But Yeah, it's looking good.
That's it, GZ, though. They get second pick red side, so they get to counter with 2 of their better picks. If SHG do not ban away that Ambessa, I see Ijung being a threat on that top side. I think David could overcome Goliath if that were to come through.
Yeah, but there's still a lot more games for David to play, and funnily enough, there's only so many rocks you can sling at Goliath in a best-of-5 series. So now we have to wait and see what they're going to anticipate, because again, that Cassante was just way too good, and there just really wasn't an answer. The Jax, I wasn't feeling it.
Absolutely, yeah. The Jax didn't get that sort of pressure, didn't even become sort of like a side lane threat, even after securing those 2 kills halfway through the game that we were talking about in that big team fight, where we thought, oh, GZ might have a way back in here, was unfortunately unable to convert that into that sort of cross-map pressure that we would like to see from a Jax as we do go to the draft and we see that Ambessa ban. SHG, they know what's up.
Yeah, look, targeting that, getting rid of that. There's the J4, the Rise, Gwen, Ambessa. It's just taking out these really strong picks once again. But yeah, you're right. Ambessa being the highlight champion, it's always really going to be banned until you sort of get these later games where you kind of need it in your game. So now this is where the smart drafting comes out. Getting that second pick opens you up to the counter pick, which is nice. But first pick, you get those priorities. So it's what you want to lock down early. And I'm thinking something like a Yanara or a Kai'Sa getting those early strong 80 carries on the board.
Yeah, these hyper-scaling 80 carries that just keep getting banned away. They've got to get through some time, as we do see that Nocturne banned, leaving only 1 more ban up here for GZ. They're obviously going to give over that first pick, as we've said. So it depends on where SHG want to prioritize. We know Evie, he's had his best, his strongest champion. So maybe they're going to put that priority down on Marble this time and potentially pick up that Kai'Sa or Yanara.
Or just give it to Arya again and just be like, yeah, blow the game out of the water. Let's just go hard or go home. But I don't think they want to go home. Sion being the final ban here. Not too bad. It's a lot of top laners trying to get rid of those tank engages. Just a little bit more safety in that top side. But first pick, that's come out, and it's Mundo. Okay, it's going to be a fun game.
Mundo's a fun guy. We do love to see him, especially in that business, the corporate suit skin. Mundo goes where he pleases, as we do so famously know. But that is sort of them showing their hand in the jungle. They know now Van 1's going to be playing that Mundo in the jungle, and now they have 5 picks that are able to sort of counter that Mundo if they do want. And I do like this Ashe pickup, being able to slow the teams down, being able to get those crystallized enchanted arrows across and the stuns and set up those engages.
Yeah, and I'm seeing right now, if you're looking into Versa Mundo, you need a very aggressive jungler that's going to get into the other side of the map, get into those camps and try and take something away. As we've seen the Ashe Seraphine, the easy response is the Yuumi Zeri. We know this.
And that is up and available. So this is that priority that GZ wanted by going second pick. They wanted to give their bot lane something that they felt comfortable on. So, oh my God, Pyke. Is it going to happen again?
Yeah, of course it is. You don't pick Zeri without Yuumi. Maybe yeah, it just happens. And now we know how this game's going to go. Mundo's going to scale forever. Zeri's going to come online after 2 items. And then it's just going to be GG.
I can't believe we were treated to this last night. This is how Relove DCG came back into the game with the Zeri Yuumi, and it feels like this is how SHG want to close out their game 3. So it really is on the backs of Shun and Orca to be putting forward a spectacular performance with this Ashe Seraphine. But I just have to say, after watching it last night, I don't think they can.
Look, and it just feels like GZ's gone into it with this sort of game plan in mind, and they said, we can do this, we can try and pull this off, but SHG's just got such a better read of what's going on. They're 3, 4, 5 steps ahead. Their observation haki is seeing into the future. They know what they're doing, and it's just so nice to see. But the Aatrox being locked in, a strong top laner, great skirmisher, loves to get that healing online too. That could be a difference.
Definitely has that sustain, definitely that sort of team fighting monster. But in the LCP, he's got a 4-win, 10-loss rate. So I'm yet to see sort of these LCP teams put the ingredients together to get that Aatrox elevated, as we do see that mid lane Azir banned away.
Look, if you're going to play Aatrox, you may as well just play Zahan, because it's just the old Aatrox and it's just a bit better. So I'm not sure. It could be Aatrox jungle even, actually. That is a potential solution. It does clear relatively well, but I feel like it got nerfed quite a few patches ago, which is why we haven't seen it. But it also now opens you up as what top laner would you put up against an Aatrox? And you can really go anything. You can go like the Renekton, you can go a little bit more of a skirmisher too. There's tanks as well if you you feel like it, but bans are coming out. We're seeing the Azir, we're seeing the LeBlanc. It all just makes a bit of good sense.
And we have seen Hoosier play this Aatrox in that jungle, so that may be a fantastic flex pick there. So it's forcing SHG to go, ooh, what's going to go where? We have to pick around this. But I do like that LeBlanc ban onto Jimmy in there. Not able to get that hyper sort of AP threat in the mid lane. It's protecting whatever Arya wants to pick because he still hasn't revealed his hand yet. And there's GZ, they're forced to pick next.
Yeah, look, the Nefiri ban as well. We saw it last night. It did such a good job. It was just all about getting to the back line and being a disruptor. But Wukong hasn't been played yet and is being hovered. And this is a great initiator.
And something else that hasn't happened yet as well. J4's not been banned away.
Yeah.
They've oh, sorry, they have, yeah.
One of the first ones.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm so used to it. I'm just like blanked on it now. But Wukong has been picked up, and that Cyclone that we have seen put to such effective use so often here, picked up for them. So they really want to prevent, I dare say, that Zeri jumping on the back line. They put the Wukong there, away you go.
I'm sorry, but how do you catch the Zeri when it's on the back line? Because Wukong's trying to get to the front line and do something. I feel like the Zeri Yuumi combo is just so hard to match because you're trying to go forward because you got the Crystal Arrow, you got the Encore, you're trying to get something to happen, but then they're on the back of you and you're like, well, now we have to turn around, and no one wants to reverse turn like that. It's just too hard. And there's the Zahan, which is the better Aatrox at the moment. It's all coming together for SHG. This is a great draft.
Yeah, that Zahan definitely wants those sort of sustained fights to stack that passive, get that Guardian effect going, and I don't think Aatrox wants that fight. I feel like Zahan just comes out better from that one. You know, you've got the World Ender going, and the Silas has such fantastic ultimates to steal Pyke.
Too many good ultimates to steal. And now they're looking at the Talia. It's an obvious solution and it's an obvious answer, but again, we saw the Silas played just a little bit better than the Talia, as it could be an Anivia. That's not really an ultimate you want to steal, but that's going to be an absolute menace to verse in the mid lane.
I think it's a smart pick into that Silas. It's definitely not going to give Silas that sort of early, I get a super strong ultimate. So it's like slowing him, kind of denying him. You're going to be able to wall him to prevent him dashing in. I did like the Talia hover that we saw earlier though. That would have had that sort of global impact. The pebbles you put down really mess with those Silas dashes too, getting those stuns off. But I mean, Silas can steal that Encore. Silas can steal that World Ender, the Cyclone, just the arrow. There's so many options available.
Yeah, but at the same time, like there is not too much madness to the science of Ashe Seraphine. I want to give some props to that too. Crystal Arrow, yes, great initializer of a fight, but throwing out your volley is actually pretty good. It can stop a Zeri just midway through their sort of initiating of the fight. So there is some madness, there is some science to the madness. So I'm excited to see how this Ashe is going to do something to play around this, but if they have a game similar to what we saw last night in the exact same matchup, it's not looking good for GZ.
Definitely, but that's a strength I want to think of Anivia as well. I almost think that's a pick that works very well against the Zeri. Once it's already gone over the wall, the cooldown is there, you chuck your wall up and it prevents the engage. Zeri can no longer dive into your backline because there's another wall.
What if, and let me throw a crazy hypothetical at you,
all right.
You see that they're jumping through the wall, you put your wall up as Anivia so they just keep going through out to a whole nother section of the wall. Now that's what I want to see. That's an interaction that would be very hard to pull off, but would be the funniest thing in League of Legends.
That would be an extremely heads-up play and like a microsecond reflex if Jimmy is able to pull that one off. So I would be keen to see it. But Pyke, we are on the rift for Game 3 of tonight's best of 5 series between GZ and SHG. SHG, they are on match point. GZ, they have to win or they are knocked out of playoffs here tonight.
Oh, look, and it's just a rough place to be, but it's not the end of the night just yet. We have games to be played. We are so close. The precipice there. SHG, they're on the footsteps of greatness. Can they get us there? But is GZ strong enough to hold them back?
We've seen GZ perform before. You cannot forget GZ, they earned their place in these playoffs. They are the team that knocked out CFO. You have to remember that as well. Great start here for GZ.
Burning the heal as well. That is not a great place for Vista. They've obviously said, we know how this Yuumi's going to play the early game, just trying to shut them down a little bit. Makes a lot of sense, and I like to see it. Good proactivity from GZ early on.
Definitely, but that is a Yuumi. All the damage goes on to Yuumi. Yuumi just runs and hides in marble and is still effectively a full health 2v2 fight here. So I do like that they soak that damage up, but Orca and Shun, they're getting some really nice early pressure down here.
And this is what you want to see, right? This is the difference that we didn't see as much yesterday is we did see the Zeri and Yuumi sort of getting away with a little bit too much, but now as well, Evi's a bit of a struggle. So Ijang saying, I know this matchup, I'm willing to take it. And it's looking pretty good.
It's looking great for David because Goliath is nearly dead here in this top side so early on. Those junglers, though, they started on opposite sides of the rift. So we do see Husha rotating down to his bot side, Van1 going up to his top side. And I almost think that's fantastic because obviously with the pressure Ijang is applying, Van1 can appear and turn that 1v1 into a 2v1. I know Mundo isn't the best at an early gank, but it would still be an advantage.
Yeah, look, and I think maybe that's what they're saying is if we need to push the tempo really early. We know Mundo's not going to have as much of a presence. Wukong can. So once we see that level 5, maybe just on the level 6, we might see this Wukong, this monkey, trying to make some plays. But we're not going to see too much from Mundo until there's a couple dragons on the board. We feel like they're just going to be looking at early dragons, early objectives where Mundo's happy just to solo take it and get it done. It's definitely a different dynamic this game, and I'm really actually enjoying how GZ's approaching it, and they're trying to up the tempo and change the style of gameplay so that they are able to have a contestation here.
But this is the thing, this is a strength of GZ as well. They get that early lane pressure. We saw it in Game 2. They had the wave shoved in for the first 5-10 minutes and had that priority, and they're doing it again here and now, and I'm liking the trading I'm seeing coming out of Jimmy too. He's using that ranged advantage to keep Arya low, to keep that pressure and priority strong. As we see a rotation here already.
Could be an early tower dive as they are looking for it. Dashing out of the tower. You can see Orca's tanking it up. Very low. Oh, 1 HP. And they do not get the kill. That's not the early tempo you want to be faltering on.
That was tanked to perfection there by Orca, though. Vista wants to prevent their recall, just messing with their tempo even more. And now GZ, they committed the resources to that bot side. They gave over so much information. SHG, they're happy with that. All it cost them was Marble's flash.
Yeah, which is, at the end of the day, not too bad, but it does put a clock on. The time is ready, as now they can look for the re-engages. Now Arya, again, doing a lot of damage, couple small items to boot, but shoving in these waves, it's nice to see a change of pace.
Definitely, definitely. GZ, it feels like they've turned up. They're like, you know what, we're going to put it to them here in the start of this Game 3, and they have to, right? Yep. So far, the Game 1, Game 2, we saw SHG. They started slow, methodical. Arya rotated to the top, though, Pike.
Yeah, it looks like if they can get that pull back, it might be enough, but now the flashes come out. Ijang does survive for another day, but Evie, very low. Bit of a kill threat, but still, we see the Silas still hovering off to the side. Got to be so careful.
But you take that every day. Arya rotated to topside for free, and they get the flash out of Ijang. So now Evie has that summoner advantage too, and there's that just ease of escape there for that Zeri on the bot side.
Yeah, getting out of dodge, and still Jimmy cancelled the back. Arya trying to keep this Anivia at bay and saying, you're going to stay in lane. You're here with me, not the other way around.
Yeah, and I do like what is transpiring at the moment. We do see that Jimmy is pushing Arya more often than not. Arya is having to catch up on that CS, but this Zeri Yuumi combo on the bot side is under pressure. That passive kicking in.
Yeah, it's a lot to deal with. The flash goes forward from Shun. They're definitely wanting a kill, or at least some sums here. But since there's no flash, they had to burn Cleanse, Exhaust, and Heal just to keep them at bay.
Well done there, though. Obviously, Shun only committed that one particular flash, gets the 3 summoners, had that kill threat down onto the Zeri Yuumi here, and this is a different combination. Obviously, they're different teams, and they've got that sort of bot side pressure here, so Husha is able to start that Drake up. Is spotted, though. Jimmy rotates around with his mid lane priority, and this should be the first Drake going over to GC. Yeah, Van1 not even in the area to contest this, so they're going to pick up that Ocean Drake. It's going to help keep them healed very nicely over that 2% missing HP. Well played, good priority there. It was a very well-timed engage from Shun that forced SHG back, burnt their summoners, but topside again, Pike.
Yeah, look, Evie says, I'll take it to you. The World Ender has been popped. Smite goes down, just get a little bit more damage. There's the Grim Deliverance. I think Ejung is no longer Joe for this world. The World Ender lost his own world at this point.
That's it. Evie claims that first blood, gets that extra 100 gold bonus as well. That's not what you want in your lane, having that advantage used against you. The gold, though, currently very, very even after 6.5 minutes. The second Drake 4 minutes away. The Grubs another minute 20, so it's back to farming right now. But if we do take a quick look at vision control, right now in these early stages of the game, there's not too much. These World Atlas quests have not been completed for the supports, which is such a strong tool for them. It takes their wards from 1 to 3, as well as these control wards that they now have in their 7th slot here. So it will be interesting to see how they apply it. Obviously, this ward that Shun just placed down, spotted out, and some trading. It's only going to be trading.
Yeah, Shun just wants to keep them off the wave at this point. It's not really worth letting them try and get any sort of XP when you do have that little bit of priority. You're not actually too far ahead at the end of the day. It's only a 200 gold difference, but it can sometimes just be enough when you do have that range priority. So Zeri needs those walls to get those shocks off, and if you can't, it's a lot of damage that you're missing out of. So we're still waiting for Marble just to come online, get a little bit more, but when you go back and you get a slingshot, that is not what you want.
We do know that slingshots aren't exactly the best first buy, but really nice hawk shot there to spot out Van 1. They get that information on the jungler, and that's one of the strengths of Ashe as well, is it's the information gathering, it's the intelligence, and you know exactly where SHG are, what they're doing, and when they plan to do it, because you can't stop the hawk shot, and it has such a wide range of vision. So Van 1, he knows he's been spotted, he's like, all right, I'm going to rotate bottom exactly like you knew I would, clear out these wards, and then I'm going to get that advantage for my laners. They're not going to have to contest with that sort of vision control here. It's just some poking, it's just some prodding, and it feels like this is that slow tempo game that SHG thrive in. And I think GZ, they have to come together and pull the trigger a bit more. They need to get that proactivity down. I dare say Husha on this Wukong is a better early skirmisher than Van 1 is on that Mundo, and they need to press that advantage before Mundo just scales and becomes unstoppable.
And that is what we're going to be seeing if they stall out the game anymore. You can already see Van 1 up on this top side, taking that first grubby, but now that it's gone, Husha is here just saying, look, where are those grubbies? Oh, there they are. Howdy. But still, if they can pick up 2, it's not the end of the world. Still kind of good. The side Crystal Arrow, just goes sideways.
As Evie is recalling, if that Crystal Arrow had have connected, it would have been huge for Ejung to collect that. So a nice attempt there, unfortunately not working out, but it costs GZ nothing. Those arrows would be so hard to hit on that Zeri Yuumi combo that they may as well try and convert that advantage into other lanes, get them ahead. Because right now, Shun and Orca, they are holding their own. They're up in CS, they're able to kind of get these advantages, these great trade pokes onto Marble as well. So they're like, you know what, let's get that advantage across the rift. Ejung already up significantly in CS. So I'm waiting on these junglers to get involved, get explosive in these fights here, Pike, because right now, that Drake a minute 15 away, so I expect some kind of trade to get priority to occur.
Oh, well, Mundo's already down on this bot side, so Van 1 wants to be present, at least for something. Clearing up towards the top, but like you said, the dragon is the play. This is where these fights go down. Evie as well is now just holding on. Ejung doing a good job just shoving in waves and then trying to take as many crystals off that tower as possible. That's where a lot of the gold can come in. And still, the trades are just phenomenal. Execution is calling, is already picked up, and it's going to be very hard for this Evie on the Zahan to be able to do anything.
A fantastic item to buy, that sort of 40% heal and shield cut does work on Zahan because he has that sustain. He wants that built-in passive healing to work in his favor, and it's just not proving the better. Right now, this is a fantastic showing from Ejung. He's not being bullied out by Evie early in this game. He's actually kind of getting the better of him here. They had to bring Van 1 up to get that unfair fight advantage and get that kill, but it hasn't slowed Ejung down. He's nearly 25. He is 25 CS up and over Evie. So it's up to Evie here to kind of claw his way back into it. But I've said it before and I'll say it again. I personally think Ijung is that sort of better solo laner tank, and I think Evie is that sort of better team fighting tank. So I expect him to use that ultimate, that Grim Deliverance to great effect. Multi-man knockups, as we do see that teleport now, burnt by Evie. So it's up to Ijung for when he wants to use his. He could come down to this fight and Evie would not be able to follow.
And that could be a big change of tempo as we're hitting 11:11 on the clock. That's the angel number right there, as we are very concerned with how Husha is going to try and lock it down, as Van One is right here, willing to 50-50 smite this one up. Depends who's going to be able to lock it down, and it is going over to GZ. They now turn the fight. The encore is good, but here comes Marble. The damage is even better. Husha gets the cyclone, but it's not going to be enough, as there's kills still going over to Marble, and Arya is now gone. It's a whole nother game, as it is GZ starting to run the tempo. Double kill for Jimmy. Marble picked up the monkey, but now the cat is no longer for the world.
SHG get 1, GZ get 3, and the Drake. They have to be happy with that fight. And it's all because Van One, he wanted to 50-50 that Drake, lost it, and then they were overcommitted. They didn't have the numbers there as well. And if we keep on talking about the top side here, Evie was able to push Ijung away, but we go back to this replay.
It's a good looking replay. Again, the 50-50 smite was where I was very concerned. The spark was nice, but it was just not enough as the Crystal Arrow, the encore, the layering from GZ was fantastic here.
Yeah, GZ put it together. They had the pieces, they put the pieces together, and they just closed this one out.
They made more pieces, and then the pieces turned into pieces, Logan. I get it.
Yeah. But there is no peace to be found on this rift because GZ, they want this. They showed up to that dragon in force. They brought the numbers to bear, and they won the fight. They now have that advantage. They're able to convert that across the rift. They've got the mid lane push, the top lane push, and this bot side, they're able to hold their own against the Marble here on that Zeri Yuumi, which we saw spectacularly last night. Exploded, but it's just not having the same impact here.
Yeah, it's like it was just a better spacing coming out of GZ. Shun was in the right place at the right time. They were able to get all the layering that they needed. The cake was good, and they were eating it too. So it's even better to see that this GZ, after 2 rough first games, are now turning the heat up, and they're baking up a storm.
And that's the mental fortitude of these professional gamers, Pike.
Yep.
They've been here before. They know how to handle it. They know how to come back, even when their backs are against the wall. This is that match point for SHG. And GZ, they need to reverse sweep SHG from here if they want to take this best of 5 series. And right now, this early game, they're looking good. They do have a 2,500 gold lead at 13.5 minutes. That's not insubstantial.
Yeah, and the Grim Deliverance coming down. Well done to Burnt too, just to hold on a little bit longer. But ulti for ulti in this top side, looking for those resets, and might be able to get back to lane lickety-split.
Lickety-split?
I was trying to say quickety-split.
Yeah.
That doesn't really work.
Bit of a tongue twister there as well. Evie does stick around though, gets that advantage, is able to shove that wave in, catch up on that CS, but Ijung collects that Sundered Sky for himself, that little bit of extra healing and sustain. He'll be able to stick around in these fights and frontline a little bit better.
You said it.
Arya forced back though, less than 10% healthier. Jimmy able to trade very effectively, but it looks like Husha and Jimmy are the ones here applying this pressure. Arya does have to recall as Van One just CC'd up, doesn't have the
you know what? That was really good. That was really well played. I have no words for that.
That was clean. They layered the CC fantastically.
They layered it well. The slows, the damage, getting down that storm, the Glacial Storm was really good, and then hitting them with the Encore with the shield was down. That's the difference, right? It was when we were seeing the Mundo in these matchups. Now they're looking for a dive. Jimmy's not trying to slow this tempo down. They've got to shove that wave in first. That's the play. Now they're looking. Evie's trying to hold on. There is no Grim Deliverance this time. No flash available. You've got to be so careful as now. It's a lot of damage. Thrown it out. There's the Grim Deliverance, but not in time. And Jimmy is feeling good in this game. 4-0-2.
Even had a funny moment there. Jimmy, when he put the wall down, it didn't go the way he wanted, and he popped that emote, the forehead slap, like, I stuffed it. But they stuck around, and they got exactly what they wanted. That little wall failure there did give Evie the time he needed for the ultimate, but it was too little, too late, and Ijung is left in this top side to push that CS advantage he has. It's now 40 plus over Evie. It is a significant lead, and we take a look at that every single lane. GZ is winning that gold. Drake in 30 seconds. They have the priority. They have the gold advantage, and I have to say, they have the team fighting here tonight.
Yeah, look, this is a different Zeri Yumi game than we saw last night. It's the piloting's just maybe a little bit off. Maybe they haven't practiced it as much. But this Ashe Seraphine is what we wanted to see last night. It just didn't work for them. Now we're seeing the script being flipped. We're watching a different movie. And honestly, GZ are doing a fantastic job of it. And big props, because they are on series point. They have to be playing more with a bit more gusto because they need to hold on.
I pay for the subscription service. I do like to watch this movie. It plays out differently every single time. You never know what you're going to get. As we do see a little bit of trading, just trying to get that mid lane pressure because that Drake we were talking about is up. GZ have priority. They've got the vision. They've got the numbers. And they want to get to this soul point. It is a Cloud Soul when they do collect it on that fourth one. So they will have that extra movement speed, that extra ability to be able to execute these ganks, surprise SHG. And SHG right now, they're looking a little bit rattled. It's not that slow game that they're so comfortable and used to.
As the Encore hits, the flash has already been burned. Here's Husha now. Grim Deliverance to stay alive is not how you want to be using it. And they're going to lose their tower bot side tier 1, but they did lose a tower topside tier 1-2 for their troubles.
Great cross-map read there. They're able to apply that lack of numbers to the top side and get that turret down. So right now, GZ, they have those 2 turrets. SHG's just picked up their first as well. Gold diff sitting at around 4.5k, but GZ critically, they have those 3 Drakes. We were busy watching the fight, but they have secured it. They're on Soul Point. They have that Wincon online for them in around 4 minutes time. And Ijung is looking so strong here. That David versus Goliath matchup, it's looking very one-sided right now.
Well, when you're getting old Aatrox versus new Aatrox, it is always one of those questions, who can use Aatrox better? And that is what we're finding out tonight. Right now, it is Ijung very comfortable in the position when they are 50 CS ahead. Just running this map. Rift Herald now used in the mid lane as they're sending it for a second charge onto the tier 2. Let's see if they can get enough damage. It is blown up before it lands the charge. Beautifully played by Marble to secure that, and it does keep that tower just a little bit stronger for a little bit longer.
That was an excellent smite there as well, coming out of N1 to just annihilate that Rift Herald. Stopped that Uber arriving in time. It's not often we actually get to see a Rift Herald land 2 charges, so it was good to see that trend continue here. We do see though, GZ, they are deep in enemy territory. That's the SHG's top side, and Husha is just stealing everything he possibly can. I fear that when this Mundo scales and comes online, it might be a little too late. We've got the anti-healing. Husha has that level advantage critically as well. And so far, GZ, they've proven they've got the CC control. They know how to layer it. They know when to pull the stuns to keep Husha, Van1 down and out.
The big question here, though, Logan, that you have to be so careful of is Zeri now has 2 items. That's the spike. That's a good spike. The game's been on a clock this entire time because Mundo's in this game. Zahan is always going to be still relevant. Silas can take the right ultis, Crystal Arrow, Encore. With a Zeri that is happy to scale and is still actually up in CS, not down by much gold, does that beg the question that GZ have almost waited too long to take a stronger lead?
That is a fantastic question, and obviously that scaling is there, but I just don't think that it's going to pose too much of a problem for GZ. They have the items, they have the coordination to be able to lay it down and take out this Mundo. This Mundo is that front line, and that anti-heal works just as well into Evie as well. It works just as well into Silas and the shields that Yumi want to bring to bear. That's 4 things that don't work as effectively as they should be. We have the Oblivion Orb on Seraphine. She has big, splashy AoE damage. It's going to catch the entire team pike. So GZ, I think they don't mind that this game goes a little long. I don't think they mind that the scaling kicks in, because right now they've got the better of them and they have the answers for the future.
I like your words, Magic Man, because they are funny. Because that is what I was thinking as well. I think GZ's in a pretty fine spot. It now comes down to execution. It's about closing out the game. How do you do that? The big question is, you're looking at this Baron that has just spawned. It's 25 seconds, it's already been up. You have such strong control over the top side as GZ. You're in the jungle, you're living rent-free in this Mundo's head. And he's a doctor at the end of the day. It's the worst lost. But still, how does Mundo really stay relevant when they're trying to get stacks on that Heartsteel? They've got their belt. Is it going to be enough to be able to do the damage? It might, because it's still, at the end of the day, it's scaling. This Anivia is going to be putting in a lot of work with these slows. Can GZ keep pushing the momentum?
Well, that's the thing. These slows, these walls, these stuns, these
There's
charms.
a TP.
It's a deep flank angle here, Pike.
And
Aria wants it.
Aria wants it. Another TP's coming in. Van 1 is here. Encore lands. It's going to be enough, but it only hits a shield. The wall is so good. Double Encore, reverse flipped. Send them packing. Aria is so close to dying. E-Junk dashes and slashes over the wall. Evie is just not able to hold on. The Grim Deliverance is there with the GA, but Jimmy is just holding on. The egg is just too much. What can they do? It is just GZ's game to win because they looked phenomenal in that fight.
I cannot wait for this replay because Shun's ultimate hit someone and it was maximum range and it stopped them from having any impact. But GZ, they took that fight, they're able to convert it into a free Baron, and now they'll have a free Drake as well. They're going to get Soul off the back of this one. The only person who can contest is this Marble sort of Vista combination, but it's going to be 5 versus 2. I don't think they're going to have that answer. But here we go on this replay, Pike.
Yeah, let's look. I want you to break this down for me.
Yeah, well, so Aria got that really deep flank angle here, and a fantastic, as you called, Encore coming through from Orca there, only onto the one, but Shun's arrow onto Aria in the back line. The longest stun you've seen in the world keeps him out of this fight. Ijung able to close it out, and then they turn that numbers advantage. Evie, too little, too late. He's already low in the back lines, and this wall from Jimmy keeps the rest of SHG at bay.
Oh, look, and a Cloud Soul at this point is so rough. This is literally the same game as last night, but flipping the script. I'm not even joking, because it was a Cloud Soul as well. The movement speed was so good. Now how do you catch the Ashe? Your Zeri cannot run away fast enough. That's the problem here. So I'm loving this different script that we're seeing. Cloud Soul secured, Baron secured, GZ. They're really pushing this tempo again. And we're looking at a potential game 4.
And this is all about move speed on that Ashe. That Kraken Slayer, 4%. That Phantom Dancer, 10%. There is so much move speed coming out of this Ashe, and the slows, it just works together so nicely. And those Ashe volleys, they work with the passive of the Seraphine. This is the Ashe Seraphine that we wanted to see last night, but we're getting it here tonight. We're being spoiled with this fight. As GZ, they are sieging up SHG's base. They have to defend, and it is going to be a frantic defense because Ijung has the better of Evie in every single fight right now. Van 1 is not that extremely powerful scaled up Mundo Pike.
Well, and that's okay as they are still pushing that tempo forward. Crystal Arrow goes forward. They're looking at Jimmy, and Encore hits 3 members. It's all too much for SHG. They are getting absolutely obliterated in this final fight. Ijung came from behind and said, "It's my time to shine." David has finally taken on Goliath, and now they're looking at the Nexus. Logan, we're going to a game 4.
And I am so happy for GZ that we are. Their backs against the wall. Potential playoffs knockout here. SHG were on match point and they are able to put together the comp that had every single answer to SHG.
Ah, Logan, if we get the same situation as last night, I don't know if I can do it, man. I don't know if I can cope. It's all too much. Yes, GC, easy peasy. That was just a whole nother team just then that we saw and witnessed in that series. Wow, GZ have brought the fire.
Like we've said, they can scrum with the best of them. They have been able to take out CFO, and they're here tonight to show that they still want this. They are hungry, they are bloodthirsty, and they've just put a dent in SHG's run. It's not over yet. They've won 1 game. They need to win 2 more to reverse sweep it, but the numbers do not lie.
Whoa, what is that mid-difference? Jimmy said, "Aria, I'm sick of this. I don't like what you've been doing. You've been mean. You're a bully. I'm going to bully you." And look at this Anivia, 21k damage to 4. That's not double. That's quadra. 5 times. You know what? Quick math doesn't even matter at this point. That's disgusting amount of damage.
That is so much damage across the team, and it's such a one-sided game. It was a 24-minute stomp, Pike.
So big.
I'm pretty sure that's the fastest game we've seen in the LCP all split. I will have to double check that, but it is up there. Yeah. And we do take a look at that gold diff as well. That's like 13k. This was such an impressive showing from Ground Zero. They held it together. They bounced back from game 1, game 2 losses. I'm really excited to see what they can bring to bear.
And the big difference is they came in with a different plan. They said we need to change up how we're playing these games. You're right. SHG loves death by 1,000 cuts. So GZ's like, well, if we just don't really let you cut us, we kind of win. So that's what we saw. GZ said, we'll take it to you. We're going to push it up a little bit further. We're going to take you outside your comfort zone where you cannot swim. You're in the deep end now. This is where GZ thrives.
And they are thriving so well. This is the best performance we've seen from them tonight. We called it earlier in game 1. Husha was like their superstar jungler, and he was performing tonight as well. He was everywhere in the back lines with his Cyclone knockups. But you have to shout out Orca on this Seraphine. The encores were at the right time. They were on the right amount of SHG, and you just can't do anything when the encore lands.
Yeah, and you got to give big props as well to Jimmy in as well. This Anivia was such a staple. You can see this encore absolutely monumental, and the damage, the follow-up. They're all full health. Logan, they're all full health. What do you do? How do you contest with that? It was just an absolute shellacking.
And the shout out to Jimmy was well timed there because we saw the encore come out of Orca and Jimmy put the wall behind them.
Yes.
They couldn't escape even once they came out of that encore.
Yep.
So it was that coordination, it was that synergy that we've been wanting to see from GZ all night. It showed up here in Force Pike.
But now it comes down to what do you do in game 4? You're still up against the wall. There's technically 2 games for GZ to go to if they want to win. So that's the big question. Do you actually take it to them, go a little bit harder, or do you decide to go run it back and have a bit of a rough game? Who knows?
Well, we will get to see it when this game 4 does decide to break out, and we will see it straight after this break because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Who's going to Brazil?
行きます行きます我回答我回答
And that is game and series heading over to DCG.
我會到多謝你多謝你
Offside the whole time. The Team Secret Whales, they're going to collapse onto Evie here.
It's good, but it's not enough as home.
Mario get that first kill. Up in the air goes Evie.
大家好，我是凯文，我会在巴西等你们，不见不散。
Hiện tại là LCP bên ở thời điểm hiện tại thì đã thay đổi cũng như là củng cố rất là nhiều thành viên khác nhau đến từ rất là nhiều chỗ khác nhau nên là rất là khó đánh giá mọi người, và người mừng lớn nhất thì có lẽ là CFO. Hiện tại thì chưa thi đấu cũng như là chưa có làm quen gọi là bắt lửa nhiều nên là cũng rất là khó đánh giá.
Với việc qua game và mình không làm đội trưởng nữa thì mình cảm thấy khá là thoải mái và nhẹ nhõm. Như cá nhân mình phải giữ những thứ mình đã làm trước kia khi mà làm đội trưởng để mình còn được làm đội trưởng cho chính bản thân của mình.
Mình thấy là anh huấn luyện viên mới rất là vui tính và vui vẻ với lại nhiệt huyết trong công việc. Ban đầu thì tụi mình rất là khó khăn trong khoảng giao tiếp, nhưng mà dần dần thì tụi mình cũng đã tìm hướng giải quyết để nói chuyện với nhau nhiều hơn. Nên là bây giờ cho tới hiện tại thì bọn mình đã rất dễ dàng để làm việc với nhau. Mình muốn nói với Taki với mình rằng là đã rời đi thì hãy chìm trong thất bại, người ở lại thì luôn có chiến thắng.
まあ、新しく加入したケインだったりだとか、シトラスたくさんコールする選手なので、そういったコールが、それぞれで噛み合っていけばもうどんどん強いチームになっていくんじゃないかなと思います。
そうだな、なんか久しぶりに会ったアリアはすごい冷たい選手のように見えたんですけど、全然そんなことはなくて、僕が体調悪い時にはエビ体調大丈夫心配してくれたり変わってませんでした。
他的打法应该比较偏向支援队友的类型，而我是在线上自己做压制。会有啊，想起很多的回忆啊，就也希望他可以跟我一起进步吧。 只是说非常期待啊，希望你真的会付出。
没有到那么好，感觉我们的默契还需要配合一阵子，然后沟通的方面也要加强。
我觉得我们算是一个新的队伍嘛，因为其实我们像是 Shadow、汹涌跟厄尔骑士加入，那我们目前也是在处理一些沟通上的问题，然后也很努力在教汹涌一些简单的中文。大家可以期待一下我们的沟通就比去年更烂了。
队伍状况的话，目前可能还处于比较不安定的状况。对粉丝说的话就谢谢你们支持，然后我们会努力的。CFO，因为我们这一队都是跟 CFO 有一些渊源嘛，就是可能是淘汰掉了或者就是不被选上的这样。我是不被选上的。
如果是他先被抓的话，那就很难打了。其实这波一瞬间，我觉得 DCG 要炸了，这里就巴德瞬间死了，其实其他人的位置是走不掉的。但好险是蓝宝这个大下的很好，后续的进场也做得非常好。我觉得居力这里有点太大意了，这个蓝宝是基本上就直接走上来，有点太简单。
蓝宝基本上是一个人主宰了这一波的战场。
是这边真的是哇，全靠蓝宝。
Bên kia thì AV chưa tới, AV vẫn đang dần đá lại và đây là từ đánh hơn người, chúng ta phải đánh nhanh, chúng ta phải có những mã vụ trong pha thiếu này. Nhưng Aria khá trâu và một đá bay vụt ra thì hết đàm. Một tình huống thổi được tầm nhiệt nhưng đối phương ở khá xa hoàn toàn rồi, dí vào phía lệ và đây là một tình huống không chạy được, bị bắn chết đến từ bộ đội Energy và sân trường cánh còn lại chúng ta cũng đang lợi cái đi bắn thoải mái, sẽ là một pha đại thắng dành cho Energy.
康德这里也转了一个半弹了，但其实还是不够硬。哎，给机会了。
Top 9闪现这边打出来，选择要 all in 到底吗？顺开启一个机遇，在这边被钉在墙上，在一个一击的划过墙之后，命令这边被定住，下面还有火烤这边再加进10万名是全部 all in 顺倒了。那这边是鸣鸟也被打出弹，复活的僵尸看起来也是要倒下。这一波团战对于 DCG 来说是打出了一波漂亮的人头多数哦。 Đang quăng tấn công rồng, Grounded họ vẫn tự tin vào khả năng cắn trong Liverpool để cạnh tranh trừng phạt với cả bàn lùn. Nào vẫn đang quăng câu kéo nhưng Pool bị hất mềm về quan địa chấn rồi, bị cấu máu, bị làm mềm. Aria cũng yếu nhưng Aria không chạy được Eddie bắn thoải mái qua. Mapo cũng bị dí, tầm này đỏ đam Mapo không lại cả bàn lùn yếu máu, bàn lùn có lẽ cũng sẽ đi thôi. Người đi trước có lẽ là Vista, một tình huống bắn chính xác và sau đó thì là một cái cướp táo quả là kill dành cho vị trí của anh chàng Eddie.
Và khi cần thì đã có Eddie tỏa sáng, đó chính là tiền đô. Một tình huống mà Hito ta đạp xuống rất nhanh từ cái nhịp một của giao tranh, nhưng sau đó chúng ta vẫn có Eddie. Evi đang cố chạy để chấm pentakill. Pentakill hay không đây? Và sẽ đây chính xác pentakill được có dành cho xạ thủ của ẩn vận kinh vào.
Đây rồi.
And we are back for Game 4 of tonight's Best of 5 series between GZ and SHG.
Sorry, I was just flexing like Jimmy in that game just then. I had to. It was just way too... He's just... That Anivia, that bird was soaring tonight.
It was the biggest flex we've seen on the Rift tonight. It was 5 times.
Wait, not even mine?
Damage.
Wow,
Oh,
I'm
well.
devastated. I'm just going to go there.
You only have 2 times. He had 5 times the damage of his opponent.
Yep.
But that was a fantastic showing out of GZ. They are very much in this series. We have a series on our hands, Pike.
We were thinking about it. It was looking a little bit dicey for the first couple games, right? Like first 2, SHG just looked so phenomenal. But the difference is GZ came back. They said, you know what? We'll take this fight. We're here for the long haul. Let's see what you got.
And the long haul we are on, because this is a best of 5 series tonight, and if GZ mean business, they could potentially take this game 4 and potentially, and I know it's a lot of maybes, ifs and or buts, silver scrapes again.
Oh, I want to hear that song so bad I might have to put it on while I fall asleep, because yes, we might be looking at it, but we might not if SHG have anything to say about it, because they are still on series point. It is currently 2-1 scoreline. SHG have got first pick red side. What's your thoughts on that?
SHG with first pick, they obviously want that priority for their champion, right? They want a very high value champ on a very important player that they can play around, that they can carry, the feed the gold, funnel it in, I have to think it's going to be onto their AD carry for sure, because it's in the name, it's a carry. You want to give them that right of selection, that Kai'Sa, that Yunara, they're still up and available, Pike.
I want to play a game with you real quick, Logan. We'll make it fast. No, I'm going to count down on 3, and on the 3, afterwards, we have to guess the champion's going to be picked up. So, on 1, 2, 3, Ambessa. I think Ambessa. I think it's going to get through the ban phase. They're not going to let it because they want to play it in Game 4. I think Ambessa's going to be the one.
You think everyone's priority on Ambessa into Ijong?
I just think that, yes.
Okay. All right, but Ijong knows how to play Ambessa so well. You'd be able to outplay it.
No. That's not how it works.
All right, I'm wrong.
Evie's Goliath still at this point. You're going to be worried. Look at this. Look at the confidence.
Evie's feeling himself. Yeah, that's it. He's like, Ambessa.
Yeah, he's like, Ambessa. Unless we put the Kai'Sa in the top lane. No, we won't do that. Let's not do that nonsense ever again.
Or the Vayne that we've seen hovered a few
I
times.
want to see that so bad. That'll be the coolest thing ever. We need it with a Trundle, though. We need to be reliving G2's caps, locking that in and seeing what's possible. If Tristana ever gets locked, there's got to be a Vayne top. You know what? Let's not worry about it. We're getting into draft real soon. But we're hoping to see some more life from GZ. They had such a good run in that last game. Let's see if they can take that momentum into this Game 4.
Well, we're about to find out as we do go to the draft. And Ambessa banned, does not get through. J4 also banned away. So these two, I'll be surprised if we ever see them on the Rift, even if we do get to that Game 5 hike.
I'm sad.
I know, me too, sad face. But I am wondering if they're going to ban that Gwen away. She's been a very high priority ban too.
Yeah, look, it makes sense as well, but we're going to start seeing some more of those strong AD carry bans. Yunara, Kai'Sa have to really be taken off, or at least considered here at this point. There's still some strong supports as well to be locked in. Leona comes to mind if you need some CC. Rel is still up, but the Misfortune's already been played, so it's how do you pair it with the right tools? Who's going to be that? There's the Gwen being taken off the board. We're seeing a rinse and repeat.
Definitely. There are still some really nice ADs available, though. Corki's still up. Caitlyn, Yunara, Kai'Sa. So they're going to have to ban hard if they want to get rid of these sort of stronger A to S tiers that are still remaining here in tonight's game. And another Ryze ban coming through. The LCP, through the entire split, they got to play Ryze. They learnt how powerful Ryze can be and the playmaking that he can put across that rift. And they know now, do not let Ryze get through.
Not allowed. Keep it off the rift. It's not where it belongs. It's a blue smurf. Keep it with the blue smurfs. But now, LeBlanc as well, banned out too. Another really strong solo mid laner. Has so much kill pressure, so much potential. We'll have to see what Skywalk, the coach of GZ, wants to bring out here too. Now we have swap sides as well. GZ on blue side, SHG on the red too. But they get that first pick. So I wonder what priority they will go for as Sion is banned out.
They want to protect their top laner. They don't want to see Evie on that Sion. It has been one of his very effective champions here too. But I want to point out ones that have made it through. Malphite through. Azir through.
What?
As a twist, they used their priority on Twisted Fate Pipe.
What? Okay, well, they love there's another global. Makes a bit of sense. The Destiny's Gate is going to be good to be able to rotate around, but SHG are definitely looking to get around the map as soon as possible.
Another champion they could have picked up that is still very available, Galio, though.
Yes.
Galio with that hero's entrance, so much more effective than a Twisted Fate ultimate, in my opinion. It has such significant team value, but GZ, they lock in Yunara.
Yeah, it makes so much sense. Now you got to put it with those right supports. You can go for a bit more engaged. You could go for the Lulu too. It is up and available, so you get that little bit of extra damage. But now Mel being hovered here as well. It did get that slight rework, but there is still fear in this Mel.
The ability of that reflect is still so powerful, Pike. You throw out a stun, she's going to reflect it at you. Yeah, she takes a little bit of damage, and you take significantly reduced from your own abilities, but it is still the utility of what she reflects that is so dangerous. It is so damaging to what your opponent wants to do. If they want to engage with those stuns, you're not allowed to, Pike.
Yeah, and now I'm sort of thinking the question is, what sort of AD carry support do you pick for SHG here? Because Kai'Sa, yes, is up and available. The Kai'Sa-Yunara matchup, we might be seeing. Pair that with the likes of a Leona or even another hard engage. It could be good, but Corki, beautiful.
Bard has not been banned.
Oh my lord, Bard. And the Nami just insta-locked in, giving a little bit more empowerment to this Corki. I like it. There's the Lulu.
I don't like the Nami. There is a Mel on the Rift. That tidal wave will be used against you. Anytime you want to dive in and engage, good luck. That tidal wave, the knock up, the slow, it's going to pull your team fight apart. I really wish they had have gone with something like you were suggesting, like that Leona. Whenever I see a Mel on the Rift, you slam the Leona. She's basically a hard counter. You can't reflect anything of hers. But as you called so rightly, that Lulu has been locked in, will be a powerhouse combination with Yunara. Those shields, those slows she's able to bring to bear.
It's about who comes online the fastest, right? It's who's getting around the map. Twisted Fate does have the priority to get away from the mid lane, get away from this Mel, and actually do something with it. Now, where they go is the big question. Twisted Fate throwing out a gold card onto a Mel, you're going to burn that shield, but you're going to have a gold card up again very quickly. So once these shields are gone, you're done and dusted. Nocturne being banned out, I was literally thinking that another global Nocturne has been so prevalent with that paranoia. Now it's about what are you going to focus on? It's top and jungle for both sides.
What if Jimmy picks up Galio? What if Jimmy picks up Galio and then they have like a jungle engage from ground zero?
Then where's Mel going?
Not in the mid, support. And Lulu is going to go top.
Who are you? Get away from me. Lulu top? What is this? What, rushing a Rage Blade or something?
Yeah,
what is this nonsense? Bork Rage Blade Lulu.
We've seen Machine Gun Lulus before.
No, we haven't.
Not happening here today.
No, well, it's as bad as the funnel strat, if you ask me. But lock in a bloody Master Yi and see what happens. Come on, mate.
I do love this Neferi ban.
Yes, absolutely. You've only got Yunara with a really strong AD right now, but it needs like a go button. It needs a trigger. So the Mel is a little bit of that, but the Neferi fills that slot very well.
Definitely, and we will be looking for the top and jungle of ground zero to see what options they have available here. I really think there's going to need to be that sort of initiator, that dive, so that Yunara is still up, has not been banned yet.
Karzik's being banned out too. That's a new one that we haven't seen in a hot minute, but Malphite banned out. Nope, they read my mind.
SHG read that play. They saw that GZ needed that engage and were like, you cannot have Malphite. Malphite, one of the top 5 most banned champions here in the LCP. He rarely gets to see the Rift, and the reason why, his win rate is so high. He's only lost 1 game when he's actually hit the Rift.
That's craziness. But Maokai is a nice response to this too. Sending out those forests, those roots that will slow you down and stop you. No Valkyrie can save you unless you're behind someone, so it's going to be a bit of CC and a very good tanky champion, but it hasn't been picked here yet in the LCP. Let's see how it fares.
Very tanky as well, so it's a nice sort of frontlining option that GZ have brought here onto the Rift into this composition, but it will be up to SHG to respond. They've got their mid laner, they've got their AD and their support, so they still have their jungler and top laner to pick here too. And crikey, it's Renekton in the crocodile.
I've jumped on a couple crocs in my time, and you know what? It is no fun. Funnily enough, they have always been on Summoner's Rift, never in real life. That's a bit too dangerous for my blood. But no, Renekton being picked up, it's such a staple top laner. Throw in a Trundle too. That Maokai is just a simple tree, if you ask me. You may as well just play Ivern without the Daisy. But no, Volibear being hovered as well. Okay, could it be? Nope, go the Trundle. Makes more sense. Get the troll. Get the troll. Get there, they got the troll.
Got the troll.
Great.
0 wins, 4 losses though, Pike. So this could
Riven?
be...
Oh. Scared. Please, play it. Play it, Ejung. Do it.
It would be fantastic. We do see the Olaf Riven 50-50. We see him smiling, laughing. He's toying with
Olaf makes sense. Okay,
right.
it's fine. It's fine. The Riven, though, would have been absolutely astounding.
Unreal if we'd have seen that locked in here. But it's not like it's unprecedented. Maokai has not been played in the LCP, is locked in here. It's still SHG on match point. GZ, they still cannot afford to lose this game, and they bring a not before played Maokai into the jungle. Husha must be feeling himself.
Look, it might not be that. It's just how do we get something that's going to facilitate the team? Husha might have to be taking a back seat and really land over the reins to shun Jimmy had such a great 3rd game as well. Like, it makes sense. Maybe they're feeling a little bit better, a little bit more confident with a lesser champion pool. This could be a difference. We want to see this Yunara really pop off and get that damage out. Let's see how they're going to do it, though, because with a Maokai in tow, you can start a fight, but how do you finish the fight?
And good luck getting away from the start of the fight with Maokai as well. That is such a massive, massive ultimate. But the way you end these fights, Yunara runs you down and kills you. When you get that 2-item power spike, that Kraken Slayer, that Fiend Hunter's bolts, it is so scary to fight into Yunara, especially with that range. And Lulu just pocketing that Yunara. She's nigh on unkillable.
We're in glorified air here, Logan. I'm taking a deep breath because I can feel the fights already stirring. I'm going to say it, first blood, going to be at 5 minutes.
5 minutes. All right. I'm going to say 5. 5 is first Drake. Ah, that's why you've gone with that.
Well, you know what?
Okay.
I'm not just a pretty face and big muscly arms.
When's Scuttle? 2.5? Something like that?
Don't worry about the Scuttles anymore. Get that out of my face.
We do see that deep vision being put down, though. This is a classic first move. You want to get that information on what side of the map your opposing jungler is on. And with that vision control, they now know that Van One on that Trundle in his bot side and Husha also in his bot side.
Yeah, no, it forces them to sort of alter their initial game plan, and that's what those wards are usually about. It's about how do you just keep that vision, but now how do you move around the vision? There is ways to get out of it. Ejung's like, oh, Evie, let's try and scrap this one out. Maybe I was wrong about that first blood sort of styles, but still, it's a minute only. I've got 4 minutes left.
4 minutes in the pocket. A lot can happen here, Pike. We see that trading. This is what we expect of these top laners. Just some nice early trades, little health bars. This Renekton has the sustain to be able to handle it. Jimmy on this Mel comfortably walking forward into Arya of that Twisted Fate. The gold difference negligible right now. The vision is exactly where we expect it, deep on those jungle camps. But we do see the bot side. GZ's, Shun and Orca, they have the advantage. They've pushed in Marble and Vista.
Look, Marble just needs to sit back, relax, and just enjoy the ride of being on that spaceship because they are looking for a bit of a mid-late game, but so is this Yunara, so is Shun. There's clocks on both these 80 carries, but it's who gets the early lead. We have seen Corkies very much come back into fights with just a couple kills under their belt in the mid-game. So it really depends if they want to be aggressive or if they're going to play it slow. But up top side, there's no slowing down.
It is all aggression on this top side. One thing that I do want to call out, though, with having the Trundle on their team, SHG will be able to lane split. They'll be able to push a separate lane with that Trundle, able to crack these turrets, these towers so fast before GZ can respond. So they have these multiple win cons that they can play around, especially if they start to get this early dragon stacking. And Pike, you've still got 2.5 minutes, mate.
The big, well, I do, which is great for me. Fantastic. We don't even have to worry about that. But the problem is when you've got a Maokai versus a Trundle, Maokai doesn't particularly win that most of the time. And I say most of the time because it depends if there is team members. There's a Scuttle, no fight, guys, relax. We can all just chill out. But no, Trundle is a tank killer. That is Trundle's job. And Maokai's a tank. So if saplings don't get it done, Trundle's running at you.
It's definitely a hard matchup between that Maokai and that Trundle. When they hit that ult, they steal all that armor away from you. Bing, bang, boom. Suddenly you find yourself in the dirt. You're a seedling and you have to sprout again in another 40 seconds. That's just how it's going to go. But right now, the CS, it's fairly even. And that Drake, another minute and a half away. I know we're talking about it a bit, but that's that 5-minute mark where I would fully expect both teams to want to contest this. But GZ, this is a staple. This is part of their identity. They get that early push in. They have the wave shove. They have the advantage. But Van One's made a move.
Yeah, Jimmy's in a bit of a cheeky spot. Shield is there, but the flash is used. Nice and early. 5 minutes on the clock now as Jimmy has just been caught out. And oh, looking to get back in. Evie wants to try and slow them down, get that stun, but Husha taking 2 shower shots. Two tower shots.
2 shower shots? 2 tower shots.
Well, you got to water your plants.
That's it. That's it. That's how they grow. But yeah. Van One, that's exactly what he wanted. He rotated to that mid. The moment Jimmy flashed, he turned away and started to run. That was it. His job was done. But well played by Husha to turn around on that top side and force the flash out of Evie. So it is a trade of these summoners on both sides, but one is on the mid lane, one is on the top. I would argue SHG are happy with that. They have that sort of summoner spell advantage.
Yeah, I would argue that too.
Yeah.
So we don't actually have to argue. We can just be in complete agreement.
I like that. I like agreeing. Right now, we do see that crystalline growth starting to...
No, I like arguing, Logan.
We do see that crystalline growth starting to grow on these turrets. And whoever hits that first, they get that gold injection, that gold reward. It's like a new kind of demolish here in this split, in this season. And it's pretty effective. It's a nice little reward, but Jimmy is using that Q poke so effectively from Mel to keep Arya at range.
Yeah, going for that Rod of Ages as well on Arya is definitely a nice take. It means you can just be a little bit more sustained in these fights. You can get a lot more out because at the end of the day, you're really a gold card for this team. You're locking down the CC, you're point and click. Now it's about how to use it well against a Mel.
We do see...
I can't stop rhyming. I'm a poet and I didn't even know I was making rhymes with those words.
I was going to say you do know it, but we do see that Van One is on that top side. They're not currently prioritizing that Drake, which has entered the Rift. It will be down to who can get what priority where. And right now, SHG have it on that bot side. Evie trading nicely into Ejung. Ejung respecting the wave plus Evie. Probably has an understanding that Van One's in the area. And we do see Husha moving toward that bot side. Will be spotted on that ward. Excellent vision placement there, Pike.
Well, another thing you need to be looking at is Maokai's can't really do dragons alone. They're the tank. Unless they're going the full AP route, which we are actually going to see, it's still a bit of a slog. Whereas you do see the Trundle, they love taking objectives. That's also where they thrive. So this big troll is really going to be feeling, can they get the early objectives on the board? Because they are looking at it. Now Marble going a little bit more aggressive. See if they can make something happen with it.
Definitely just stood there and decided to fight. So that was a really nice call. Vista able to pop that shield, that heal, bring Marble back up to 100%. And SHG, they've brought the members
but
down.
But they've gone back in. What is Arya doing? They've just teleported in and it's not going to be able to do too much. They used that ultimate. They were trying to make something work and it just didn't happen.
Yeah, unfortunately that pillar as well from Van One, unable to keep anybody on the wrong side of it. So really heads up there from GZ. The moment they saw that ultimate come down, they backed away. They knew something was up. But SHG, they got themselves that priority and they're going to be able to convert it into the first Drake of the game. It is that Chemtech Drake here as well, Pike. I really like that play, that priority. They know they have that jungle objective advantage and they need to press it home now.
And that is the big playmaker, right? Is Maokai won't have the same sort of urgency in the early games, so they need to play around these ultimates to do something. You say Ejung has to use the Ragnarok to get away from that Dominus, because this Crocodile is pretty big. Which skin is that, though? That's the Ice, it's the Frost skin, isn't it?
I don't play topside, I don't play Renekton. I don't know that skin.
It's a good skin, though. It's cool.
Nice.
It's like a blue-purple.
Yeah.
I like colors.
Yeah, well, that was... is it complementary or contrasting?
I like trains.
Yeah. This is our special interest, League of Legends. That is why we're here talking in this Game 4 of the best of 5 between Ground Zero and SHG in our playoffs knockout here, Pike.
Huge. Again, we can't not give the credit where it's due for this series. And the fact that GZ is still holding on. We're at Game 4. They're looking for a reverse sweep. Let's see if they've still got it in there. You've got the first dragon. The game has been slow. My clock that I put out was definitely wrong as we hit the 8-minute mark without a single kill. Gold is only 500 up on the side of SHG.
But that is where SHG thrive, that slow build. They like the slow game. They just chip away. They get those small incremental advantages before they close the game down at around the 20-25 minute mark and they run away with it. GZ, they're the ones who have to up the tempo, speed things up.
Van One is coming up. See if they can get anything as Ejung only has the ghost, but it's already been burnt, and this could be the first blood. They're looking to tower dive it. Do they have enough damage? They do, but no! The roots keep the Crocodile at bay! Found it underwater, and now Husha is looking at Van One. But here comes Jimmy and looking to join the party, and it's going to be just enough damage. The slows are good. Husha has to flash. Jimmy and locks it down and says, good night, sweet prince.
They brought 4 members to that top side against 2 of SHG. SHG never stood a chance because GZ just responded so much quicker, but it does leave Arya in that mid lane, able to chip away at those turret plates, get that gold, making a play on the bot side.
Let's see if the golden card does go out there. Not in the pool just yet. There's the tidal wave a little bit too far away for it to hit Shun.
A good attempt there by SHG to take advantage of all of the members that were on that top side of GZ, but unfortunately not able to connect with those skills. That tidal wave missing critically because they were just so deep between those turrets. So I do like the productivity from SHG. Unfortunately, it just wasn't excellent execution in this time.
And Shun is still just getting absolutely battered down here. It's an unrelenting force Marvel is putting out and really forcing this Hinara out of this game as much as possible. But it's still very early days.
Ijung showing here, trying to proxy this wave. Evie knows what's up. There's the ward down, so he's going to respect the potential tower dive. Van One deep in the bot side jungle of GZ, though, trying to steal away as many camps as he can from Husha, keep him behind where he can. As we do cut back to this topside replay, I like the initiative of Van One here, but it looked like he was ready to almost recall. The pillar, though, it feels like it came out late. I see the vision, but it stopped Evie autoing one or two more times, got him under that turret, and Husha's just able to lock him down, clean him up. And then two more members of GZ are coming here, Pike. They had this under wraps.
Yeah, and it just felt like they were reading it a little bit better. Husha still had to burn that flash towards the end just to stay alive, because if you give over another kill there, it's not really that much worth. But still, it's getting Ijung out of this fight a little bit more. Yes, they're up in CS, but it's a Renekton. They're very comfortable as the game goes later. They've already got the Phage online. They've got those ninja tabbies. Sorry, steel-plated boots. Old school here, I apologize. But now they're feeling a little bit better. It's now really on Jimmy, who does have a little bit more of that lead. Husha as well, they've got those single kills. Items coming along, that Blackfire and the Leandres, the burn is there.
While Jimmy does have that CS advantage, the gold advantage is still over to Arya because he was left alone in that mid when GZ rotated to topside. He was able to farm that gold and get it into his pocket. So he's keeping himself relevant. He's going to be a threat later in these games. And I like to see the productivity coming out of him. He's not scared to ult behind that turret to try and make those plays happen. It's almost like he's a replacement for Ryze in that regard, with that solo advantage he can bring to bear to make it that 3 versus 2 fight. But we do see Husha here moving around.
Yeah, they're looking for something. There is a drag coming up in 20 seconds, but Void Grubs are also available. But we do also see Van One is recalling, so maybe they're looking to reset down to this bot side to come and meet them at this dragon. But they're getting such strong vision control already. GZ might just have control of this one.
GZ, they have the prio in the mid. They have the early rotation around to this Drake. They want to slow SHG down.
Oh, jumping forward, Shun, but now here goes the Destiny. Let's see if the damage can be good. Oh, great knock-up is there, but now they've flipped the script. There's the tidal wave. Orca is gone, taken out by a tidal wave too. Marbles got their first kill of the game. Now they're looking for Husha. It's just going to be enough damage as still. Shun trying to do something, but is it going to be enough as they're still going for gold card is not just enough. It is. Jimmy is so low. They get a kill in return. Ari is taken out, but Vista takes out Jimmy in.
Fantastic pillar there on the back end of that fight from Van One to disengage, prevent GZ chasing into them, because GZ kited that out very, very well. It did look like a one-sided fight to start, but it just brought their numbers down to that side of the rift to have a fair competitive match. But they're going to turn that advantage that they got there, 2 for 1, into the second Drake of the game. Orca here, though, does get the ward down, wants to provide that vision, but they will be unable to contest. Husha knows this. He's already started on his camps.
Orca, go steal it with your rapid-fire cannon Lulu play.
You mean top lane Lulu?
Yes, silly.
But here we get to see it again. Shun was aggressing forward, and Arya read the play. Ults down, gets that gold card stun, and they're able to get that numbers advantage early. But here, GZ, whilst yes, they're funneled, Jimmy is happy with that. He's able to Q poke and chip away. Gets that E out onto Arya, who face tanks the world. And Jimmy just able to close out Arya on that backside as Van One pillars to secure their escape.
And that Golden Eclipse is really the maker there, is being able to execute people from that certain level really helps out. So Jimmy is staying relevant in this game. If you die there without getting a kill, you're just going 1-1, but now you're going 2-1, you're still feeling good, you've got a little bit more gold in the pocket, and that's exactly what you want on this Mel, especially when your TF that you're versing is 0, 1, and 2.
Yeah, your counterpart in lane right now, though, does have a slight gold advantage, even if there's not keeping up with those kills. So great farming there from Arya onto those turrets, getting that gold, like we said a little bit earlier. But this game, it doesn't feel as slow as what we've seen in games 1 and 2. It feels like GZ, they're upping the tempo. They're responding to these plays that SHG are deciding that they want to make in their own comfort, and GZ are making them uncomfortable. They're making them work so much harder for these kills.
And that's the difference, right? It is a best-of-5 series. If you put your best champions in the first 2 games just to get an early lead, you've still got more games to go. So it feels like GZ have maybe planned for that, being like, we know maybe SHG is a slightly better team. How do we beat that? We just be smarter in the draft. We play around what they're going to do. We give them a couple priority picks. And that's how they were actually drafting very early, is giving these strong ones. As another fight's going out, Ejung's just gone.
Well played there by SHG. Evie traded so heavily into Ejung early, and Van One was able to come up from behind, proxy the wave, so he had no protection and just ran him down. And it looks like they're going to try and take this top tier 1 as well. That would be first turret. That would be an extra 300 gold in the pockets of SHG. So this is that slowly chipping away, getting those leads. It almost feels like SHG, while they weren't overly comfortable in that bot side team fight, they're still comfortable on the overall state of the Rift. And they've used that topside priority to start up this Rift Herald pike.
Yeah, and look, we know what the math is. It's not perfect anymore, but Rift Heralds do aid in a win for most teams. Not every win, though. We have to say that now. It's not a 100% win rate, which is unfortunate, but it's a big crab, and it does a really good job at hitting towers.
Towers are its specialty. Those headbutts crack them wide open, and this tier 1 in the mid is already less than 50%. So I do have to imagine that SHG in the next 1 or 2 minutes, maybe the next minute and a half, because it's 2 minutes until the next Drake, they drop that Rift Herald, they get that charge down in tier 1, that priority, and then they swing by and pick up that third Drake. I have to imagine that's the game plan here. As we do take a quick sojourn, all role quests have been completed.
A what?
A sojourn.
You said birth last night. Now we're saying sojourn?
Yeah, I'm trying
What's
to
that
educate
mean?
everybody.
What does that mean?
It's like a journey. It's like a small side quest.
Why don't you just call it a side quest?
Because there's too many words.
Sojourn is just way too hard for me to say. I don't have the vocabulary for that.
But these gamers, they have the vocabulary for this League of Legends game here.
Are you sure? I'm sure that they're saying, fight, 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 fight!
And that's all they need. That's all the shot calling you need sometimes. The jungler goes, fight, or Van One, no flash. And that's enough for these gamers to pull the trigger.
That's how I talk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Marble aggressing forward. Shun already 75% health.
Yeah, so you're nailing it. That's all the math I need to know. 9 plus 6. It's 14. No, it's not. I know the answer. It's actually 15. I was joking about that one. It's the same math, same quick math we did before. But no, Rift Herald has now been pulled into the mid, just like you said, Logan. You called it out spectacularly, sending that charge, looking to burn those crystals. The headbutt is good. It didn't take the total tower. They are able to clean it up, but no, the return. Hoosh is going deep, throws out the roots. The tidal wave's keeping them at bay, but no, it hit. You flashed into it, but you still survived, Hoosha. That was a baller move. But now, because this jungle is so low, that is your tank. There's not much you can really do to hold off the onslaught.
I really loved Husha's engage, but I loved Marble's Valkyrie even more. He just dragged Husha right into the back lines of SHG where they wanted him, and they were able to chip him down. Ejung holding his own against Evie here on that top side, but now SHG, they have that priority we were talking about. Drop the Rift Herald, crack the tower, move around to that Drake, and if SHG are able to secure it, that will be sole point here, Pike.
Well, that's a TP coming in as well. That is our Mel. Jimmy needs to get to these fights as much. They do have a lot of that damage. But still, Dragon is up, and it's actually GZ that are now taking back the control. The TP's coming in. They really want this drag.
They have committed everything and more. 5 members here. Van One is poking around.
It's looking for a steal. Is it going to be enough? As it is just gone. Van One not able to get there in time. The rest of the team nowhere to be seen.
Frankly, I think that's the right play. Evie's over on the top side. He's chipping away at that tier 2 turret. Excellent cross-map read here. SHG, they're doing it again. They force the opponents to commit all of their resources into something, and then they disperse, and they get that advantage elsewhere. Yes, you've got one Drake. Yes, you've slowed down our win con by 5 minutes, but we're converting that into gold. We're converting it into map pressure by cracking these turrets.
You couldn't have said it any better. That was phenomenal.
It's my vocabulary.
It really is. All it is sometimes. All you need is good vocabulary.
Ooh. We just saw the jungle pet like kind of phase across the map there. It wanted the scuttle crab.
Yeah, it did. That's where the next fight's going to be.
Look at it. It's bouncing around.
It loves it.
Yeah.
Well, you're taking 2 camps at once, so it has to.
It's trying to
It
get
doesn't
top.
know where it's going.
Yeah, that's it. But they do see this blue buff going down here. Husha just clearing that one up. It just goes over the side there. But SHG, they're here. They're going to get this scuttle crab. They're going to clear this vision because Baron is in 30 seconds. They want that priority. They want that advantage. So they're here in that top side. But Evie, down on the bot side, solo, pushing the... Oh.
Ooh, and the Dominus has been pulled. So is the Ragnarok. So they're definitely looking for a little bit of fight. Now it's about a waiting game. Who can hold their ultimate for a little bit longer? But Van 1, did you get caught? That's the tidal wave 2. Right now, you said it. Baron's the right call. Both teams probably looking for that, but it's now you need to get something first. You need a kill. You need a pick. You need to be able to take a couple more towers maybe, get a little bit more gold, get a slight advantage, and then transfer it into a Baron.
The advantage is TPs. Right now, Evie and Ejung both on the bot side. Evie can TP, Ejung can't. So it would be a 5v4 if that Baron fight were to break out. So you can see them. They're still on that top side. Vista did recall returning to that rift, but I have to think that right now they don't want to go for that Baron. They just want to get their waves pushed out, get that vision control, and pull the trigger when they're ready. They might even want to try, and it's not going to be as effective this time around, but that Drake for Baron trade. Posture around that third Drake for the soul point, and then switch to the Baron.
Look, but there is the Destiny coming in. Gold card is going to land. There's no Ragnarok this time to stop this Olaf from surviving, but it's a very tanky Olaf. And there's the Wild Growth too. Evie could have just been taken out, but Shun actually just picked up Nami just then. Where did this mermaid go? We're going to have to see a replay of that because I think that was a 2v1, most likely. Or they just got caught out, and now Jimmy is now pressuring on this mid tower.
That bot side engaged, they didn't have enough damage to close out on Ejung. This TF, not enough in the tank yet to close it out. And GZ, they saw 2 members of SHG on that bot side and were like, you know what, we can pull the trigger here in this mid lane fight. As we see it again in the replay, Vista caught out, wards, waves, not respecting. Shun walks.
Oh, they were watching there. They were in shop or something there. That was...
Watching the bot side fight.
Oh, that is a very questionable play, if you ask me. If I was the coach, there would be conversations had. Vista caught sleeping.
Unfortunately, gives that kill over to Shun as well. Obviously, the AD, that is the exact place that you want that gold. Shun has hit that 2-item power spike we were talking about, the Kraken Slayer and the Fiend Hunters, but some action on the bot side here, Pike. No, I miscalled that. They're walking away.
That's good. Yeah. That's what they needed to do. They had to walk away. At the end of the day, there was vision of both junglers are coming down and looking for a bit of a party, but nothing too big. And you're right, I feel like this Twisted Fate is trying to get around the map, but they haven't really gotten the lead that they also need to be impacting it. They've got their Rod of Ages stacked up. They've got the Lich Bane. Now it's about what more they can really bring besides being just a gold card. They don't have the damage to follow up. Like you said, in these fights, it really was on Evie to do something there, but they've only just now finished the Black Cleaver. If they had the Black Cleaver in that fight, it would have been a different story.
You are so right. But speaking of stories, SHG's is 3,500 gold deep as we do see this vision contest coming down. This Baron is going to be hotly contested. The Drake in 45 seconds. So both teams here, they have the read.
Big flank actually. There's the Destiny coming in. They're looking at Shun, gold card, but there's a nice pillar. Is going to be enough as the tidal wave does hit. Just sent backwards. No, the rebuke was good. Now Evie's here, but it's just too much as Vista's throwing out so much water and the splash damage is just too much. Evie locking down Shun, caught between a rock and a crocodile, and now the Baron is being looked at, but they might just need a reset first.
Evie tanked the world and more, but there's a TP coming in. SHG, they're shoring up their defenses. They've brought every single member to this Baron Pike. It is going to be a 5v3. GZ, they cannot contest this. They're already roaming to that bot side. They're going for the Drake.
It just makes sense. You've just lost 2 of your members. You can try and steal it as Husha, but it's just not going to be good enough. So you take your consolation prize, you pick up the next dragon. 2 mountain dragons in is not the end of the world.
And it will be a mountain soul if we get to that soul position. But SHG, they're already pressuring on that top side. They had that wave pushed deep. They're going to convert this advantage while they have the numbers, while they have the Baron. And look at that crystalline growth.
Boom!
cash injection there, Pike.
Oh, followed up with a blue card too. It's just magic on magic damage.
We do love some magic.
Oh yeah, we do. But now, look at this.
You rightfully called that excellent flank here from Evie, and that TP, ultimate from TF to get that stun onto Shun, forced that flash. The tidal wave was bounced back here, but Evie was frontlining, able to get into the back line, close it out. Unfortunately, obviously that kill went over to Vista. Is a 2-1 Nami. Not exactly where you want all of the gold, but it is still better to get that kill than let it go over.
Yeah.
And Shun did the most damage.
And now they're looking for a little bit more as they throw the roots out, but Evie can slice and dice and get out of dodge. But that is just the power of the Crocodile. I feel like the Olaf is all about being able to sustain in these fights and maybe run forward, but Evie's Renekton is something to be feared.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to run forward into the jaws of this Crocodile.
Nope.
Yes.
Well,
no.
I wouldn't.
Neither.
Yeah, but let's say we shouldn't.
It's a big croc. We do see SHG here trying to siege up on this bot side tier 2 right now. GZ, they are aware. They're here to repel this siege. They do not want to let it happen. But SHG, they're using this advantage. They have their top side pushing out. The mid lane is about to crash on this inhibitor turret. So SHG, they're pushing in. GZ, they have to respond.
Ejung's just caught a little bit, has to use that ghost to get out of dodge, but now Hoosh is here, not much mana to speak of, maybe a sapling's worth, and now it's just all gone, and there's still, that is a big Baron players down there just walking at this mid. They're still down bot side, they're looking for something, maybe just to push in one more tower, but they've just opened up the base.
It's only 25 minutes in, and Evie and Arya putting in so much work. They get that inhibitor turret, they're happy with that, and they start to walk away from this mid, but they did force members of GZ away. Unfortunately, because the wave was cleared out, SHG weren't able to convert that into more at that time, but they are still here. They are still pressuring, and now we get to see all of the teams come together. Oh, Shun!
What did Shun just get hit with? That looked disgraceful. We're now throwing out the roots. Let's see if they can lock them down. They've still got the Baron, but now it is all on Van 1. They're getting caught, but not just enough. Trundle is a big boy. Got to be so careful. Yeah, look at this Renekton already at the inhib, holding their own. They've taken it. The Baron buff is looking good. Maybe they can push for a little bit more, as now the team has to back off, and now they're conceding another tower.
Really great playing there from Evie, just able to solo push that inhibitor.
Wild growth, there's the dominance. They're looking for a return of this fight. Tidal Wave is just short once again, and a good shutdown. Shun is the one picking up these kills. It's not the end of the world though, Logan.
They were forced to respond, and they did lose their bot side tier 2. Really good, I want to say, sacrifice there from Evie. He gets the inhibitor, he drags GZ away from that tier 2, and he lives for as long as he possibly can to buy all of that time. So yes, GZ, they're able to get that kill onto Evie, but genuinely, I think SHG are happy with that one there, Pike.
And the items are getting more and more out of hand. I'm now seeing some damage coming out of this Twisted Fate. It's what we've been waiting for. Yes, you got the rapid fire cannon, that's good. Seeker's arm guard's nice, so building towards the Zhonya's means, again, holding on in these fights. They're going to be standing so far back, throwing out gold cards. I'm scared of what this Twisted Fate can actually start to do. But on the other side, Mel is a concern right now. Building towards that Void Staff. That's a lot of magic pen, especially with a Horizon focus and with a Blackfire on top. Ooh.
So that's a lot of ranged AP poke, absolutely. This could be that Mel that everyone is so fearful of, but even Shun has that Infinity Edge, does have that advantage, a 2-1 versus a 1-0 at the moment. Yes, Marble hasn't died, but Marble also has had minimal impact in this game so far. There's only 6 kills, and look at the damage Marble just took.
Well, not too much.
It was a little, and then I got healed up.
Breaking the shield.
Yeah, Nami makes it look good, you know? But there is some contest happening over this mid wave because the next Drake is coming. It's 40 seconds away, Pike. Both teams, they want to contest this. GZ would love to get on Soul Point, get that third Mountain Drake stacked up and prevent that damage. It just makes them a little more resilient, a little more tanky. SHG, obviously, they want the same for them.
Yeah, look, and 3 Mountain Drags is nothing to be... You can't not worry about that. You need to get some penetration to get through those shields as soon as possible. And I'm not really seeing all that much. I'm seeing a Black Cleaver. I'm seeing a Collector maybe as well, but you do have the Oblivion Orb also on the Nami, but It's all about that splash damage. Is that tidal wave going to hit when it gets sent back towards you too?
Yeah, those Oblivion Orbs, there's also 2 on the side of GZ. They really don't want to let Renekton and Trundle heal up and sustain. The heals coming out of Vista here, but I mean, SHG, they've already started this Drake. GZ, they have no vision. They don't even know this is going on. They're all in their base right now. They had to defend that bot wave push that Arya was able to walk in. And they'll secure this one for free. They are now on Soul Point. In 5 minutes, they could get that Dragon Soul. But before we even get to that, the Baron is up in 30 seconds.
And it's just really rough because right now, it's a 7k gold lead for SHG. They are in full control of this game. That push into the base, getting that inhib really started to put another clock on them because you're getting these supers pushing in. Yes, Yanara can clear it out, but that's where the Yanara is always going to be. Clearing out supers. You can bank on that because that's where the gold needs to go. So it just opens up so much more for this SHG roster to move around and start setting up for bigger things. You're right, Baron is up and they're already looking at it.
SHG, they love the Baron. We've seen it before. We'll see it again. Van 1 runs in, gets that pillar.
Wants to do a little bit more, but now Husha as well, taking a bit of poke. But I feel like they just need to slow it down. GZ don't want to rush this fight.
And rightfully so. I mean, it is 5-6, but right now it's kind of a wallet diff. 3,500 of that gold is on Arya Pike as this dance happening here in the mid lane. SHG, they want this priority. They want this Baron so bad so they can close this game out. Evie, he's going to be on this bot side as that ever-present threat. He's going to push the wave in. He's going to force GZ to send someone to answer them. And all TPs, they're online here right now, Pike.
And Marble was very close to being caught out as the rest of GZ is actually being very aggressive here. Sending out the roots, but that is on a big cooldown now. That is going to set the standard of what this next fight will be. And if it is around this Baron, that is such a big playmaking tool.
Before we even get to that Baron, there's a level advantage on Evie over Ijong. That is such an important advantage as well. Van 1 is equally matched, but Arya has a 2-level advantage. Obviously, that Rod of Ages helping there very nicely. Everywhere else, we're evenly matched. So right now, SHG has a total of a 3-level advantage. They start this Baron up. They're going to force GZ into them. This could be the end of the game if this works out.
And it makes sense. They've started to back off. They knew they were heading in. They didn't have all the vision knowledge that they needed. See that one pink ward on the Phalite was just enough for them to go, okay, we need to call it quits. If you get it down to about like 6k health, that's when you have to decide this is the ride or die. Do we commit or do we not? But still, Evie's now pushing bot.
And that's why they backed off. SHG saw Ijong leave that bot side and start to come up to that Baron. They gave Evie that time and space to keep pushing that wave in, and this is why they're going back again. They say, yes, keep responding to us. We've seen this before. We'll see it again. SHG, they pull the trigger. Evie might even win.
Evie's just looking for that one solo bolo going underneath the tower. There's the Ragnarok. The Ragnarok's not going to be enough. It's just Evie's show tonight. It's Goliath who actually is taking down David, and it is just a little bit too much as the Baron is still being started. TP might not even be used because they've sent up the roots once again. That's just a little bit too much. Going golden is the Twisted Fate. Big tidal wave gets sent back once again. The rebuke is good, but now Van 1's on the wrong side. Might be looking at a bit of a cheeky spot, but now look at this Renekton. The team has to respond. They could but there's another inhib down. Evie might look to close this one out themselves. They're cancelling the backs. Can they push it or do they look to go for the Baron? They're chasing them down. TP's now looking. Looks like SHG want to end this game. They want to send GZ packing. They're saying go back to the PCS because this is the SHG show. It is a clean game. It might not be enough, and SHG come out on top.
SHG win tonight's best of 5, 3-1. The representatives from the LJL Pike. There must be fans cheering from them so loud right now.
That was a crazy end to what this series is. No way did they just commit. The 1v1 from Evie was looking good. They got the solo bolo, and their neck minute, they were closing out the game, and it was all down with that TP from TF. A phenomenal effort and a great read.
Evie on the Cassante, Evie on the Renekton was putting down that pressure. I loved the plays here from him. He walked in that mid lane. He took that inhibitor turret, which bought the mid lane priority and pressure until they were able to start that Baron up. And that's the SHG that I fully expect on every single Baron. They bait you in, they drag you in, and they leave their other lanes open. And then the moment they see you walk in, they go, no, we got what we wanted.
And they pulled that pressure. It's exactly what you said. They were like, yep, this is our game. We're in full control. You respond to us. And then the sec that Evie pulled that limit, take a bow, boys. You played so well. Do not forget that game 3 was absolutely phenomenal, and GZ ran that show. But sadly, tonight was not your night. SHG just read so well and knew exactly how they wanted to play.
Yeah, but GZ, this is their first split in the LCP.
It is.
They put up such a spectacular performance. They made it to playoffs. They made this run, and they deserve this bow. They deserve the respect of the rest of the teams here in the LCP. They weren't a pushover.
No.
You had to fight and fight hard to beat them, Pike.
And that was what SHG had to do tonight. They did put that effort in, and they really showed, that is going on a poster right there. That was damn good. No, but it is, SHG, there were moments of struggle. There were moments where they were tested. They were limited, and they couldn't really answer back, but these other games where they were in control, it was undeniable that SHG had the plan. They knew what they wanted to do. Their execution was damn well phenomenal. And look at the damage shards. We talked about Corky maybe not doing as much as we thought. The exact same as Shun on that Yanara. But this Renekton too, it was the Evie show tonight.
Across the board, there was more damage out of GZ, but as you said, Evie just had the run of the Rift. It felt like SHG played for Evie there toward that late game. They bought him the time, they bought him the space. He even sacrificed himself to buy time and space for the rest of the team on that bot side tier 2 push. I can't sing Evie's praises enough. If he's not player of the series tonight, I don't know who else would be.
Yeah, it could be any 5 of them, honestly.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's the whole point of it. But still, no, you're right. Like, that is the big thing. I feel like Evie probably was my player of the series. They had such great performances, even against in that game 3. They still struggled a little bit, but they still worked really, really hard. We'll have to see what the admins do decide on, but still, let's look at some awesome replays, because these were phenomenal. That Aria on this Akali honestly scared the hell out of me.
That game 1 Aria was just phenomenal. Just felt that Akali and knew that matchup so well, was literally just able to walk forward, run them down, get those kills. Aria definitely put up a spectacular performance in that game 1. But this solo here was disgusting. Hit every single skill, and there it is. Aria gets player of the match. Like you said, any one of them could have been, and the stats do not lie. The damage per minute out of that Akali was phenomenal. I love it.
Those first 2 games set the tone of how Aria wants to play. That is what we always expect, is a star-studded player, has been for years. I expect this man to go very, very far in his league career. Not even just from that performance, but from this whole split thus far, has shown that they are a staple in how to play mid lane in any game into any matchup.
And they're not just stuck to one kind of champ either. They're not just like that control mage. They have that Akali in their hand as well. They played Twisted Fate, not explosively, but very well for the team with that utility, turning the numbers in their favor, knew when to make those plays. So it's that game knowledge and the versatility of champ selects that makes him such a powerful threat in that mid lane, Pike.
No, absolutely. Again, you can't give it, the credit there is also the mid jungle duo. It is how they actually connect and they come back together, because that Lee Sin Ahri, Lee Sin wasn't even really there, but when you did see them move, it was seamless. It was like one champion was being played, but there was clones of them dashing around. And that is what you want to see from this type of team, especially moving into the grand finals on Sunday.
You are so right. Unfortunately, GZ, they have been knocked out, as we do see this awkward moment. Vista even flashing there. But GZ, unfortunately, losing here tonight, 3-1 to SHG. They are knocked out of playoffs. Their run here has ended. And SHG will, tomorrow night, find themselves in a competition against Relove DCG. But Evie was able to tank so well tonight. Found that backline pressure. Found the zoning, the bodyguarding of his ADs. Close it out so well.
And that was, you do not see an end of a game like this very often. Backdoors like this are very few and far between. But SHG, they're looking good, and I'm excited to see what they can bring tomorrow night.
Absolutely right with that excitement, because we have front row seats. That's the privilege of being casters here. We get to see it so up close and call these games, and what a privilege and pleasure it is. watching the fine form these LCP players are in right now. And I know Evie is iconic on that Cassante, but Evie on that Renekton was a performance to behold. But they do take tonight's best of 5 series 3-1 here, Pike.
Knockout stage, it's finals week, Logan. There's not much else you can say about it. Let's look at what the next series are going to be, as it is DCG versus SHG happening tomorrow night. That is going to be the Testament series. Who is going to go up against Secret Wales in the grand finals heading towards first stand?
You have to tune in tomorrow night to find out, because not even we know.
I know.
You know?
I know.
Well, don't tell me the script. I want to be surprised.
All right.
Because Team Secret Wales, our #1 seed, they are locked into those grand finals. And tomorrow night, it will be between Relove, DCG, our 2nd seed, and SHG, our 6th seed, to find out, to scrap out who will get to that grand final and ultimately first stand in Brazil.
I'm not going to say my prediction. I can't do it. I think we need to just be a little bit calm and collected. I almost hinted it then, and I was like, no. Pike, you need to relax. Just chill out. No, tomorrow night, it's going to be such a big series. This is honestly a testament to the LCP. It's a whole new set of teams heading towards the finals. Secret Wales really need to put their money where their mouth is, because they're going to work real hard for what's coming up. But still, tomorrow night, it's night 3 of 4. Logan.
You are so right. The floor has been lifted here in the LCP for the 2026 split. Some of these teams, they're new. Relove DCG, Ground Zero. You may not be as familiar with them, but you surely are now with these deep runs in the playoffs.
Absolutely, and I think we get to call the night there. It was such a good series. Like, I'm still sort of reeling from it. I just want to soak it in. Maybe go back and watch it again tonight. Nah, I just cast it. Maybe I shouldn't do that. But still, it was a feisty series. I'm excited to see what SSG can do tomorrow.
You are not wrong, Pike. But we will be back tomorrow night to find out who will take it to the grand final against Team Secret Wales and find their slot at first stand in Brazil, because here in the LCP, we're made for this.
Yeah, we are.